אזרחי ישראל, אנחנו במלחמה. לא במבצע, לא בסבבים, במלחמה. הבוקר חמאס פתח במתקפת פתע רצחני נגד מדינת ישראל ונגד אזרחיה. אנחנו בתוך זה משעות הבוקר המוקדמות. כינסתי את ראשי מערכת הביטחון, הנחיתי קודם כל לטהר את היישובים מהמחבלים שחדרו פנימה. הפעולה הזאת מתבצעת בשעות הללו. במקביל הוריתי לבצע גיוס מילואים נרחב ולהשיב מלחמה שערה בעוצמה ובהיקף שהאויב לא הכיר. האויב ישלם מחיר שהוא לא ידע כמותו. אני קורא בינתיים לכל אזרחי ישראל להישמע בקפדנות להנחיות הצבא, להנחיות פיקוד העורף. אנחנו במלחמה ואנחנו ננצח בה.
Hello. African leaders today are anxious about Israel's reaction to Hamas' surprise attack Friday night that killed over 500 people, with 1,500 injured and dozens of Israeli soldiers and citizens kidnapped. With thousands of rockets sent into Israel, the attack by air, land, and sea was unprecedented. For the first time in over 50 years, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced that the state of Israel is at war. Already, Israel has started the bombardment of Gaza Strip with over 250 killed and more than 1,700 injured. Netanyahu, in mobilizing Israeli reservists, vowed that Hamas will pay unprecedented price and that Israel will shock Hamas and, quote, return fire of a magnitude that the enemy has not known. In a statement issued by its foreign ministry, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has called for restraint and the escalation of tensions. There is fear in African capitals that an escalation of the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians will spill over to North Africa and all sub-Saharan African countries with substantive Muslim populations. The Hamas militants' decision to attack Israel plays into the hands of the Prime Minister, who has launched an unpopular attack on Israeli judiciary and, by extension, the country's democracy. Now under attack, Israel will unite around the Prime Minister for what is often called proportional response. In Nigeria, the 24-year-old democracy is in crisis. President Bola Tinubu's presidency is facing its greatest challenge since his declaration as the February 25th presidential election winner. The president is facing accusations of forgery and identity theft. Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president and a leading opposition candidate in the contested election, successfully got a court in the US to reveal information about Bola Tinubu's academic records at Chicago State University. Atiku now hopes that the Nigerian Supreme Court will consider the latest information as he reviews the ruling of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal that affirmed Bola Tinubu's election last month. Submitting fake certifications to Nigeria's electoral body, INEC, is a ground for disqualification. It is 4:35 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:35 a.m. in New York City, 6:35 p.m. in Kampala, Uganda, and 7:35 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. The Nigerian democracy is in crisis. It's not in question. How to dig it out is a concern of those who care about the country. On our show today, one of the new groups that have emerged in the quest to rescue Nigeria's democracy is the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy, COPDEM. Their mission is to protect and promote the ideals of democracy in Nigeria as a prerequisite to establishing a peaceful and prosperous nation where free and fair elections are the norms and not the exceptions. Joining us today to outline how they plan to achieve this is Dr. Nze Aniazo, Head of Media and Publicity for COPDEM. Nze, welcome to the show. Hello. All right. Nze is joining us from River State, Port Harcourt, River State. So we expect some internet problems. That's Nigeria. But I know he's there. He will join us. Nze, welcome to the show. Hello. Nze, can you hear me? Nze, can you hear me? All right. Nze will hopefully we'll be able to get a good connection and talk to him about his group and what's going on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Welcome to the show.
I can hear you.
Yeah, network is not very good. So can you hear me? All right. So what we're going to do is typically we start by talking about African issues in the news, and then we get to Nigeria, and then we get to the proper issue that brought the person, our guest today on the show. And today we want to start with what's happening in Israel or the Middle East. Gaza is under attack as a result of the attack that Hamas launched on Israel last Friday night. It was unprecedented. It was a shock to the Israeli people, and they are responding to that attack. We want to know what you think about that. We want to expand it into the conversation about challenges you have in a democracy, and all the implications for Africa, Nigeria in particular, but all the African nations. Already, we've had stories out of Egypt, of people being attacked, Israelis who were terrorists in Egypt were attacked and killed. We expect that this will spill over to several parts of Africa, and we want to know what you think and what is going on, and are you concerned? And of course, the state of Palestinians and the reaction coming from China was that there should be a Palestinian state. So is this the cost? But let's first talk to our guest. Nze, welcome.
Thank you very much. Sorry for that. Yeah.
All right, it's nice to see you. Let me start by saying if you weigh in on what's going on in the Middle East.
Yes, it's a pretty sad situation. I mean, because we've seen the number of lives that have been lost, and more will be lost for sure. Because we know that Israel is going to retaliate, and that they've said they are going to retaliate in an unprecedented way. And when you talk about unprecedented in conflicts, you're basically talking about people who are going to lose their lives. The properties will be replaced in time. They've always been replaced, but everybody that dies, they're going to come back. So it's and you know, we are all bearing the brunt of the Russia-Ukraine conflict in terms of inflation, in terms of price of oil, in terms of economy, bad economy, lack of grains and all that. And so we can just begin to imagine what will come out of an Israeli-Middle East conflict, because you know these things have a way of escalating, and I believe this will escalate. Now Hezbollah has been jumping off, and then of course you have Iran waiting on the wings. Nobody knows what they're going to do or which side they're going to do. So it's a sad situation, and I think we should be brought to an end as quickly as possible.
So what does that mean for democracy in the Middle East? In the intro, I talked about the situation where Netanyahu was already unpopular for his assault on democracy in Israel. But with this war, which more or less played into his hands, people in Israel will come together around him and fight back.
Yes, whatever Netanyahu hasn't done well, we have to wait. That's what's going to happen. I mean, the Israelis would unite around their leader to battle a common enemy, especially a Palestinian enemy and any other enemy that will come into the mix as the days go by. So whatever undemocratic things Netanyahu had done in the past will take the back burner right now. I don't think a lot of people in Israel are going to be talking about whether Netanyahu did this or not.
Mm. All right, I think you're frozen again. Hopefully you can go in and out, come back and join us. Yeah, I think our guest Nze is right about.
That's just what it is for them.
Okay, so can you say that
No,
again?
I'm back. I don't. I said that whatever for Israel, in my opinion, what they will be concerned about right now, their priority now is security, not whether Netanyahu has done this right or done that wrong. And so if there is a negative in terms of undemocratic acts, they are likely to continue during the tendency of this conflict. When the conflict is, like you said, it's horrible, but it got played into his hands because it will give him a respite because now there is a common enemy to fight and everybody will unite around him. And that's what I expect that they will do. They won't be bickering over anything right now. They will be focused on saving
Now,
themselves and this.
what do you think Hamas was thinking about? What was their intention? What were they going to achieve by attacking Israel at this time?
Honestly, I'm beat because it didn't make a lot of sense. I tried to find some logic. Okay, so they've taken Israeli lives. I mean, you can take 911, they took more than 3,000 lives in the September 11 attacks. That's the terrorists that did that. So what I mean is that you can take more lives in a single terrorist act. Why did they do this? At first, I thought of the terrorism side. I said, okay, maybe this is actually terrorism by a large number of people, not really war. Because going in and shooting civilians in their homes doesn't make sense. That's terrorism as far as I'm concerned. Even soldiers don't go and start shooting civilians, women and children in their homes. So, and they know that Israel will retaliate. History has shown them that Israel will retaliate. History has shown them that they will take a hit, that Palestine will take a hit, Gaza will take a heavy beating. So perhaps it doesn't matter to them that they are going to lose so many and so much. Perhaps the belief or the feeling that they have given Israel a bloody nose, the almighty Israel that has this reputation for top intelligence, top security has been broken, they've been breached. So maybe that's the satisfaction, their psychological feeling of we have won, we have shown them that we can break in when time we want. But I don't really, in the long run, I don't see what much difference it will make to them. I don't.
Mm. All right. So what about the rest of Africa? From the North African part of the country to the continent, northern part of Africa, like Egypt, Morocco, Libya. What reactions are you expecting from that region?
We have seen a lot of already. I mean, you see Tunisia and Egypt didn't go saying we support Hamas, but you've seen some Morocco, Tunisia being all out and saying we support Hamas. Israel should cause this and Israel should shoot it. So Israel should show restraint. And you've seen some other countries like Kenya saying we are with Israel. I mean, and then you've seen Nigeria with a good response as far as I can tell, because Nigeria's response is restrained, basically saying let there be peace and keeping holding its own peace without jumping into the. Of course, you know how our country is, our own problems in this country in terms of religion. So you have the northern Muslims, you have the southern Christians largely, and then you don't want probably the government doesn't want to start inflaming passions on its own soil over something that is happening far away from us. That's what I think. Yeah, because if the government says, "Oh, we support Israel," I'm sure you have some stray locals up north. And if the government says, "Oh, Hamas is right," you can be sure that the Christians who likely support Israel will start their own trouble. So I'm happy with the statement from the government of Nigeria. Call for peace and keep out of it for the time being.
Yeah, but even at that, they know that Israel will not listen up to them about restraint or anything. Yeah, but let's look at this. Before this happened, we were seeing movement signs that most Arab nations are going to kind of establish relationship with Israel. There are moves by all the Arab nations to basically abandon the Palestinians. Do you think this may be one of the reasons why Hamas?
Yes, it has been opined by some, and there may be some, it may be valid, but I try to look at it longer term. If that is the reason why they did what they did yesterday, the only respite they will get will be short-lived. Okay, if Israel starts pounding Palestine the way they are threatening to do, now not just from what I know, the way they will do. Of course, you see that at a point, Arab passions, the sentiments in the Arab world will shift towards support. Oh, you are strong and weak. You are not going to, we are not going to stand by and watch you pound the head of the weak into the sand. But it won't last. Because once they start, countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia that have already started this journey to make peace, will eventually make Israel. Egypt did it long ago, and others are coming around now. So what they have done can only give them a little short respite in terms of distracting from the peacemaking with Israel and some Arab nations. It won't last long, and they will come back to the table.
Okay. Let's move it a little bit, because the angle I want to look at is we now know that the problem that Netanyahu has in Israel is suspended for now, and it's moving forward with a war, which makes him looks good. It will make him look good to people. But coming to Nigeria, we are in crisis. Our democracy is in crisis. And that's what led to the birth of your group, the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy. One of the issues in our democracy is the elections, how elections are conducted. The last election, we are still in courts trying to determine who won the election. I want to get your reaction from what happened last week when in the university here in America, Chicago State University, released information on Bola Tinubu, including the deposition. What is your take on it?
I think that to talk of, last week was just causing the issue. This matter started as 1998. Practically everything we were told last week we've known since Ghana's time, Ghana's time. We've known. What happened last week was that the university comes out to say what we already knew. I don't think that the university, in terms of convincing us of what has happened, I don't think the university, the CSU, the position did much because we knew the things. Of course, there are younger people who, of course, weren't up to age in 1998. So this is news to them. But to those of us who are older, I don't think it's new. I think we'll be deceiving ourselves if we claim that CSU was news or the information that came out of CSU was news. And that brings us to election. Because if the electoral body had done its job, we won't be where we are now. If you insist that certain things qualify me for a particular office, why is it that you have no process to ensure that that qualification criteria I have submitted is actually genuine before, so that I will be qualified? Why do you have to wait, take all kinds of rubbish from people, and then they go to court after the election and start this rigmarole we're in now? Why did you not do it? Time if you go to some sites in Nigeria, like let me give an example, the BPE. If you want to register the Bureau for Public Procurement, if you want to register on that site, and they request for your tax clearance certificate, and they say, okay, the tax clearance number, and you impute it, within 5 seconds, the system will throw it out or accept it, because the system has checked and confirmed that it is either genuine or not, and they will accept it. Why can't INEC? I'm sure that agency does not have up to 1/10 of the budget of INEC. INEC spent more than 360 billion of Nigeria's money for this election. how much is the budget of all these other government agencies, and they can get this set up. And INEC cannot do such a simple thing. And we are making elections. And I can tell you that elections are the easiest thing to organize. But INEC manages to make it look like rocket science. So it's here, what CSU did is to show us what we've known and what we should have taken care of long ago. We have seen all these things. From Ghana fought these matters. Even some of those people who have become the pro-Tinubu gang today fought these things in way back. We have the records of the stands, what they said and what they did. And suddenly they found the light in quote and forgot or had their brains reset and then forgot what. It's sad. And it's shocking that in 2023 October, Nigeria, the largest black nation on earth, is having this conversation about whether the president submitted a FOI document or not. Why did we get to this point? If you say that I didn't go to school, I will call my classmates for you right here now. I'll call my primary school classmates, secondary school classmates, university classmates. I won't be going to court. We did this with Buhari. Where is the work certificate to engage 40 senior advocates of Nigeria? What are you engaging lawyers on a simple matter? Where is your certificate? It's here. Or you didn't go to school? No, I went to school. So and so was my classmate. So and so was my teacher. It's simple. We are making it look complex. Why do I need 40 senior advocates to defend whether I have it? And I'm saying I have the certificate, and I'm getting 40 senior advocates in Nigeria to defend that I have, and I have it. Bring it out. And so it's like a comedy. That while the rest of the world is moving on, tackling more serious issues that border on the life and welfare of the citizens, Nigerians we're spending so much energy on whether the president of our country attended a particular university or not.
So now
secondary school, yeah.
Go ahead.
Secondary certificate is the minimum qualifying criteria. Okay, if there's a problem with university, bring out your secondary school certificate and let's get it right. And that's still not being done. And we are tied up in this conversation, becoming the laughing stock of the people world. Come on.
So what happens next? We know that Atiku filed an appeal at the Supreme Court, and he's expecting the Supreme Court to consider what he came back with. But what will happen? What if the Supreme Court dismisses that?
What happens next is that the Supreme Court, we know that Atiku Abubakar had already filed his papers as he said he will. So we expect the Supreme Court to look at the papers and take a decision. But we expect the Supreme Court to take a decision, to do justice that we must see to be done. They always say this, justice must be not only be done, it must be seen. And, I tried to explain it to some group of people. I said, look, who are these people who need to see this justice done? It is not the judges. And it is actually not the parties to the suit. It is the observers who will need to see that justice has been done. So even if the judges say that it's been done, even the parties, as lawyers want to do, they will come out to the step of the court and say, well, justices have delivered judgment and we can't go again, we accept, this is the final court. But the observers are the critical factor because they must see that justice has been done. A lawyer friend told me something that really struck me. I never got it like that before. He said, look, that when you define justice, that justice means that if I am walking on the street and I see where a particular matter is being decided, maybe between two people, a fault or something, had a disagreement, and it was being decided, and I stopped to observe what was going on. That justice is that when they settle, that as I walk away, I will feel that justice has been done. Although I'm not a party, I'm not an adjudicator. I'm just an observer, watching, holding my hand, standing by the side and looking at them. That if I leave that environment, convinced that justice had not been done, then justice has not been done. And I think it's something that those who are in charge of our judiciary, the justices, the judges, everybody, should bear in mind. What does the observer say? And in this particular instance, the observers are Nigerians whose lives are going to be affected by whatever decisions they are taking. Would they clap and say these justices have delivered justice? Or would they say, no, justice has not been done? That's basically, it's on the Supreme Court. That's where it is.
All right. So whatever they say, the country will have to deal with that. And one of the groups that will deal with that is your own group, the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy. So can you tell our viewers what it's about?
Yeah, we COPDEM, which of course, like you said, is the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy. After the February 25th elections that we had, and the mission is to protect and to promote democracy in government. That's our mission. Because we see a country that is united and in peace. And we believe that the critical element to achieving this peaceful country is having elections that are credible and transparent. Because that is the process through which Nigerians say, this person is our choice, lead us. And that's what democracy is about. Government, I mean, it's in simple form. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. It is that the people knowing that everybody cannot be in Asurok, sit down and say, Mr. A, Mrs. B, go and be our leader. But it has to be the people who will say it, not somebody else. And the choice of the people must be respected. So whether it's an electoral body or some talk somewhere or some pretentious power broker somewhere cannot decide for the people who it is the people that will go. And the people who are sufficiently interested in making this decision will go and register as voters if they're of age. And on the election day, they go with their voters card, go to the polling unit and cast their vote. And those votes must be counted. And the results declared as the voters cast them. That is democracy. And that's what COPDEM is about. That we've had enough of every election cycle. We go through this rigmarole, this infuriating what we do. We go to prevention, elections are counted, results are changed, and then all kinds of things go on. And then sometimes we have violence, like in 2011, and Nigerians lose their lives. For what? An election. That should be the simplest thing on earth. Nigerians died. Nigerians actually died. And Nigerians died on February 25th this year. Election. How can we continue accepting it? And so what we will do as an organization is to do everything possible in our part to make sure that we clean up this table. So when we talk about the elections, Nigerians will have faith. Nigerians will have confidence in the institutions that have been saddled with the responsibility to deliver this goods to them. That's what COPDEM is about.
So who are the coalition? Who are the members of the coalition?
Any interested Nigerian is a member who can sign up. Go to copdem.org. That's our website and sign up. Okay. To those who love, of course, I've told you our mission. So if you are desirous that we should promote and protect the ideas of democracy in government in Nigeria, and if you are part of those who have seen a vision where Nigeria is peaceful and united and properly governed and rule of law applies to all, you are welcome to join us. Of course, if these are not part of the things you think the world should be about, this country should be about, then the COPDEM is not meant for you. But that's who we are.
So how do you intend to achieve your goals? What is the new thing that you're going to do that other groups before your group did not try?
Yeah. One of the key things we're doing, and we will continue to do, is to actually hold our institutions of government accountable. and we are not to let up, not to succumb to, we've had this thing with Nigeria where trust has been dissipated. The people do not trust those who fight for them or who say they fight for them. The people believe that anybody can be bought, that everybody has a price. The difference COPDEM will make and the assurance we will give is that COPDEM will not have a price. And I say it without any fear of contradiction, that COPDEM will not have a price. You are not going to get COPDEM to a table somewhere and send emails to their what they say it is to their mailbox, and then we start speaking. I mean, like we're talking about the certificate thing. 1998, people who knew, who said this, are in 2023 saying things that are totally different. Who does that? So one of these ways to galvanize Nigerians, to educate Nigerians, to create awareness to Nigerians on what government is about, on what democracy means. And let me say this, because I think many of us don't get it. Democracy is not necessarily, a civilian government is not necessarily democratic. I think we make that mistake. We think that once you have a civilian government, you need to have a democracy. No. A civilian government can be there. The only difference between it and them is that they are not in army uniform or something, but they are not democratic. When it's common in Nigeria to see a state governor maybe construct some road somewhere, and the day they commission it, somebody will go on air and say something like, we congratulate Governor ABC. We are now experiencing the dividends of democracy. A local government chair somewhere goes to open a drill water borehole somewhere, and they say dividend of democracy. A senator shares a grinding machine to some people in his constituency or somewhere. They said those are not dividends of democracy; those are dividends of governance. Because military governments do those things, monarchies do those things, dictatorships do those things. So they are not dividends of democracy; they are dividends of governance. Dividend of democracy is rule of law. Dividend of democracy is free and transparent electoral process. Dividend of democracy is a judiciary that will deliver judgment based on what is before it, not on external influences. Those are dividends of democracy. But for me, the dividend of democracy is a police force that understands that its primary responsibility is to protect the people, not to brutalize them. That's dividend of democracy. Rule of law number one, a functional judiciary, electoral system that works. That when you go and cast your vote, you have no need to want to stay to protect your vote. I'm protecting. An electoral system where you go and cast your vote and are confident enough in the electoral body to go home and sleep, knowing that they will read what you voted. And when they call the results and your candidate does not win, you say, oh, let's get ready for another election cycle. You don't jump and say, oh, they've stolen this election. That is dividend of democracy. And it is consistent action from those that are responsible that will lead us to that day, our El Dorado vote. And what COPDEM is doing is to help all Nigerians to get to that point.
All right. So let me ask you. People have noticed that some of your members, when you have events, and some of the people they see are the same people they see at P2B's events. Are you connected to P2B? Is this connected to P2B's Labour Party campaign, presidential campaign?
I'm not aware that P2B is a member of COPDEM. I'm not. And a lot of people, I'm not a member of the Labour Party. I'm not a member of the Labour Party. Can't see my name on the Labour Party material anyway. It is possible. Yeah. You see, let's look at the 2025, the election that gave birth to COPDEM. We had the highest number of registered voters in the history of Nigeria, 93 million, according to INEC. And we had about 12 million first-time voters for 2023, about 12 million. Majority of them are young people. And you know, our complaint in the past had been that on election day, that the young people whose future are at stake and will be busy playing football on the major roads because there are no vehicular traffic. Something made them to come out this year to go and register. And in fact, so many did not register because they couldn't complete the online process before the INEC deadline. You remember that? So but we had about 12 million new voters. What brought these people out? Something happened that gave them hope that, okay, we have not voted in the past, we have never even registered to vote, but this time around, we are going to go and vote. Why did they do that? They did that because they had hope that there will be a difference. Two things. They had hope that the electoral process will be different, and they had hope that the outcome, that the consequences of the outcome, which will be good governance for most people, will be different. So they came out to do that. What is the new factor in that election? The new factor was people. I'm sure you know it wasn't Kokwansi. It wasn't Tinubu. So it is the and why are there, if you look at the elections in the past, during litigation, there was litigation 2007, 11, 15, 19. Have you ever seen an election cycle like you had today, where Nigerians are so much invested in the outcome of the court process? Why are they doing that? Is it because they support our people? No. Majority of those actually support people who vote that you want, because they voted and they saw all the shenanigans on the IRF. So COPDEM has a lot of obedience, but it's not restricted to only obedience. It's not. It's for Nigerians who desire that this country has to change, because Nigerians are fleeing this country in troops. You know that. Now, a neighbor, somebody I know, brought his brother to say hi to me, neighbor. And the guy said he came in from Zurich to vote. And he said that in the flight he was on, there were about 60 of them, and all of them came back to Nigeria to place their vote. Why did people spend so much to come from foreign lands, far from places, to come and vote? Because they desire to have a country that they will not run from. Nigerians are running in this country. Is that how we continue? We have parents that, if people see and say, oh, are you still around? Haven't you gone? It's a common thing in Nigeria now. When I still there, you see somebody in the morning greeting, the next day you call him on the say he's in Canada or in Australia or somewhere. Come. Is that how we continue as a country? We can't hide our heads in the sand like the proverbial ostrich and pretend that we are doing good. We are not. We are falling apart.
All right.
And our children are. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me bring in Alaro, who is joining us from Germany. I know he's a member of COPDEM. Welcome to the show.
It's a pleasure to be my brother and brother Ainze. Also, a pleasure to see you again. And like you said, I'm a member.
So I wanted to know, because we've found, if you go back to Nigeria's history, you find several organizations who have goals that are similar to this, which is always good on paper. But is there anything different that you plan to do? Why do you think you are going to succeed where others failed?
Let me break it down a little bit into the basics. What we realized, how did we get to this point in the first place? The people's voice finally counted. We realized what can be done when Nigerians come together. That outcome, PO was able to win the election, even though the structure of criminality has decided to play their card as usual. But we know we won and we know the people voted. And in this process, it was clear that Nigerians came together, irregardless of religion, or tribe. And by them saying there's no structure on ground, and we realize what this galvanization created the mass of people. So without losing that momentum, what people have to realize is who exactly is in COPDEM right now. So you have 17 groups. Obedient movement is 17 groups. Totally. 11 of those groups have collapsed into COPDEM. So these are the obedience. These are the youths. These are the people suffering. Those are the people on ground. So I want people to get it. It's not just something somebody from some wrote it on paper and said COPDEM. The same people. The obedience is COPDEM. So it's now an organized platform, structured, that can make differences regardless of the state. Case in point, Abia State. If it keeps performing on that level, come the next election, COPDEM as a structured group, which is now nationwide, will be able to make a difference. And so also being said, other groups across, if you're not performing in your state, we will be able to influence it. It's about using the power of the people. So that's the basic thing that's now going on. It's well structured, it's well organized. How can we make a difference in every single state in Nigeria? So that's the basic point of it for now.
All right, Nze, I know you are the media person for COPDEM, and when Atiku spoke last week, he called on P2B and other party leaders to join him in his campaign to make sure that the section of the Constitution that he said Bola Tinubu violated is taken care of. We had a reaction from P2B's camp, I believe, that said, "No, thank you very much. I'm not going to join you." Is that what happened? And what is the position of COPDEM?
Thank you. The article we saw, Barak article make that plea or extend that invitation, and we also saw Kenneth Okonkwo, who is one of the spokespersons for Labour Party, say what he has done. That is what they have said as the Labour Party. COPDEM has not taken any stand on that because he wasn't extended to us. It was to Peter, who is the candidate of the Labour Party, and the Labour Party has made that statement. Yes, that stand known. And but on a personal level now, if you look at it, is there an invitation to extend? Really, is that they are all already in court? What other corporation do you see? The case is in court. The people, if you go and check, the people who have been promoting Atiku's court case, who have been giving it the widespread popularity it has, who has kept it on the front burners, and mostly, but 99% of support it. You can see the PDP folks, not many of them are doing that. So if you take out those obedience who are on Twitter and other places doing that, that case would have been lost because even the mainstream media in Nigeria is not reporting it. You have gone. Nobody will remember. You have been out of public consciousness. So if you talk in terms of cooperation, I think the cooperation is already there. So there's really nothing to invite again because they're not going to attach their names to the file in court because that's your own case. So you filed it. So what the other corporation? The biggest corporation he needs, he has got it. And that is actually keeping this matter on the front burner, public consciousness, so that people are talking about it. We will remember that this is an issue we are dealing with. If not, if we are just falling through the gaps, and nobody will remember that this is there. And sorry, let me say this. You remember that even after the election. Atiku Abubakar basically went quiet, so to say. It was a particular group, particular candidate and supporter that kept the matters going and been insulted and called all sorts of names. And then what has brought him back is this CSU matter. And who were the people who made what brought him back was not that he went to CSU. What brought him back was that a particular group of people again kept on supporting him, kept on publicizing what he's doing, kept on reporting, updating Nigerians on how far he has gone. That is a very big operation from what I can see.
All right, thank you. Lara, do you agree?
Absolutely, I couldn't have said it better, and it's obvious. The only thing galvanizing truth and transparency today is the quote-unquote obedient movement, which is now structured under COPDEM. Look, the Nigerian media, I'm sure, as you're well aware of, name any major newspaper that's even carrying any significant news today. The things you are broadcasting and what they are broadcasting themselves are totally, is like we're living in two different worlds. As you know yourself, and this is a fact, the Nigerian news outlet technically does not exist as a news outlet today. What we have are neutral minds like yourself and the people themselves. And that's what's moving us forward. That's why they can no longer hide. That's why the international community, on a second basis, every move they make, we're treating it out there and we're bringing it out here to your platform and talking about them. There's nowhere to hide. Slavery is no longer an option. Our fate is in our hands and we're no longer going to let go. And that's the way it is. So I do agree with my dear brother very much.
All right. So we know that the next point is when the Supreme Court will rule. So let's say they rule for Bola Tinubu. What will your organization do, Nze? Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I would say that we would cross that bridge when we get to it. But we do not expect them to. Surely, we do not expect them to do that. I do not expect them to do that. We do not expect them to. And there are a lot of Nigerians that expect them to do that. And I'm not just saying it. If you put your ears out, you know that a lot of Nigerians are expect them to do that. But if they do, we'll cross that bridge.
So there's no contingency plan yet.
Yeah?
Does it mean there's no contingency plan yet? Because you know what will happen? As soon as the Supreme Court rules, everybody will tell you, oh, we have to obey the Supreme Court. You know, this is the highest court in the land. There's nowhere to go. What do you say?
Of course, the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. It's not arguable. The Supreme Court is the highest court in the land. There's no argument about it. Nobody is going to say, I have another court, I have another court.
What do you do? What do you do if it's not in your favor? What if your members say, they come out and say, we have to do something, we can't take it, we're not going to wait for 2027. What are you going to do?
When you talk about what people do, let me guess where you're going. We're going to have protests.
I don't know. Okay,
so let me give you an instance. If Nigerians say, because this is Nigerians, so let's be clear, this is not COPDEM, it's Nigerians. If Nigerians say we are going on protest, peaceful protest, because we do not support violence and we do not promote violence. Let me be clear out. We do not support violence, we do not promote violence. Because like I told you, our mission is to promote and protect democracy. And we see a vision where Nigeria is at peace. So we can't have that vision and that mission and then go and say, oh, we're going to be burning somebody's building. So we're not promoting violence. But if Nigerians say, look, we're going to do protest, we're going to go into civil disobedience, that's up to them. It's a Nigerian thing. But what we as an organization will do when the time comes, because we don't even want to see the possibility that that Nigeria remain where it is. We need to move the country forward. We need to move this country. I know it sounds cliched when we say move Nigeria forward, but the reality is that Nigeria is sinking, and we need to move this country forward. We know it is sinking. Well, no matter the political divide will be long, no matter the ethnic group will be long, no matter the religion, it's affecting all of us. Even those who stay abroad have relations here. There are those who stay abroad whose dream was never that their children will grow away from the fatherland. A lot of people. In their wildest, when they were 10 years old, there were those who are abroad at 50 something years now. When they were 10, 15, 20, they never imagined that their own children will grow up totally adrift of their fatherland. But they have found themselves in that situation. Why did they many come back to vote? They came back to vote so that they believed that the country would then get to the point where they will pack their bags from wherever they are sojourning presently and come back home. Because whether we like it or not, home is always home. I mean, it's a truism. Home is always home. You are never as comfortable as when you are home. And you say, this is my home. So when the time comes, then Nigeria has to be better than this. Nigerians are, I will tell some that say, look, I have an income and I'm facing this much stress. What of those who do not have income in this country presently? What of those who earn pittance? Some people in this country, 20,000, 15,000, 30,000 naira a month. How do they cope? How do they send their children to school? How do they, if their child starts coughing, how do they take him or her to the hospital? These are the conversations we should be having as a country. And we're wasting our time on trivialities. How do these things happen? How does this country get its pride back? How is it that when a child is in secondary school, that the whole education they're giving him in that private school is not preparing him to go abroad? Because that's what's happening in our Nigerian schools now. We are training our children, preparing them to emigrate to go abroad. Where is that done? If we empty the house, who's in it? A house that is abandoned falls apart. We all know that. Rudolph, if you build a house in your village and leave it and go to US and stay for the next 20 years, when you come back, you not recognize it. You don't see standing. That's what's going to happen in this country. At the rate it is empty. But the question is, why is the country empty? The country is empty because people are no longer seeing any promise in it. Why are they not seeing promise? They are not seeing promise because our governments over the past have been totally and utterly shambolic and irresponsible. That's why Nigerians are running. Nothing else. As Tina Achebe said, there's nothing wrong with our air. There's nothing wrong with our water. There's nothing wrong with our brain or the sand we walk on. It is the leadership that has become an affliction to us. That's why we're where we are. And that's
all right. Thank you. Alaro, we are going to go to the audience and get them to weigh in. But before we do that, let me ask two of you. Is part of your plan has anything to do with the lawmakers, the National Assembly? What are you doing about? Because it's not just the executives that are responsible for the government that we have. We have the National Assembly, we have the Judiciary. What are you doing? What is the plan in terms of concrete things? It's not just, saying that we are going to hold them accountable. How are you planning to do that? For instance, people complain and said lawmakers from Labour Party, for instance, that they've not shown that they are different from all the other ones, the people that were elected. So, any of you can start. It could be you, Alaro. You can start.
Okay. First and foremost, you have a system in place, and that system is has weaponized poverty. Their game plan now that they have seen the uniformity of the obedient movement, and they have seen how organized and more structured. You have a lot of brilliant young minds in Nigeria, and those are the people fueling this force. Now that they've seen that, they want to only keep passive people. Like my brother, Dr. Enze said, They want to train the great minds to leave and the passive ones to stay so they can always enslave those that stay behind. Now, I'm going to your question. Earlier on, I told you 11 groups from 17 have now collapsed, and there's more to come. There's an organized structure across the entire 36 states. So when you're talking about, you have organized structures everywhere, straight structures. So it's not just the COPDEM website has people on ground everywhere. So what they're saying we don't have, we now have. So every legal aspect, every electoral aspect will be touched. The presidency it's not enough. If you can influence, the people's voice matter. We saw it. This is our PO won. This is what I want us to keep in mind. Those people that voted, when you have a structure, a platform that now is organized with their votes at every single time, this is how you make a difference. It's not about talking. We're not a violent organization, like he said. It's a meaningful, well-organized, influential organization. We will influence every single political situation. That's where we're going.
All right, Dr. Nze.
Okay, you know, the fact that somebody is in the National Assembly, you know, you said something about comments about Labour Party National Assembly members not being different or not having shown themselves to be different. If the fact that somebody has, they say, oh, this person belongs to Labour Party, is not one of the reasons why I will believe that he's better than the next person. It's not. So if you put 3 National Assembly members before me and say, oh, this person is Labour Party, one is APC, one is PDP, I'm not going to jump up and say the Labour Party person is better. I will not, because I know that I'll be lying to myself. When water normally flows from the top of the hill to the base, to the roof, you will need an external force to move that water up, from down to up. But natural force is that it goes from up, it comes to down. And so the head is always very, very important. You know, there's something Peter B said once. He said, look, that if he is not stealing government money and his wife is not, and his children are not doing contracts for government, that the people, the ministers and the governors are going to likely be more careful, because they are not, you know, you follow your leader most times, and they are not going to do certain things. If I come, you know, remember 1999, 2003, OBJ has talked more about corruption than any other president we've had since 1999. I mean, it was a big deal under the government. But if OBJ calls a meeting of the National Council of States and starts haranguing the governors, we must kill corruption, we must deal with corruption. And the governors are nodding and saying wonderful, but they know how much they give to him, assuming they give him money, and creating a scenario. And if they give him money and they know how much they will give him, they will be nodding and laughing inside, because when they get to that space, they'll send their money. And then the governors will call the commissioners or local government chairman and start shouting, corruption must be killed, corruption must conquer, corruption will do, anti-corruption is our mantra. And local government chairman, because in their vehicles right there and then, there's bags of money that they brought for the government, they'll be smiling and nodding and saying, Your Excellency, we must kill corruption. After the meeting, they'll give the money to him and go back to the local government and start screaming. The local government treasurer and the councillors will be laughing and nodding, because they know how much they'll give the chairman. It's not going to work. Leadership, if you get all the leadership books on earth, you can condense them to 3 words: lead by example. And so whoever is at the top matters a lot. Whoever is at the top matters a lot more than those who are beneath, because he says the tone, he says the direction. Others look at him. If you are not doing this, that those who are below you are likely not to do it, unless they have a death wish. So the top in any matters a lot. Matters a lot. Why did some of these people who are National Assembly are talking about, why did they get there? Peter B went to Labour Party, was late in the day. There were, Eventually, they still didn't have candidates in some areas, and then people started going in and saying, you didn't even have to pay much. You collect forms. You didn't even have to campaign. People voted for many of them without even knowing their names. It's just that say, oh, this message of this man resonates with us. We think that he will change, make our lives better. And so you go there. Some people just do not to make a mistake. You level. That's what they do. So the fact that they are there, we wish that they will be better. But the fact that they are there, for me, doesn't necessarily mean that they are better. If you are better, you show it. It's not an assumption you make that somebody is better. It is the actions of that person that tell you whether he's better or not. So that's thank you.
Okay. Alaro, I wanted to know if there are specific policies or movements or pressure points that will make lawmakers to be part of this change that your group is talking about.
It's a very simple process. When you know your office is now vulnerable, then is either you sit up or you get out of the way. It's very simple. You control, in the US, you can see the political situation in the US for now because you're having the elections next year. And that's why people's voice matter. Politicians only listen to the electorate. When they realize people are organized, is either you perform, and performance is not that you're sitting there just like he just said, just because you're there, that means automatically and you belong to a certain party, for example, LP, automatically you think that's an anointment of doing good. No. All those people that rode the bandwagon, they will answer. It's not that you now in LP, you in the House, in the Senate, and you just come back automatically return. What did you do to influence your constituencies positively? And like Pio always said, and it does now, when it supports other candidates from other parties, it's no longer about parties. It's about being responsible and being productive. No matter what party platform you're coming from, AAP, NMPC, if you are the person that will make a difference, that should be the person representing the people. Every community we have to see the result of governance. And like you said, the people that are sitting there now, some of them, I don't know their names. We just voted LP down. They're the beneficiaries, but time flies. And at some point, they will have to answer. So you control the structure, the political power, the political office holders will be held accountable. This is why we are making sure we keep this under one roof. That way, the influence is always there, organized and structured. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As I bring in people, we are going to have a conversation on what your group do at this time, what you do, and what the people who are watching at home expect your group to be doing, and how if they want to join your group. Also, when we're done with that conversation, we're going to go to Israel and the war with Hamas. So that will be coming next. But for now, I want us to focus on the Coalition for the Protection of Democracy, which we have members here who are talking to us about what they plan to do and how they plan to hold the government accountable. So let's start with that. And please, if I call on you, just ask a question, or if you have a comment, make a comment, and be mindful. A lot of people who are trying to join us, and we want to give everyone a chance to weigh in. I'll start with you, Prince, Mazi Prince in California.
Good morning, Dr. Rufus. Good morning, Dr. Nze. Good morning, Alaro. My question is this. I kind of love what you guys are doing. And my question is, how sustainable it is. You know, yeah, that's my question.
So any of you can take on it, Nze or Alaro. Any of you can take on
Yeah,
any question. Yeah.
thank you very much, Mazi, for the question. We believe that what we are doing without any fear of contradiction is sustainable. And I'll tell you why. I'll take us back again to 25th of February and the events before that, the period before that, the voter registration. And the people who traveled from far places spent lots of money to come home to vote. Why did they do that? And it's always the why. Because at the base of everything we're talking about is the why. It is the why, it is the potency of the why that determines how long what we are doing is going to last. The only reason it will not last is if we fail in our responsibilities. If we become like the rest, if we allow ourselves to become like the rest, then we'll be a flash in the pan. And people will lose trust and lose interest. But as far as we keep our eyes on the ball and understand that the why for Nigerians, most Nigerians, practically probably all Nigerians, even those who pretend that it is not, the why is that we want a functional society where the man in the National Assembly knows, or the woman, when I say man, I basically, it's not being a misogynist, basically, I refer to both. So, where the person in the National Assembly knows that those who voted him or her into office can bring him or her back. Why we have the mess we have now is that once you win, you're there for 4 years. And once you win the 4 years, you're likely to be there for 8 years or even more. But the moment the consciousness is awoken in Nigerians to understand that the fact that you went there, we sent you there, we can bring you back. That the power has come back to the people. And that's what we are doing to make our country to work. So if we maintain that, our mission, and we focus on our vision, we'll stay for a very, very long time. But if we lose sight of what we have promised Nigerians that we're going to do for them, definitely we'll collapse and crater away like many others. That's the thing. There's no magic around it. It's in our hands.
All right. Thank you. Ikolola, you're next.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, Mr. Nze and Laro of Nigeria, for your works at COPDEM, and we quite appreciate what you're doing, But I'm going to fuse two questions into one because we have limited time. You see, you have clearly stated what you are doing and what you hope to achieve. But you would notice, and I am sure you must have observed, that most people are losing interest, not out of the fact that there's nothing, they don't believe in the system, And I had Dr. Damages ask you a particular question. He said, what if the Supreme Court goes against your hard work? What would people do? So this is the question that is on everybody's mind. And don't forget one thing: justice delayed is justice denied. So if you are looking at forever to achieve all this, maybe in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, people would have lost hope. But in this midterm, and you have also clearly highlighted the enthusiasm, the momentum of the obedient personalities and movement. How do you hope to keep that fire burning? Because all these people now, which you clearly also highlighted, that are singing a different tune now, what you are pointing out now about these forgery cases, they were saying about 10 years, 15 years ago. What made them become a part of the corrupt system today? So basically, what has happened before would always and can always happen again. What is COPDEM's move to ensure that this momentum does not die? Whatever the Supreme Court says, that justice is seen to be done and followed through, even though you are saying you are not a violent organization. But let's also be very practical. You cannot sit down and negotiate with an armed robber. He didn't come to negotiate with you. For him to come to your house with a gun, he doesn't want to sit with you. So if you are thinking you're going to be gentlemanly about it, I think that's wishful thinking.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let me take this. Sorry. Let me say it again, and in case anybody didn't hear me well last time. COPDEM does not promote violence. COPDEM is not a violent organization. When you talk about enthusiasm, yes, people are. I mean, if you can always bet a lot of money. If you're a betting man, you can bet money that the next election in Nigeria, 2027, will have a very low voter turnout. That's been given because people were totally disappointed by INEC. The things they said they will, the things they said they promised that they will do, which made people to believe that there's a difference now to come out. They didn't do any of them, and actually we called to argue. And you had things like, okay, we said, but is that it's not written, it's not a guideline, and all kinds of things that break your head. So next election will be horrible. We know that in terms of our turnout. Because of course, to know even what will happen in 2027, go back to March 28th. Go and look at the voter turnout for March 28th compared to February 25 in the same election cycle. Many people didn't come out. In polling units, somewhere they had up to 300 in 25th, they had about 60. So many places on 18th. But people say, what am I going to do? Just to waste my time. So it is there. You see, I don't want to start making promises on behalf of COPDEM that somebody will hear and say, yeah, they're just talking. People do change. It is possible that somebody will change and become what he has said he will never be. But we believe that the way we have set up COPDEM, that the people who are the key holders in COPDEM, that will not be that way. The consciousness is up a rate. Yeah, there's been some dampening, but it is up. One of the things I also don't want to get into is to start saying Supreme Court will not. No. Supreme Court will not give us justice. Supreme Court will give us not. No. What if Supreme Court gives us justice? I remember a question that PO was asked in one of his interviews, and they said when he was after the result, was talking about going to court, and they asked him, "Do you have faith in the judiciary?" He gave an answer that is perfect. He said that he does because he has been one of the biggest beneficiaries of the Supreme Court. 3 instances was removed as governor. The Supreme Court brought him, and in each of those instances, people said it was impossible. But the Supreme Court brought him back. Everybody said it was impossible. It had never been done before in Nigeria. 3 instances, he won in the 3 instances. And then the clincher was that whatever he was fighting, what he is fighting for, would also benefit the families and the children and the justices themselves. They don't live in the cloud. They live in Nigeria. So let's start from they will not give us justice. They may not give us justice, but let's not be so sure that they will not, because they may shock you.
All right.
Shock you. Nigeria is right now.
If I may comment.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me put it another way. Let's assume the Supreme Court gives us justice. Is that over? Everybody goes home? This is what I want you guys to understand where COPDEM comes in. regardless of what happens, this structure is being built. I told you 17 obedient movements, 11 of them have already collapsed. Their structures across Nigeria, established, organized, state, local, up to the world. So we have a structure of how to galvanize people politically. Regardless of what the outcome is, control of the people's rights is what COPDEM is concentrating on. It's not about complaining, it's about being organized. So there's a lot of work that's gone to this. There's a lot of people. People change, people are demotivated, but there are millions that are not demotivated, that are working hard. The young minds in Nigeria. In the beginning, I told you the young minds in Nigeria. Those that are degree holders that have never had employment. These are the people running the structures of what COPDEM is. These are the people that will legally, not through violence, take control. When you say what will happen if they don't give justice, if you think that we haven't had legal options as to what will happen, how to actively and positively interact with whatever happens, then you have to think we've been wasting our time. Obviously, we have those plans. Just to say that out now is not the point. Any of you guys here, your citizenship is enough to join COPDEM, and you will have access to all those information. Absolutely. We're not sleeping. We're very, very active, and we are on ground, as you will see. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Mr. OJ. Cyril, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Sorry about that. Okay, thank you so much. So I want to thank Alaro and Dr. Nze. You know, when people are trying to do something, we have to commend them, even if we don't necessarily see what it is they are really trying to do. I've had a lot, you know, I mean, I don't, you know, and I'm not really trying to talk you guys down or anything, but I'm really trying to be realistic. I've had COPDEM, we were all here with Nedeko, you know, maybe I've been around, maybe in this panel, I'm the oldest. So I can understand what you guys are doing, you know, teaching people, motivating people. If you're on WhatsApp, and I'll be surprised to see who is not on WhatsApp, you can see that Nigerians are very, very informed people. We are well versed. We know the meaning of democracy. In my opinion, the problem is that there was an election and it was not enforced. You know, you had a clique that carried a coup. So any group that is coming, that's actually, in my own opinion, I'm not saying I know the answer. That's what I want to see them address. What is COPDEM going to do if you have another election and 2023 is replayed? We all know what happened in 2023. And I mean, everybody runs to WhatsApp. I'm not in any way asking COPDEM to be a violent organization. And I'm sorry to take too much time. I once sent money to a niece in Nigeria saying, hey, until Nigerians can actually, you know, civilly disobey, that this will continue. And she told me, oh, you are there in the US, you're trying to tell me to go and die. So I became ashamed of myself. So I'm not telling anybody to go and die or anything. But all I'm saying, with all due respect, if you're telling me that all COPDEM is you have to teach people, you have to motivate, you have to put a structure in place, all these things are there. And still, the election was overthrown. So What will your group do? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, is there anybody can take it?
Sorry, thank you very much, Serge. All these things are not there. I think we assume all these things are not there. If you were go to during an election, you go to the polling unit and sit down and listen to the conversations, you will actually understand how bare the knowledge of a lot of people are regarding what democracy actually is. Like I said earlier, we think that every civilian government is a democracy. It's not. A lot of our people do not actually know the difference. What is democracy? And when they hear what democracy is, they think you are talking about utopia. It's an impossibility. You are like waiting for Godot. Like waiting for Nigeria to be democratic is like waiting for Godot. Something that will never happen. Not even in their only in their lifetime, but ever. They say Nigeria is irredeemable. It's not going to work. I don't know. The first step to changing a society is to give the people knowledge. That's the benefit of education. Give the people, let them know. Because you can't enforce what you do not know. Let's use the police as an example. Give me your phone, I want to search it. The authority, IG says they have no right to search your phone. And maybe you haven't heard it. You think the policeman has it. Many Nigerians think that the police have the right to do anything they were like. That once you are wearing that uniform, that you have the right to do anything under the sun. Many Nigerians hold that belief that whatever a policeman wants to do, he or she would do because he's wearing uniform, his government. And I must say this now, because when we talk about democracy, we cannot unlook the Nigerian police. Because for most people here, the police is the government, and they say, government. It's not even Tinubu that are looking in terms of government or governor in that state. It's the Nigerian policeman they see. He is ubiquitous. They see him everywhere. In that uniform, everywhere. And they believe he's the person. And if we don't get, part of those is getting the police right. I had a conversation with some people. Sorry, let me say, with some people, and I said, look, and I meant it. I said, look, that if I become the president of Nigeria, that men and officers of Nigeria will be some of the highest paid workers in Nigeria. And I meant it. So that I will make the police among the highest paid workers in this one. And they looked at me like I was mad. So what are you talking about? Which police? Criminals, crooks. And so you need to get the police also right, because most of the infringements on the rights of Nigerians are done by the men and officers of the Nigeria Police Force every day. I mean, look at this recent case. A young lady goes to a shop, buys a tomato paste, goes home, uses it, didn't like the taste, goes on Facebook and says, this is too sugary. The owner of the company writes to the IG of police. Inspector General for a review on Facebook. And they send policemen. They say it's IGP's monitoring unit. And when they call these names, you think that treason has been committed. In that locality where the young lady is, there's a police station. There's a DPO, there are policemen. No, they were not big enough to handle this kind of matter where somebody said that there's too much sugar in a particular tomato paste. So they bring people and go and arrest her. And they arrest her, what did they do? They take her to Abuja. Now you ask yourself, did they take her to Abuja because the case was so grievous that the level of expertise required is so rare that you can only find them at the police headquarters? That in the whole of Lagos State, there's no police station that can handle it. Well, you know, when you have a case in this and they take it to CID, so okay, they need more investigation. What was in a case of, I do not like this tomato paste, that will take somebody from Lagos who is resident in Lagos, works in Lagos, the company has office in Lagos, the product was bought in Lagos, and you take her to Abuja. What did you want to achieve? Big manism. I listened to radio 2 days ago here, and they were talking about a young lady. They went to arrest her. She was not there. They arrested her mother. Madness. Who does that? They arrested her mother. But we need the police to be functional to get the democracy we deserve. Because the police will have to come to a point where they are at an electoral polling unit and something is going wrong, and they are not there to do their master's bidding, and the master being the party in power. And they will do their job, which was why they were sent to the polling unit, to protect the voters, to protect the votes, to ensure that the right things are done. And they actually do those things. And until you get the police to do that, they're going nowhere. So you have that tripod: police, INEC, the judiciary. So you have to awaken people up. Those who are sleeping must awake. It is when people are awake that the journey will begin. People sleeping people don't work unless they're sleepwalkers. And let's not think that Nigerians are awake. We are not. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's move on to co-host General Thomas. You're next.
Yeah, good morning from Melbourne, Australia. I salute my host, Rudolph, and our visitors. Thank you for coming. And the comment section, like, share, and subscribe. To our guests, my belief before the election is that the winner, the person that won, is going to win the election. All my predictions were very hinted. I predicted about the court case as well. That anybody going to court now, they are just going there in vain. It has come to be that. So some people that are still going to Supreme Court now, there's nothing going to happen. I'm more focused on the governance. My question to you guys is that what do you think about the administration of today? Thank you.
Okay, Alaro, you can take it, and then you can weigh in too.
Okay, I'm going to assume when you talk about today's administration, you're talking about the president-elect. Is that right?
Yes, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. What do you think about his governance? Thank you.
You called his name as Ahmed Bola Tinubu. That's, there's a big question mark on that. As of yesterday, he changed his profile online, and he changed a lot of information, which have been updated by Adin Adekunle and Ahmed, and trying to quantify and rectify his fake personality. How to even start to say I want to judge a government that shouldn't be in existence is quite interesting, and this is why education matters, and people should know where their rights are. We assume that the Nigerian electorate know the rights. Like you said, these things are in place. They're not in place. I was surprised to find out these things are not in place. Like my older brother said earlier on, that we have the assumption that all these things are in place already. No, they're not. COPDEM was formed immediately after February 25th. It's not something that started last month. And actions have been taken on every step of the way. Plans have been made before the judiciary. What do? We've been doing a lot of things. And now we've been structured across the 36 states, maybe 37, since now that they're saying 25% doesn't matter. Assuming we have 37 states.
With due respect,
your question is the performance of the selected administration. Their performance is none and void. They have by no means affected anybody's life positively. You took $800 million in loan. You took away subsidy without implementing any form of fallback for the people. You're giving 8,000 naira to people that does anybody on this platform know anybody personally that said the 8,000 was sent to my account? You created student loans Does anybody know anybody that's gotten a single student loan? You're talking about giving student loan to a state where there's no employment. We're creating educated people with no jobs to go to. So this government in place, sir, with general, with all due respect, is non-existent. Everybody sitting on this panel that's from diaspora, I always say, diasporans are the sacrificial lambs of those we left behind. The government of Nigeria today is all of you in diaspora. That is the resources those you left behind have. There's no government in Nigeria. That's my option. And that's why COPDEM will structurize the people to make sure we can implement change by having the people's electorate uniform. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Dan. Dan, you're next.
Yeah, greetings to everybody and welcome, gentlemen. I'm really very happy to meet you guys, and I've been opportune to read about you guys and what you stand for. I'm so optimistic that someday the foundation of Nigeria will be brought down and a new foundation will be built, which I know you guys are building. All what I want to say is that, or my question is very easy. Is like, I think somebody asked that question before. I think he said the brother with the green cap, you know. He said the green shirt. He said, I hope you guys are here to stay. It's not going to just be before we know again, you people fade off and we find ourselves in the same situation. Because for me, I don't know your opinion. I'd like you guys to give me opinion. For me, I have believed that the only solution to Nigeria, they say a house that is built on a bad foundation, if you don't break it down and rebuild it, it will fall down one day and kill people living inside. And we have called for revolution in Nigeria because the system we have at this moment is not giving us a breathing space. The system is so strong that you cannot do anything to bring it down. They asked us to go to election, we went, we all know what happened. So my question is, how are we going to really redeem Nigeria? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let me put a few words on the question before I get to this. You know, when you look at why do you assess a government, some people will tell you that it's too early. Oh, they just came in. But it is said that the hen that will not do well starts by laying eggs on the roadside. Once the hen starts that, you know. And so you have a country that is fumbling under heavy debt burden. And the government continues increasing the cost of oil. And so you have a government that does not have any sense of urgency of the problem Nigerians are going through on a daily basis. As the last count, you have 48 ministers, the highest we've ever had since 1999, when we had the lowest, the most difficult time. We're increasing the number of ministers, and governors are increasing field assistants and all kinds of things, appointing. And then you look at this, well, you know, the shock Nigerians receive from 165, 180 to 5 to 600 and something per liter. The economy of this country revolves around how much Nigerians buy petrol when they walk into the gas station. And we're all living it right now. When you talk about this, so some people will tell you that Atiku said he will remove subsidy. People will say he will remove subsidy. So what are you complaining about? But there's a lot to complain about. Why do we not want subsidy? Is it because of the word subsidy? It cannot be, because practically every nation on earth subsidizes one thing or the other for its people to make life easier for the people. So the problem is not with the word subsidy. The problem is not with the fact that it is petrol. The problem is with the amount, the cost we are paying for the subsidy. That is the problem. That's why we're complaining. And that's why our foreign reserves are depleted. It is the cost of the subsidy, not the word, not the concept of subsidizing an item for the populace. What makes up a significant portion of that cost? Stealing. This is not new. They did the probe. We knew when they did the probe. under beginning part of Buhari, the subsidy probes. We all saw the results. So if you take off, and that's what Peter Obi said, and I love. If you take off, first of all, first this criminality, take it off. And so let's assume you have a trillion naira per month, and you take off 500 billion. The cost automatically drops to 500 billion. It is possible that we may not have as much, not least, but naturally, we will not have as much problem with 500 billion as we will have with 1 trillion. So when you go and do this, jump in and do this without doing the other side, you are punishing us for the crimes of a few that you have no courage to tackle. And so every Nigerian pays the price. That's what we are doing. And you say palliative, you listen to the news. A local government chairman says, oh, everybody should gather at a particular place. We have received 8,000 bags of rice. A local government chairman, 8,000 or 800 bags of rice or something. And Nigerians gather, and that tells you how rough things are. People actually, because ordinarily, if you do a calculation in your head, 8,000 bags of rice, how many persons are coming here, are available in the local government? What is the population like? But people will see throng to the venue to get a custard bucket of rice or something. That tells you how rough things are in this country. And you say, oh, we are giving to homes, the poor. Who are these poor? We have the social register you said inherited from Buhari is being discarded. Oh, yeah, the governors will do. Who are these poor? It's like the money thing that the first VP of Sibanjo did, going to market to give people 10,000 naira. How do you ever account for those things? You give people cash, 10,000. How many did you give? How do you account for those things? And so many of these things are not, if you need to be here, walk out in the street and talk to people. I see the pains Nigerians are going through. And the look, you look at the person's eyes and you see a total hopelessness. The person doesn't see tomorrow as a day that he has the capacity to be better. So it's bad. And talk of revolution. Yes. Revolution means a lot of things, a lot to different people. Let me give you an idea of what I don't want us, what I normally tell us. Let's not succumb to this. In the early 80s, there was a time before the current flow of immigration, there was a time that Nigerians were also checking out, 84, checking out and other, and checking out and stuff. Somebody will finish secondary school, and you see him after 1 year and say, those days when they had austerity teachers, I think it was before that time, and auxiliary teachers. And so you tell the guy, you say, what are you doing now, my dear? Oh, you finished, you wrote your YA. Yes, you got a good result, wonderful. What are you doing? He says, I'm planning to travel abroad. So at a point, planning to travel abroad became a vocation of his own. Because this young man is planning to travel abroad. 5 years later, his mates have graduated JAM, gone to university, graduated. He is planning. And why did he not write JAM? He did not write JAM because he believed he was planning to travel abroad. So writing JAM would be a waste of time. What if he travels abroad 1 year after writing JAM? So he doesn't write JAM. He doesn't get a job because he has this idea in his head that he is planning to travel abroad. It became a job of his own. We can make the mistake of we are waiting for a revolution and we will not do anything to get this country back because we are waiting for a revolution. And so you say to somebody, go and vote. He says, I'm not voting, we're going to have a revolution.
All right.
Thank you. So I think we should do what we should do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we're going to Pansat next.
Thank you very much. And welcome to Dr. Rudolph Shaw, Dr. Nze, and of course, one of our own already, Alaro of Nigeria here. Since I was here listening, what I was struggling to do was to find euphemisms for what I'm going to talk about. Mild, something that's agreeable and acceptable, But because it's religious in nature, I can only go so far. So I'm still going to try. I believe that the problem we have in the country, Mr. Alaro, I believe you know this because I was looking at your eyes. If you're going to wink when you're saying there'll be no violence, so we could get it. The violence depends on the other side. Somebody like Showore is non-violent. He goes to court or he tries to protest, and then he's engaged in violence because he's been attacked by the government. That's a Shia movement in Kaduna, Zaria. They total now about 3 million people in that organization. They're Shia. They're Muslims, but they're Shia. They have the Sunni as their nemesis, right? Now, that organization is largely made out of youths. Due to all the suffering in the land, government not delivering, they tried to follow a charismatic leader there called El Zazaki. But what most Nigerians saw, they know, because they saw it happen. It's the brutality by which those people are being treated by the government. Now, these are Muslims, but the Sunni Muslims in Nigerian government have been going after that group, massacring them, burying them in mass graves, right? Without anybody helping them, caring about them. Now, I'm saying that to say that on the date that your organization is preparing for, such as the day the Supreme Court comes back with that verdict, you know it's going to, we already, 90-something%, we know that they're not going to do the right thing. You don't expect them to do the right thing. They spent a lot of money and resources and lives to capture the Nigerian state, where now they have the presidency, vice presidency, speaker, chief of army staff, police, all the parastatals, whatever it takes. They've captured Nigeria because we cannot talk about religion. We have a Sunni Islamic problem in the country. It's terrorism. INEC is a terrorist organization. Get used to that. It's true. I don't like to say that, but it's true. So normally, how you going to know when you've been attacked by terror? It's the face of the culprit, like Mahmoud. When he did it, it's like, what are you going to do about it? He came by 2 or 3 in the morning, rigged the election, turned off beavers. Beavers that's been used in other elections, and they performed perfectly. And then simultaneously, the Senate and other elections simultaneously, he turns it off. So we'll go to appellate court. The court's been captured by Islamic terrorism. Chief Justice Onagin was the real Chief Justice, the last real Chief Justice we had. It requires 2/3 of the Senate to remove him, but they just removed him by terror and put in the palm wine tapping one that was a Sharia Chief Justice. He didn't last long. Now they put in this Yoruba Chief Justice now that wears a cap. So what are you going to do? You saw what that appellate level court, the tribunal, did. They insulted our learned jurists, lawyers in court. They just insulted them in front of all of us. These are gentle people. They're not violent. They've won a lot of cases in the past. They were treated with disrespect, right? So I know I'm going on and on. I'm trying to frame it for you to say it may be taboo to say nonviolent, but we have to take our country back. We see it going on right now. People, it's unfortunate. We don't ask for this. You can't. You go to Israel. You have Hamas scale the fence, take trouble over there to Israel. I'm not saying Israel has been a good actor as far as a state, the way they're supposed to be responsible and try to be fair. They have not been fair.
Pastor, can you leave that part? We are going to talk about it next. So let's focus.
Okay.
Let's just finish up with this.
Doctor, please let me
Okay.
go. I will come back later in the night.
All right.
So to cap it off, what I'm saying in essence is that if you go and you look at FFK's tweets in the last 24 hours, I really recommend that if you have time, go and look at his tweets. This guy is courageous. I predict it's not going to last long because now he's actually hitting that hornet's nest, right? So we have a Sunni Islamic terrorism problem. They've captured our country from executive, and they're doing it by rigging elections. They're not doing, if they win fairly, fine. That's what Nigerians choose to do. But you cannot rig elections, turn off that beavers, capture the courts, treat us the way you're doing, killing our people, taking vans, go to secondary schools such as Chibok and others, and many others since then. Pack 300 girls, leave. The security agencies cannot account for how you're going to be able to pack 300 girls. Go to Kaduna in Zaria, slaughter Shiite Muslims, a minority group. It's not more than 3 million people. You kill them every day, right? You go to Southern Kaduna, and you do the same thing with Christians. You go to Tiv and Benue. The governor is barely making it home every day. You take the farms. You go to Southeast. You capture our civil rights activists. You go to Showere. You capture Showere. You restrict him to a city. It's a lot of provocations. So I believe that with all these groups now, including yours, sir, Mr. Alaro and Mr. Nze, Dr. Nze, on that day, our last hope should be with this Supreme Court. If they disrespect us, they'll be shredding the Constitution. And I don't have any questions for you because I'm for you. I'm not for peaceful march. I'm really not for protest. I believe that we need a war in the country. Period. It's not Islam versus Christianity, but it's Muslims against Christians in Nigeria. I don't think they will be conquered, right? It's not a tenet. It's not a religious tenet thing, but if the Supreme Court fails to do the right thing, follow that Constitution, we should go to war, not protest, not march, not peaceful protest. It's provocation, and it's time to settle it. Okay, let's give them what they want. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Is it okay, my brother, Dr. Eze, if I step in?
Okay, go ahead. Oh, okay, Eze,
Okay.
yeah.
So, I hear you, and it's nice to see you again, my dear brother Panskat. And like Dr. Eze said, COPDEM is not Alaro of Nigeria or Dr. Eze. After the 25th, you guys have not seen me for a while. I got informed about COPDEM, and I've been working with them, and honestly, I wasn't sure what it was. But what intrigued me about COPDEM, and you guys will be shocked, is the massive amount of young minds involved in this group. I met a young man that graduated in 2009, an engineer. He has never worked before in Nigeria, has never had an occupation, and did his thesis on wireless charging. Imagine 2009, somebody graduated, did his thesis on wireless charging in Nigeria. So you know the waste we are wasting, how people are wasting in this country. You talked about religion. Every single Nigerian, regardless of religion, regardless of tribe, is suffering mercilessly in this country. Let's be realistic. How people are surviving, sometimes I don't even know. It's the choice of the people, like you said. COPDEM is not COPDEM is a structured organization that has finally captured that political strength, and we can push it any which way, in a positive way, to implement change. When Nigerians, if they decide to go on the street for whatever reason, Nobody can stop them. It's not your choice. It's not my choice. If they decide to go out tomorrow, they go out tomorrow. But what happens? Let's assume everybody's assuming negative happens. How do we react? Positive happens. How do you enhance those opportunities? They come out tomorrow and rule in Peter Obi's favor. Everybody now goes home and sit down. How do you keep him questioned to make sure he actually performs? How do you make sure throughout every level of governance, the right people are there to keep those views he has implemented in Nigeria? COPDEM has thought beyond that. How do you have a structure in place to make sure this time around is different? And so I am following these young minds. The view of COPDEM is this. I'm just opportuned to learn from them. And there's a massive thing going on in this group. You guys will be shocked, but the future will serve us all well, and we'll see what this organization will implement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Dr. Rudolph. Let me just keep this in. Let's be careful of falling into this trap of Muslim-Christian war. I think is a trap we need to guard against individually. All the Muslims in this country, I'm not aware that they have ever voted for one candidate, and neither have all the Christians in this country ever voted for one candidate. And the Muslim does not walk into a gas station, filling station today and buy fuel at 120. They say, "Oh, what's your religion?" I say, "I'm a Muslim." And they say, "Okay, oh, mama, pay me 200 naira a liter." It doesn't happen. The same conditions, the same atrocious conditions are afflicting Nigerians, no matter the ethnic group they belong to, no matter the religion, the God they say they worship. So I think we should focus on when you say Muslim, Christian, who is even doing the part? Because you have brothers who are Muslims. If you're a Christian, you probably have somebody in your village who is a Muslim. And if you go to, as I know, the Yorubas, which is one of the things I admire most about southwestern Nigeria, the ability to have a family where somebody worships the Ifa, and somebody is a Christian, somebody is a Muslim in the same family, brothers. So are they going to take knives and start butchering themselves in their family because somebody goes to church and somebody goes to a mosque and one goes to the Ifa shrine? I don't think it's going to happen. Let's focus on getting this our country well, and it's doable. I think one of the reasons why we talk about fighting, talking about violence, is that we believe that there's no other way. There's another way. Let's give it a shot. And that's what COPDEM is doing. Let's give it a shot. Let's awaken the consciousness of our people. Let them know what is right and what is wrong, first of all, regarding governance, regarding democracy. And then let's see where it takes us. If Nigerians, remember, COPDEM is not Nigeria. If Nigerians do whatever, that is really that. But COPDEM, because we are discussing COPDEM here, COPDEM is not going to call on anybody to go and kill anybody or go and burn anybody's house. That's not what COPDEM is. I think we need to keep that on the front burner. We will achieve our aims, and we're not going to slit anybody's throat to achieve it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. In general, I don't need to say this again, but it looks like each time Pansat opens his mouth on the platform, we have to put a caveat and we have to say that the platform does not support violence, and it makes no sense. Pansat is just airing a view. I don't know why he decides to do that every time, because Pansat is not in charge of the churches. He doesn't talk to church people. He's not part of any group that is planning to fight. I don't even know. It doesn't make sense to say war are not declared. It's not. I don't know why people pay attention. But Pansat, I've had something.
Well, I think it's where he feels.
Hold on, Pansat. I've said you should call me. I need to talk to you in private. I don't want to go editorial with some of the viewpoints. But we need to talk in private. But of course, we on this platform, we are not encouraging any kind of violence or activities.
I agree. Could I respond to that briefly?
No. Unless you are pulling that, taking it back. But I've said this before. I don't think
let me respond to that briefly. To be fair, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. That's your opinion, Rudolph, right? You've been a journalist. You've been in Sahara Reporters. You got a show here. You got a platform. Then solve it, right? You still got time between now and when that Supreme Court comes, right? That admonishment you're giving me.
Well, I didn't do anything. I'm just saying.
I'm not fighting you. Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. For the purpose of those watching at home and those who follow this platform, we don't, of course, support violence. We don't preach that. And we are helpless, other than putting Pansat out and don't allow him to come in here to speak. We think he doesn't know, he knows what the right thing. He just plays around. I don't think Pansat has any police, anything to go and fight any.
Please, please don't think that. But let me just round up. I know you got a show here to do, and after this, then I'm gonna exit, and then you do your show. You've been doing your show for a long time, and of course, you do a lot of good job. I'm not blaming you. Okay, your naivete and all that fancy talk. I told you I was practicing how to use euphemisms here with you and get along. But look, we get a lot of people getting killed back home, right? In Nigeria. I'm aware of what's going on. I abhor violence. But at certain points, unfortunately, it's like I hate death. You have to talk about those kind of things. But war is not as bad as what you make it out to be. I'm against marching, peaceful march, right? You are for that. You and I are different. You and I are not the same thing. Unfortunately, they put us in a situation, just like once in a while a country comes of that age. You have that in Israel right now. Do you think those people like violence? They don't. Both sides, right? So, or Ukraine. But they've put us in a situation. We have a constitution, shambolic as it is, and we've all been working with it. But Rudolph, they made a fool out of all of us, where they're kidnapping girls from secondary schools, killing people in Benue, in Southeast, in Zaria, like I said, South Kaduna. And it's crazy. There's inflation coming off everybody's ears, right? These people are corrupt. The religion itself is corrupt, okay? I said earlier, maybe you weren't listening to me. This is not a case of Islam versus Christianity. No. It's particularly limited to a case of Muslims, Sunni Muslims versus Christians. Some of them, so it's not a tenet thing, but you cannot be in denial. And, Nigeria is a country of goons. Instead of me admonishing you for having been given the platform to solve these civil issues, and you failed woefully, right? Your profession, the journalists, right? 90-something% of them are corrupt. The politicians are corrupt, right? All the non-violent people are corrupt, and they leading to a lot of infant mortality. That's violence, right? The average lifespan of a Nigerian, the youth, unemployment, education. How many people have our kids in school? So we're supposed to keep going on, and we spend $400 billion on BVAS machine technology, and you just turn it off. You won't show the results.
So, Pansa, did you see how you moved away from what we're talking about and moved back to all the old things you always talk about? Can't we concentrate on one thing? We're saying that this platform is not does not promote violence. We don't even support the kind of statements we make. We are trying to manage you. We're trying to see how we can, without really saying, "Don't come here," because we believe in engaging people.
Why wouldn't I come here? What did I do? Have your say.
Okay, let me say it this way, Pansat. You want me to do this? Let me say it this way. Pansat, what you're doing is that you're taking a risk, not for yourself, not even at your own risk. You are trying to do something that may lead to the blocking of this platform. That's what you're doing, and you don't know that. And I wanted
to told me that. No, I don't want
to talk to you in private. You don't know. I'm sure you don't know.
Okay.
I don't think that's what you're doing.
Okay. All right. Very well.
I'm saying, but I don't want to come out publicly and I begged you, give me your number. Let's talk. I want to talk to you because I know you don't know what's going on.
I understand. I think I understand. All right, no problem.
right.
That kind of conversation, that's a minor thing we could handle privately.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay,
asking.
fine. The first day I came here, I told you,
I gave you
it's
my
better that
number.
we solve it upon.
Call me Pansat. Don't be
I
afraid.
will. Thank you very much, everybody on the panel.
All right.
You.
Thank you. Ovie, you're next.
Let me skip Dr. Dameji because he don't go bring in town and come provoke me. I'm provoked too for two reasons. One, because Alero here refused to eat the breakfast that have been served by APC and INEC. He's keeping it for 2027. Hopefully, we should be delicious by 2027. And Dr. Ize, thank you for thank you for showing up. That's and that bring my second anger. I'm hungry. Just I'll put my question in that regard. Just know that I'm hungry. Not, I'm happily hungry with you, Doctor, because you are one of the unique ones among us. The brief I read by your biography as a student union leader in Nsuka, and at a time in our history that is very pivotal, which was 1995, where Abacha was still in charge, terror everywhere. The hope of what we are enjoying today is not even in sight. That's when your leadership argument starts. And you did very well up till you also bring that your special talent to the Rotary International Club of Nigeria, where you pretty much revolutionized the leadership in that sector, where you led that club to top the world among about 529 countries. Nigeria come on top under your leadership. So you are special. And I also read about the article that you wrote about affirmative action, gender equality, and other way we are trying to make a case for the Nigerian woman in the political space. So you are special. Yeah, you are special among us. But at the same time, I also read a book called Toxic Charity by Robert Lumpton. In that book, it described 5 stages of toxic charity. He said, give once, you elicit appreciation. Give twice and you create anticipation. Give 3 times and you create expectation. Give 4 times and you become entitlement. Give 5 times and you establish dependency. And that's where COPDEM comes into place, because it's an NGO, as you rightly said. I'm proud of it. It's something to be proud of. It's an NGO. I see a deliberate attempt to coerce Nigerians as much as they can to dependence on government. You see, an indirectly creating an hunger society. I just want to know, why do we so much believe in foreign handouts for we to get our acts right? As somebody who has exemplified leadership, and one of the major problems in Nigeria is leadership. But the direction you are taking is as if we can't do it on our own until we look outside. That's where my question lies. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, and that's where my anger lies too, as I said. Because under your, if I go on the website of your COPDEM, the 3rd paragraph there says that COPDEM operates as an independent political action group. Herein defines an organization that pools human resources and campaign contribution from members to campaign for and against candidates, ballot initiative and legislation. Go ahead to say that the legal time political action committee, that's PAC, which was created in pursuit of campaign finance reform in the United States, but democracies of other countries use different times to unite the campaign spending and spending on political competition for the purpose of influencing the election. And 99% of your funding come from abroad as an NGO. So, I mean, this is all over again, if I'm not mistaken, period to 1960.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ovie.
No, sorry, can I take that before we move on?
Go ahead.
Yeah, 99% of COPDEM funding does not come from abroad. Members of COPDEM actually pay dues. Unlike what happens in this country, members of COPDEM pay dues. COPDEM is not dependent on any foreign anything for its funding. It's funded by its members. It said that in Nigeria, it's tough to get people actually belong to something and pay the dues. Members of COPDEM pay dues. The ESCOs, the members, the trustees pay this. There is no connection to any external fund from any agency, from any government, or anything. And I say that without any fear of being contradicted by anybody. No foreign organization, no foreign government, no foreign agency, no foreign anything by whatever name called funds COPDEM. We pay dues and we have evidence of that. We are not depending on any external party. If we are depending on any external party, we will not be here. If you follow the conversation, all we talked about is to galvanize Nigerians. We keep saying it. When I even disagreed with the thought that Nigerians are aware, I said Nigerians are not aware, as much aware as we think. And I gave an example that when you go to a polling unit to vote and sit and listen to conversations, we are not really aware. We think that as far as it's not a military government, it's a democracy. And we said that what COPDEM would do is to awaken us. What do COPDEM need to awaken us? To elect the right people. Because it is the right people that will hold the key to how far we can go as a country. Nothing else. As far as we keep putting people who will not do anything to better our lot in positions, we will continue to complain. We are not a political party. You can't see anybody going to contest election in Nigeria and says he's representing COPDEM. No. Like you just read, we said to campaign against or campaign for candidates as a pack. So that we're going to look at a line of candidates and say, based on these indices, which are credible measures of performance, that this person is likely the best shot, and we support that person. Believing that when that person gets in, that the Nigerian populace will benefit. We're not funded by external government or external party of any type. It's a Nigerian thing, and we are Nigerians, and we don't have non-Nigerians as members. And we will not open to non-Nigerians to join us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Appreciate that.
All right, Righteous Man, you're next. Righteous Man, you have to unmute yourself, please. So the reason why, one of the reasons why we have COPDEM here is for those who are trying to do something. I want to make sure that people know that there are people who are already doing something. So one of the things you could do is to join them, or if you want to start your own, whatever group, you start your own. But there are people who are already doing things and they have set up structures in place. And it's just an example for other people. Go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah, good evening to the panelists. Good evening from here, the city of Lagos. It's about raining right now. I have questions to ask.
Can we make
Number
it
one is, yeah, just give me time. Do you want me to spend 1 minute?
Okay, but whenever you come with questions. We want to, because we want to get to the other topic we want to discuss. Okay. It's not just...
you see, I'm a student. When you bring people in, I listen to them, then I ask them questions. That's
but
you want me to contribute.
Other people, we are running out. We've done 2 hours. Remember, they are our guests, and we agreed on.
Pastor spend more than 35 minutes here.
Do you want to be like Pansat?
No, that's why I say give me time.
Good,
you want me to spend 1 minute or 2 minutes?
I'm happy you don't want to be like him. Okay, we're wasting more time. Go ahead.
So how many minutes?
No, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, good. And that would be applicable to others too.
Yes.
So okay. Number one, is the organization existing in Nigeria or in the diaspora? That's number one. Number two, in your own calculation, based on the works you have done so far, How long do you think it will take to bet a new Nigeria?
Very good question.
Number three, what are your expectations from Nigerians in diaspora in their political participation? Then, number four, the organization COPDEM, will it later transform into a political party or a replacement of obedient movement? Then,
all right. No, please.
It's not up to one. It's not up to 2 minutes now.
No, it's not. That's
it's
not
up to 2 minutes.
All right, let's start removing people now. Go ahead, please. Can Nze and Alaro, can you answer the questions? We can do this. Go ahead.
Let me go and give some people some space, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, Nze, go ahead. Answer the questions. Anyone you can, but let's make it quick.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. First of all, COPDEM exists in Nigeria. That answers the first question. COPDEM is a Nigerian organization by Nigerians existing in Nigeria. We've not had any foreign anything yet, like branch or something. We are in Nigeria. Second, how long do I think that it will take to bet new Nigeria? This is something that is definitely tough to put a timeline on. Sometimes I had the opinion that if you have a government with its head set right for 16 years, that the journey will start. Have a government that knows what it's about for 16 years. So let's say two terms of 8 years each. Then by that time, Nigerians should that shift in behavior. Because we're talking about shift in behavior for Nigeria. It's not something you do tomorrow. A country of 200 million people, different educational levels, different orientations, different upbringing. It's not magic. It's not work in the park at all. And I wouldn't want anybody to make the mistake of thinking that there's a magic wand that anybody is waving here in the name of COPDEM or any other organization. We don't have any magic wand. It's going to take this country time to pull itself up. But the point that I don't want us to lose sight of is that to start to even have any hope of achieving that desire and goal, we must start. Without starting, we're not going anywhere. That's what I would say on that from my own. Then on whether COPDEM will transform to a political party. COPDEM is a political action group. Our objectives are clear. Our goals are clear. Our vision is clear. There's no way in any of our documentation that you see. We have a vision, and that vision is to see a peaceful Nigeria. There's no vision where we say to see a future where COPDEM is a political party. We're a political action group, and our desire is to serve this country, to foster and promote and protect democracy, which is what we have all agreed and accepted that we'll practice, and that's how our lives will be run by those who elect to lead us. I know there's one question I didn't get, but I think I've taken 3 already. Alaro can take the.
Okay, Alaro, when you answer, there's a question on the comment section about. I think you've discussed that before, but maybe you can. The Kulaka wasn't there. In terms of what's the relationship with P2B, is P2B going to be, is it going to eventually default and support P2B for the election? Whatever the connection. I know you had someone addressed it before, but go ahead.
Yeah. Let me put it this way: anything PO, any platform PO goes on, obviously, COPDEM believes in good governance, so that's a no-brainer. We will massively make sure his achievements or any political future he has is implemented in Nigeria. And like Dr. Nze already said, we are on ground, especially in Lagos where Righteous Man is. Through every ward, to every local government, we are there. It's about putting the right people in the right place to implement change. There's no magic. You need the right people there. Dr. Damaji said earlier, the people that rode the bandwagon on LP, because we all voted LP down the line, where are they? Those are the checks and balances. It's not about the party. It's about the people. So when you say, how long will it take? every election that's happening. As from today, we are there to make sure we make an impact. The right person. You yourself, you can join any party you want if you have the right ideas and you are competent, and we can verify who you are and your history. Then we are behind you. And like Ovie always said, it's about the grassroots. And this is the significance of COPDEM. Dr. Inze said every single member contributes. So it's not just we are seeing that people are taking their hard-earned money and themselves with the ideas and contributing financially and mentally. That's COPDEM. So we're not here to joke. We're here to make a difference in generations to come. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to KJ. KJ, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you to Dr. Nze and the Alero of Nigeria. Thank you so much for all you're doing. I appreciate you guys. And I've listened very keenly since you guys started the program. And I don't know. You see, for me, I have seen more than 52 years in Nigeria. And, the ideas that seem to be coming across to me this morning seems to be like the ideas that have come up across to me since 52 years ago. And I have seen many come and many gone. In fact, the last experiment that I was part of was the one that came in and they even purported to have passed a bill in the assembly saying the young shall run, the young will run. And you all know how it ended, Before you know it, they are now the mouthpiece of government, except for the last election. It became a government thing, They were even more advocating for government position than some of the NGOs that were in Nigeria. So my question there be, because if you allow me to say my mind, I don't think the contraction called Nigeria has any more breath in it, because the young men and the young, you see, I'm serious. People like us were die hard. I mean, that's the reason why I never even left. Okay, we said it's gonna work. We pushed everything. Okay, we went to every length and breadth just to make sure that people are patriotic and that message was sent. And we kept pushing at it until it became almost impossible to do anything. So my question be to you, are you guys going to also go the ways of our forefathers that I've just mentioned? Because all these movements have been there. Before you know it, if you are becoming very strong, a term will be found to be called you people. You may probably become the second obedient movement, or if there are more Igbos in the group, it becomes IPOB. How are you going to be able to wade through all that? I want to tell you IPOB, the next thing they're looking for is how to give you a bad name, not to hang you. Okay, and that's the fear that I, as an Igbo person in Nigeria, fear the most. Okay, thank you so much. But I applaud you guys, and I'm sure that I will not allow my contribution not to come to you as soon as I see what you guys are doing. Thank you, sir.
Oh, go ahead, Nze. You can take on that, or Nze, can you unmute yourself?
I didn't. Thank you. I didn't get the first part. I have done that already.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't get the first part. Okay, I didn't get the first part, and I stepped out a bit. But for the second part on whether the fears are valid, but we can't allow ourselves to be hobbled by fear that if we succeed, this may happen. Somebody may tag us this or tag us that. If we do that, we never get off our seats. We'll just lie down on our beds and do absolutely nothing. So what we are actually asking is trust, but it's not trust that we're saying, look, give us trust. We're going to earn it. We're going to earn every bit of trust we get from Nigerians. They're going to see that there's a roadmap. There's something different. Because, like you said, you didn't leave. I'm here. Many are here. And in terms of whether Igbo this, Igbo that, Femi Alaro is not an Igbo person. And two of us are in this conversation already. So it's not an ethnic thing. So, I mean, people can make insinuations as they deem fit. People can say things to throw you off balance. People can, out of mischief, drop things on your head. What determines how far you go? When you set your foot, when you lay your hand on that plot to bring change, you don't expect that there will be no resistance. There will be. There will be accusations, there will be all kinds of things. But what determines how far you go is your resilience and your belief in what you have set out to achieve. So if you know it is there, you're looking at it, you march straight on and get what you want. All those who have done great things didn't do them because there were no opposition and there was no resistance. That's it. And that's what COPDEM is. We will get there. There will be all those you are saying. There will be all kinds of, they are Igbo people, they are P2B, they are Christians. But like I just told you, here is Femi. Femi is not Igbo by any stretch of the imagination. So that's not, it won't deter us, we'll get to where we're doing. The other part of the question I didn't get, I'm sure Alaro will take that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So basically, like you said, and I think you already got most of it anyway, and you've seen it all happen, like you said, and the difference. I told you, I said right after the elections on the 25th, I got a call and I found out about COPDEM. And so what's the difference? Why COPDEM? There are a lot of groups, there have been things like you said personally. The amount of young, brilliant minds that are involved, you'll be shocked. Those young people that this country let down, that's COPDEM. Take it to the bank. They're not Christian or Muslim. They are Nigerians that have been deprived, even though capable. And they've achieved anything you can say you want to achieve in the nation, to be able to be self-sufficient in a society that offers just even the basic amenities. I told you of a young engineer that did this thesis in 2009 in Nigeria on wireless charging. Go and do the research on when we get live wireless charging. Those are the talents that are wasting. And let's talk about people that have japa that are gone. Those that didn't have the opportunity that are there. I've been opportune to meet thousands of brilliant minds that have decided we are going to organize and make a difference in the political structure of Nigeria. This is COPDEM. You yourself, you said 52 years. Me, myself, I know how old I am. I'm just a part of something great. We have young talents that are involved in this group. They will galvanize this movement and make sure the least amongst us never rules us again, by holding people responsible, making sure the right people get elected. And when they get elected, they are responsible to their constituents. Thank you.
Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, you next.
Good morning, Dr. Rudy, and thank you, fellow panelists, for being here. I don't think mine is such a question, but after my talk, you can correct yourself. It's a long walk to freedom because of the way you guys have started this with your language. If your aim is to empower and to the Nigerian youth to change the political situation, you should not start it with having one party in mind, because you are seizing or indirectly you are influencing their vote already. If you say Nigerians are not well informed, which I strongly disagree, Nigerians are well informed. So it's become another opportunity to change their direction. Like Dr. Eze said that the police that is giving an example that Nigerians are not well informed, that the IG said that the police should not be opening their phone, that they should know their right. But you yourself, you said again that there's a young lady in Lagos that was arrested because she complained or she put online that the toothpaste or whatever she used, and it was ordered by the IG of police from his office, and he was arrested and taken to Abuja. So that is not question that she doesn't, or they don't know their right. It's the abuse of power in the system. It's about any man or any woman that resume any office become the god of the society. And doesn't mean that Nigerians do not know. The only thing that how can they have a voice that speak to them, speak to their issue without any political party influence them, rather that a good Nigerian believe that all men are born equal and everyone have the God right to exercise their right to vote to whosoever they want to vote and to move freely on the street without the fear or brutality from the very people that are supposed to protect them. That is the issue here. So I will advise you guys strongly, detach yourself from any political party, because that is already a thing. And I'm not saying you individually you have a right to endorse anybody, but if you use the umbrella where you operate that this is the person we are endorsing, this is the person we are endorsing, then that it may not go too far with you, because if your objective is to empower Nigeria, is to inform Nigeria, you have a basic human right, this is what the laws say, then you create office that even when they were, even for any reason, if anyone is arrested, you guys can go for their rescue based on taking their basic human right from them. Thank you.
Let me correct something. When I talked about the police and the searching phone, it wasn't on the basis of the fact that the young people don't know. I was actually using that as an example of the abuse, because a lot of the people know that the police have no right to stop them on the road and say, bring your phone, and start flipping through it. It's an abuse. It's part of the brutality we'll talk about. And then the person gets threatened to, I'll shoot you, nothing will happen, I'll lock you up, and all kinds of things go on. It's an abuse. Not that many of them know already. Many of them are internet savvy, they already know. But when you're standing before 4 armed policemen and you are alone in your corner, what are you going to do? Are you going to start saying, I know my right? So when they look at it and check their options, they probably think, okay, he looks at my phone, I don't think he'll find anything, and I'd rather not get shot. Or they see the phone and they go and take him somewhere and extract his money. It's part of the in this country, really.
Are you correcting me or you are correcting your own statement?
Whichever. The important thing is that this is what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, that's
you.
fine. Because I clearly heard you and I just want you to make it that statement. That's what I'm trying to say. All right.
Thank you very much.
And to address your point, which is not a question anyway, I think you've already addressed most of your fears, John Abba. And, I've known you a long time on this platform also. And by so doing, when you're not at the table, the people at the table will decide for you. You said it all. COPDEM is not a Labour Party supporter. It's not an APC supporter. It's not a PDP supporter. How many Nigerian political parties are there? Anybody, even from an unknown party, if that person has a verifiable history of being committed to governance that will benefit their constituencies all the way to the local level. And we as COPDEM see that, and we have our structure that will verify those things. Then we take the burden, the financial burden of your campaign away from you and make sure your voice is heard. You put the right people there and let them make a difference in their communities. from every local government all the way to the top. This is what is going on. So you already addressed the fears you have, and this is what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll join you guys again. Bye for now.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Tony and S.
Hello, hi. Hello, everybody. Okay, my question is, you have reiterated that your organization is non-violence, that you believe in dialogue. Is that correct? Am I correct in saying so? Okay. Now, given what we see now, especially with the APC, and what they do, and what we're seeing is they've got this propaganda machine that is, they have everywhere. You have people that are very educated, and they come and bend the narrative to suit their purpose. So what are you doing from the grassroots to change? Because you can have all these, your ideas are wonderful, they're very lofty. You can have all these lofty ideas, speak the most beautiful English, well put, and all that, and you do not start addressing this problem from the grassroots in order to tell the people the real thing. I was reading 2 days ago that apparently the APC have these paid radio brokers saying that Tinubu's certificate has been found. The certificate saga has been found to be false. That that article has no case. That is all about labor and all that in Hausa language. This is a problem we have, and here in diaspora we have a lot of. I'm sorry, I have to use that language. Idiots, educated idiots, both old and young and all that, spreading the same narrative, in the face of a glaring fraud, still defending it. So how do we move forward? So I think, so my question is, how are you working from the grassroots to actually emancipating people to start thinking differently, to know what the truth is, So not everybody has, like in Nigeria, not everybody has access to smartphones. So a lot of Nigerians back home may not be opportune to watch this program. So that's really that's my question today.
All right, thank you, Ton. Nze, you can take it, or Alaro, anyone.
Okay. We thank you very much for the question. The thing is that COPDEM is not just existing here. COPDEM has officers in states. COPDEM has officers in some states now up to the world. Remember that COPDEM started this year. And so that movement is on. We've had some world officers already in some parts of this country. COPDEM is expanding. COPDEM is growing. The consciousness is growing. People are joining. I remember what I said earlier. Members of COPDEM are paying dues to be part. And that tells you how strong the organization is. Because even political parties in Nigeria are not able to get their members to pay COP to be members. I don't know any political party in Nigeria where members pay dues. Pay one COP or shares bill with it. Don't pay anything. But members of COPDEM are actually paying dues to be part of the organization. And that tells you the level of consciousness and level of desire in each of those persons.
Okay, to be a member of COPDEM, are you required to pay dues, or is it voluntary?
Members of COPDEM pay dues. It's a voluntary year. Nobody forces you to join. We encourage people to join. But when you join, there's a bit.
Okay.
You understand?
One can donate as well to your organization, right?
Yes, our members donate. Members also donate to fund some of our activities. Yes,
please,
but there's a basic.
Okay, before you go, if you could let us know the process of donating to my company will be interested in throwing some money into that project.
Okay, I think that Alaro can give you that information later after this. But the point is that when you think of people who actually say, look, we are going to join this, a new organization, and they say, we're going to pay money to be part of it, That tells you the level of desire and consciousness already about that organization and the hope or the trust or the belief that they are different from the rest. Because parties don't pay over. It's not going to be an easy work. I mean, I said it before. We are not deceiving ourselves that there's one magic wave in the air and everything will boom, everything will be okay. No, it's going to be a tough work. It's going to be difficult. There will be blocks, there will be obstacles, but we will persist, we will show resilience, and we will get there. Because the why remains that we know that this is not a country we dream about. We know that for every Nigerian,
I personally feel that it's the biggest work is from the grassroots, and then
that's what
up
we're
there,
doing.
changing the people's
That's why we're
narrative.
having officers
Because
and the
there are a lot
watch.
of false, there are lots of narratives being driven by people that support Tinubu, surprisingly, and the corrupt APC party, So it's just to change, to let them know what the truth is and put the truth out to them, and it's left for them to make an informed decision. So nobody is putting a gun to their head. Any right-thinking human will see that these people do not wish well for Nigeria. And when you call them out, they start making claims. Like, for instance, people are saying that, yeah, your Labour Party and all that. These are all nonsense, in my own opinion. So yeah, thanks very much anyway for your time.
All right. Thank you, Ton. Let's go to Chim. We want to X0. I always worry. People are worried about you being at work and joining us. I
Yes,
know
yes.
that
That's why I want to just speak so I can run out. I was listening to the program.
just so we know, we can't give you back your job if anything happens to you, if they fire you. So just so you know.
Okay, let me fire one now. Let me just fire one, please.
Okay, quick.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to the guests today. I just wanted to know your opinion, the two guests. I wanted to know your opinion about the recent past election. What you think about OB's, or not even OB, but the certificate saga. And then two, your organization seems to be like a crowdfunding organization, because what you want to do is support candidates, credible candidates. And sometimes what you think is a credible candidate seems to have offended somebody else. Like, I remember when we were, I like Sowore, but he seemed to have a lot of enemies from some quarters, So how are you going to be able to determine who is a credible candidate? Thank you very much. Your opinion about the current CSU Chicago saga, and do you fight for justice, or you are just there for next election? Because this one has not yet finished. What's your take? Do you think they should continue fighting for this one or let it go? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Some of the issues he raised, I think he has addressed it. Dr. Nze addressed some of them at the beginning. So you can go to the ones, he can go back and watch this after when he ends from his job. We can address the rest of them, so that we can move on.
Thank you. On credible candidates, let me take that. Like you said, I mean, you are not infallible. I mean, we are not infallible in our opinions or in our beliefs. But the reality is that there are really indices you will use. If I come to them and say I want to be the governor of my state, serious-minded people who want to vote on the basis of getting the best, there are things they will do. What's my history? Where have I been? What have I done? What experience have I had? In places I've been, what did I do? If I say that I have a doctorate degree in Harvard, it's easy for somebody to find out what I had a doctorate degree in Harvard. It's very, very easy. You are not going to say, oh, it's a state he has PhD in Harvard, and then you go and vote for him, and later you say, oh, they didn't actually have PhD in Harvard. It's easy to know right from the get-go. And part of the things we are saying when you talk about electoral reforms, which is that, like I said at the beginning, it's easy for INEC to actually verify these things. It doesn't take anything to verify. Since these are qualifying criteria, it is incumbent on INEC to ensure that those are actually valid qualifying criteria. Because you said that qualifying criteria. So if I bring it, you can't put it in and say, I have brought it. It's up to me. No, it's not up to me. You are the person who knows what will qualify me to participate in this process. And I bring a paper and say, this is mine. It is incumbent on you to verify that paper I brought. I mean, when you want to go to look for a job, do they just take your paper and shove in the file and give you a letter of employment? They verify the things you brought for them. So if INEC on its own actually does this across, look at the number of forgery cases we have seen in electoral petition tribunals. Just look at the number of forgery cases. They forge this, they forge this, they forge this. You're not even talking about CSC, governorship, National Assembly. Forgery this, forgery. What kind of site is that? So if they had made any effort to verify some of these things, who would that be where we are? So the people already know that, of course, first of all, that what this person is bringing is authentic. First, what has he done? What has he done? What the thing is, it can't just be somebody who is a hawk, no hawk, and you come to campaign and become a dove, and people will listen to you. But they know you have been a hawk all your life. All you wanted is where war will happen. And then you suddenly come to campaign on peace. They will know you are a fraud. If they think about it, they know you are a fraud. So there are indices that can be used. They are not pitch perfect, all right, but they will go a long way. Apart from what we have now, where you vote for people because they belong to a political party, or because they are from your ethnic group or from your clan, and you say, okay, others have chopped, let our relation go and chop its own. That's what we do these days. And then when somebody is doing the wrong thing, and instead of calling him out, you say, well, is it the first one? The what aboutism in our political space is not certain. Is it the first one to do this? Okay, you are chasing him. Why was it him that you now want to arrest? What of the people who did it before him? No society grows under that condition. And we know it. Thank you.
All right, we are rounding up. The last question we go to Chim, and then we end this this section, and then we talk about Hamas and Israel. Go ahead, Chim.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So, Coalition for the Protection of Democracy. I'm trying to understand what your scope is. I wasn't here at the beginning, so please pardon me. I know as the last person, some of these things may have already been addressed. So I want to understand, when you say your Coalition for Protection of Democracy, there are a lot of things embedded under it. There's the rule of law, lawmaking. There is the electoral process, which we seem to have dwelt on to a large extent in terms of, you've mentioned right candidates and all that. I want to understand, what is your scope? Are you going to go into things like holding the legislature accountable for financial management in terms of budgeting, or is it just only about elections, how people get elected and the process and all that, or would you be going beyond that? I have a reason why I'm asking this question. Then the other thing is, you've spoken about it, but I want some more clarity. So in the past, we've had in civil society organizations, we've had the labor organization and we've had TUC. But we've also known that over the years, these institutions have literally been, diluted somehow. They are no longer as strong as they used to be. So some of our fault lines as a nation have crept into these institutions. So there's been religion, there's been ethnicity. We see that when the umbrella National Labor Organization is headed by, let's say, an Igbo man, then we'll find a Yoruba man will be the one heading TUC. And then if the one in TUC is aligning towards the government, they will accuse the one in the core labor of sabotaging and all those things. So my question is this: how do you intend to avoid these pitfalls? Right now, the caliber of personnel you have as your leadership may be towing the right line, but none of you is going to be there forever. So what are the processes you're putting in place to ensure that through that your membership drive, people who will come in, let's even say somebody comes in and the person has a myopic mindset, but coming in through your process will have a way of turning their mind to become people who would stand on righteousness and do what is right. And then lastly, you spoke about voting for the right people and all that. How exactly do you intend doing that? Because one of my beliefs, and I agree with you guys, that Nigerians are not aware. I've said it on this program that one of our major issues is that we think we have an enlightened populace. We don't have an enlightened populace. Many of the people in the grassroots are still where they ask us to press our finger. That's where we are going to press it. As against being able to individually say, you know what, based on what I understand of our society, this is where I think I need to go. APC, yes, may have a bad name today, but maybe tomorrow they will have a good candidate somewhere in a local government that I support. And I support that candidate. And if tomorrow Labour Party has, because people have ridden on the obedient movement to get to the National Assembly, and we know that they don't necessarily believe in what the so-called obedience believe. They just rode on that movement. So those are some of my, questions and concerns, and I hope you'll be able to address them. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. On the matter of what, we have a website, COPDEM.org. A lot of everything really want to know about us is there. While we are talking about election here, why it seems that we've paid more attention to elections in this conversation is that is actually the process that takes this person there. So that is the gate. The election is the gate. So if you want to be a gatekeeper, it is at the election that you start. You do not wait and look and start struggling to reform a bad egg who is already in the office. So you start from keeping watch at the gate. Some will pass through naturally. You are not, you don't have it all. But a lot of difference happens at the electoral stage. At the point where the voter leaves home to go to the polling unit, what is driving that decision to vote for this party or that party? Could be any party, like you said. I've said it, I'm not a member of the Labour Party, and I'm sure many people are not. So you find what drives the decision to press your thumb on this place for this person. It's very important. So once you get it right at the electoral stage, a lot of other things will fall into place because the consciousness starts from the election, from the young person, especially among the young, from the young person actually deciding that on this Saturday, that it is better to be standing on queue at a polling unit under the sun or rain than playing football on a road that has no vehicle. There are two options, or sitting at home watching one cable channel or the other. The options the person has. So what you're trying to do is to make sure that his number one option is to go and vote. Because that's where the journey starts. When they have voted, the next thing is, does this man who has been voted understand that these people who took him there can bring him back? If our National Assembly, if our legislators know, I don't think they know. If they know that the people who send them to the National Assembly can bring them back, they would think and behave differently. But they behave like lords.
I think they know, but it is so that is where the second part of my question now comes in is the populace. I said it's not very aware. But people don't seem to know this.
Okay, they know, maybe they don't believe it. Good. So that's part of it. So having sent them there, I took you there for a purpose. The second thing is, are you delivering on the reason why I sent you there? Yes. Wonderful. No. What do we do about it? That's the second conversation. The moment we have people being recalled, you will see a sharp shift in the mindset of those at the National Assembly. But until we start doing these things, until people know these things and start acting on them.
How do you intend to aware people aware?
That's what we talked about. COPDEM has ward officers as we speak in many parts of this country. Up to the watch as we speak, within 7-8 months. So we are not existing on the internet. We actually have people, members in some of the wards. We have officers in some of the wards in this country, and it's growing and it's spreading. So as the message goes, it is that awareness. People understand it's not a party, it's not a political party. Like you said, what if APC sometimes you have a wonderful candidate? You are not going to tell somebody, don't vote for this person because he's in the APC or the PDP or in the Labour Party. They will think you are crazy. Or they will disobey you outrightly because they believe that this is the best for them at this time. But the point is, what determines their decision that this person is the best? Let it be the right thing. Let it not be a sachet of milk or salt or a wrapper for a woman in the village or 2 cups of rice or 1,000 naira. These are the conversations. Let it be a conscious and deliberate thinking that this person, because of this that I know about him or her, because of that when he was this or she was this, he did this or that, and these things have been in my best interest. And therefore, working on this history that I can safely project that if I take him or her to this other place, that he is likely to be that person that will deliver what I seek, that will make my country, make me proud to be a Nigerian or from my state or from my local government. That's the issue. It's not magic, it's work. And like I've said repeatedly, it's hard work. But it's people who do hard things and succeed. So we'll do it and we'll succeed. Okay.
All right, thank you.
But the second part I haven't answered, you know, how do you want to avoid those pitfalls I had mentioned? If you had that question.
Okay. It's you know, in the beginning part, I said that people do change. So when you start something like this, you don't start on the basis that everything will be rosy. If you do that, you will crash because you have to be realistic that things will change. What you then do is to put in structures in place. And one of those is the laws that govern what you do. What are the laws that you've made for yourself that govern your relationship and your activities? Are all the members sufficiently aware of what you stand for? Because we will be different religions, will be different techniques, that is compulsory. I mean, that is basic. Will be different techniques, will be different political leanings. But the point is, when all have accepted the ground norm, this is what this is what we are looking at. It helps. But when you have discordant voices, one saying this, sooner or later you're gonna have problems. And then you have to have a system of self-regulation. So that when somebody tries to bring in that external influence that is going to be detrimental to the general well-being, collective well-being, how do you deal with it? Do you have the courage to send this person out if it's intractable? COPDEM has that. Because whether people will wake up tomorrow and under one influence or the other, say one thing or the other that is incongruent to the desire, the aims and objectives, it's going to happen for sure. There's no magic about it. It will happen. But how do we deal with it? I think we're prepared for that because we know that it's a possibility. That's why we run away from it. Tribe, this ethnic group, religion, or kinds of things. It's not going to help us.
All right. Thank you so much. Please, anybody, Alaro, you do want to round up final words before we take a break and then change topics?
Okay. As usual, thank you, and you're doing a great job. We need this platform for a lot of things. There's no such thing as a Nigerian press. And so that I commend you every time, and I do everything possible. Everybody here listening, everybody here on the chat lines, share. Knowledge is king. And this is why COPDEM also comes into place. Like I said, it's not just we get there and someday you decide like this, the next day you decide. There's a constitution. If I'm not there, if Dr. Enze is not there, there's a rule of law how things are done throughout every level. How do you take records of people that you elect to hold them responsible when they come back for re-election? Everything they're doing, all those people that are there, that wrote the bank work on, there's a record on them on a daily basis. It's coming back to on them the next election cycle. The people that want to go there, like you said, it could be APC, it could be anything. This person, how do we do the verification of this person and educate those voters on that local level? This is the truth of who he is. This is the truth and let people elect those people as they wish, but they will have facts. We have, like you said, all to the local, to the world level. You'll be shocked because people are now taking their own life into their hands. It's not me doing this, running around. It's the same young minds that have been deprived that are doing the work of COPDEM. Instead of being unemployed, they are actually implementing themselves in something they now see as a well-structured and very transparent. And I say that again, extremely transparent. Every single thing is documented and is made clear to every single member they have access. So that's the way it is. It's a pleasure for me. It's something that kept me focused and positive with all the disappointments we've had since the 25th, and that's where I've put my energy, and it's not over. So more power. If you're not a member, join us. That's the only way you can play a role. Your money is not enough. Join us, and if you want to be a member and then donate, that's all. But you have a voice, and your voice is needed. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Nze. Thank you, Dr. Nze. Thank you so much for being here today. And Laro, thank you so much. Now we take a break. When we come back, we talk about Israel at war with Hamas and what it means for all of us.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Been sitting down for so long.
חמאס פתח במתקפת פתע רצחני נגד מדינת ישראל ונגד אזרחיה. אנחנו בתוך זה משעות הבוקר המוקדמות. כינסתי את ראשי מערכת הביטחון. הנחיתי קודם כל לטהר את היישובים מהמחבלים שחדרו פנימה. הפעולה הזאת מתבצעת בשעות הללו. במקביל הוריתי לבצע גיוס מילואים נרחב ולהשיב מלחמה שערה בעוצמה ובהיקף שהאויב לא הכיר. האויב ישלם מחיר שהוא לא ידע כמותו. אני קורא בינתיים לכל אזרחי ישראל להישמע בקפדנות להנחיות הצבא, להנחיות פיקוד העורף. אנחנו במלחמה ואנחנו ננצח בה.
Of the Feast of Tabernacles, the happiest of all the days of the feast. Tonight, there were supposed to be celebrations across the country with dancing, holding the Torah books because of the end of the cycle of reading of the Torah and the beginning of another one. There were youngsters that had a party all night out in the nature. There were a lot of Israelis that were asleep. It's Shabbat. And there were a lot of soldiers that had no clue that in a few minutes their lives will either end or change forever. And then exactly at 6:30, with a barrage of hundreds of rockets, in a very daring move, Hamas terrorists attacked nearly 50 Israeli military outposts along the border. And once they neutralized them, they managed to breach the wall and the fence and open a wide road for their vehicles and their motorcycles. And they also used some gliders. And within 20 minutes, at least 1,000 terrorists infiltrated into Israel and totally surprised the people in that outdoor party, civilians that are sleeping in on Shabbat, and the soldiers that never saw that coming. And within a matter of 1 hour, we already counted more than 100 dead. As of now, it's over 200. But the astonishing thing, the one thing that we dreaded the most, is the fact that they were able to abduct nearly 100 Israelis into Gaza Strip. And they paraded them on the main road. Women and children and old people and young people and dead bodies of Israeli soldiers were all paraded along the main road. So Israel declared war, and we're about 10 hours into this war with over 5,000 rockets in less than 12 hours. Another disturbing thing is, which leads me to believe that there is a country behind it and not just a terrorist organization, is the fact that in a very
Welcome back, everybody. And Mazi Prince, you are upside down. I hope you don't fall off. KJ, welcome back. And Tone, welcome. Righteous Man. All right, let's talk about a little bit about this situation in the Middle East. KJ, about 600 Jewish, 600 Israelis, I believe, have been killed at this point. For the Palestinians, over 300 and counting. What do you make of this?
Well, it was just a matter of time before that happens. I've been following some of the development here, and the first sign that I noticed, maybe we're heading in a very rocky direction, is when that prison swap was done and some money was put into the hands of um, Iran. And the marching, there was a video that trended 2 weeks ago where they were chanting death to Israel on the streets with their army and the rest. Now, I'm not a believer of the contraction that goes on in the media, that these are the bad actors, because from hindsight, I've come to realize that those they call bad actors are sometimes the better ones. But be it as it may, I think it's offensive to allow people to run through just fire missiles, rockets into your territory, over 5,000 of them. The intention is to kill. And any good leader will go out to defend his people, whether they are in the right or in the wrong. The truth be told, if we do some research, you find out that the disputed territory, now that we can no longer redraw our regional maps, as they say, can't we just live in peace? You see, I am one of those who just believe that peace can be found in one way or the other, whether you agree with me or not. You can hold your views, and I hold my views different from yours. It does not necessarily mean that we should be at loggerhead with each other all the time. And this thing has gone on for too long. I do not want to go into analyzing the stance of the United Nations, because I am, for one, not the one person who believe in even what goes on in that house. Okay. In fact, one time I had a paper and I said if I was in position of leadership in Nigeria, the first thing I would do is to remove Nigeria from Commonwealth, because there's nothing common about the wealth of the Commonwealth. So there's no need for us to be in an environment that's not helping to develop our people, and it's always trying to put us in a difficult position. And so I worked a bit for NGOs, and I know that in the long run, if you search in between, you find out that all those are just contraptions covered, in NGO work, and at the end of the day, you find out that it's even your people that are financing their work, and majority of the money is being spent in their home country and not in yours. So, having said that, I will say that I think it's a very unfortunate situation. I am not sure where it's going to stop. The only thing I will want to say is, if it can be quickly nipped in the bud, because the further it goes, the more people are dragged into it, and the more it will escalate, and nobody knows where it's going to stop. You can only control a bullet when it's in the gun, but once it's released, you don't know where it's going to go to. It can go to anywhere. So my prayer, and I say my prayer here, is that this is quickly nipped in the bud. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Ton.
I think Hamas have beaten more than they can chew. Knowing Israel historically, from the military point of view, they are going to hit them hard. They'll regret that they ever tried this. They're just going to hit them hard. Now, the next thing will remain, because I think they're trying to provoke a reaction so that people will feel sorry for them. I mean, even if you want to provoke a reaction, you don't do that. You don't attack a sovereign state. It was warlike invasion, if you want to use that word, and that's totally unacceptable. Knowing Israel, boy, I don't want to be in that territory, in the Palestine territory. They are going to get it. That's all I can say for now. So the question of nipping until they really hit them hard, before they will even think of going to any table or any peace talk, if there's going to be any peace talk as it is now. It's not looking good for them, for the Palestinians. It's not looking. I remember that. I don't know whether you've seen some footage. They even took some people hostage. So I believe now all the underground operatives, the commandos, will have infiltrated the region to rescue those that have been taken hostage, but they are going to get it for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Chim.
This Middle East issue, Israel and Palestine and Hamas, is a very complex web. It's one issue that I mean, I've read so many commentaries. Does it really have a solution? Some say two-state solution, and all that. So, but I think at the heart of all that is going on is, or has been going on over the years, is hard stands and radicalization. Hard stands. The Israelis are a very hard stand nation, very unwilling to yield, and perhaps justifiable, because considering the fact that they're a nation surrounded by very hostile and unwilling to negotiate and discuss nations around them. And then, of course, the Hamas, on their part, a group that is heavily radicalized. You have radical members. And so when you have all those sort of issues, it becomes difficult to be able to even, have peace in that place. But for me personally, there are two things that have just happened that, the way I see things. One is, I'm struggling to understand how those guys were able to take some of the equipment they took into Israel. Those equipments are already there. They only just went in and utilized them. Because I was listening to somebody who was asking, how did some of those boulders they took in that they used to execute these heinous acts, how did they do it? How did they pass? Because knowing Israel, I know people who have visited Israel, you can it's easy to get into Israel if you fly in, but to come out becomes a problem. They have a very tight security. So how did those things go in and elude all their, what they used to be able to identify those things? That's one. So perhaps their defense system has been breached somehow. They must really have been breached deeply. I don't know how that happened. Then the other thing is, what is happening goes to show you that right now in the world, especially what we refer to as the major powers, we have weak leaders. We have a weak man in Washington, in the White House. We have a weak man in Paris. We have very weak people down in number 10. We have a weak man also in Ottawa. We have very weak people all over the place right now. People who are busy pushing, just to protect this platform. I won't go into some of them, but I'm sure some of us know where I'm going to. Talking of, things that are very inconsequential. The discourse we've been having in the world that these major leaders have been focusing attention on. Sometimes I ask myself, what kind of men are these? And then of course everybody has been focusing on Russia and Ukraine, and it's like, pardon me, I'm a Christian. It says when men slept, the enemy just quietly sowed tares in the middle of the night. That's what has happened. So right now we forgot the Middle East. Nobody was talking about how to get these people back to the negotiating table, discuss. Even those conversations they've been having over the years have been helping to keep peace in that place. Not that I don't believe that peace will ever come there. I'm not deluding myself about that. But when we had serious leaders who knew what they were doing, there was a generation of serious leaders. Right now, what we have is, I don't even know the words to use for them. We have very weak people right now who don't know what they're doing. So perhaps there will be a shift of attention, and then we'll begin to address some of the issues there.
But Chim, we have Kim Jong-un. We have, are they not serious leaders?
No. So okay. So Rudolph, what I'm talking about is this. Whatever we may say, America is a force. Then we have, of course, the NATO, but they're not under NATO now. But we had UK, US, France cooperating with Russia to an extent, discussing with Russia. Even though you may have your differences, but when it comes to world global issues, concerns of peace, they were always cooperating. There's been an era where, and to an extent, the international, the Western media is culpable in some of these things. Because I remember when the much hated Trump was around, went to North Korea, and that never happened. A lot of people criticized him. But you see, the guy was trying to make peace. We may have, I personally always say this, we may have our issues with Trump. But there were some decisions and steps that man took that created some measure of balance and peacefulness in the world when he was in office. Right now, I think we have people who want to sell arms in White House and in most of the big capitals of the globe, who are we're back to that era, that arms race era, where the military industrial complex wants to sell their arms, make their money, their interfaces want to do their deals, and we're seeing it in the volume of unrest we're experiencing in the world. So that's why I say we have very strange leaders right now who are heading most of these nations. Very strange.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. You see, when the orange man, made the Abraham Accord, it was not supported. But you see that Abraham Accord went a long way to bring on, very strange fellows together, and they were going in that right direction until there was a disruption that was brought in, and that disruption is what has yielded to whatever we are seeing now. You can't give people $6 billion and you expect that they will do nothing with it because they're not hungry. I mean, let's face the fact. The truth is that even though the outside world see these countries as suffering, a lot of them are not really suffering the way it is, the way they are going to have been portrayed, and so this. I think for me that's the genesis of whatever, because when you refuel.
So you think it's Iran that did this? Is that what
Yes, yes, I think it was a master plan because listen, it was not in one front, it was not in two fronts, it was not in three fronts. They came almost in 6 fronts, okay, and it's not that they didn't know what they knew exactly where they were going and how to do what they wanted to do, the people to take away and all that. So within a trickle of an eye, they were already inside, and they started taking people out of Israel. So I mean, it's like watching 90 minutes in Entebbe. That's what we saw, and so you could see that it took a little bit of more advanced planning.
It was
for that.
coordinated, very well
Yes,
coordinated.
very well coordinated, and all that.
We'll get into details. Let me hear from Prince. Master Prince, you're upside down. I mean, are you?
I know, yeah. I'm kind of like doing a little,
Okay.
kind of chatting.
You know.
Yeah, so pretty much.
Listen to you by turning our heads,
Yeah, you could hear my voice. Anyways, you could hear my voice. The truth is this, Chim. You got certain things right. At the same time, you got certain. I disagree with you on certain things. What did I disagree with you on? First, when you said that France and Germany are kind of like parlaying with Russia.
I didn't mention Germany, but go on when you finish.
Oh, okay. France and I think you said France and UK or something of that nature. Certain countries. That's kind of like wrong, because why did I say so? Yesterday, France and Germany were patrolling the kind of like the Black Sea, and Putin let out a warning, and the warning is that whatever it is, that the consequences will be something that will be devastating to the whole world. And even he had his I forgot what they call it, but it's kind of like more of, it's almost like F-150, had it go round towards the Black Sea as well. That aside, another thing you also say that calls for my concern is when you talk about Trump. Trump was never for peace. Trump was basically for what he could get from those people, and he is among the person. He's as a matter of fact, he is the one that actually made America weaker, because during his tenure, he almost took America out of NATO. Okay, he took them out of NATO. So you don't expect when Biden comes, everything.
Mazi, I think you got me totally wrong. First and foremost, I didn't say what's his name? The France and the UK are parlaying with Russia. What I'm saying is that irrespective of the differences these nations, remember in the days when we had the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc, which is NATO, they still cooperated on very common issues. They shared intelligence when they had to do with some things in the Middle East. Right now, none of those things is happening. There is a total break in collaboration.
Let me shock you. Let me shock you a little bit.
No, let me just finish this. As a result, some of those common areas they could agree and collaborate on, they are unable to do that. That's
They're unable to do that. However, do you know that despite all the sanctions against Russia, do you know that America still buys their what do you call it?
Crude oil.
Not crude oil, their lithium or whatever it is from Russia.
That's not collaboration.
You understand? So they didn't go to that. They just let that one aside.
Prince,
What I'm
it's
saying
called
is,
survivor. You have to fight to survive. It's survival.
yes. So what I'm saying in essence is this: no matter what it is, Trump weakened America. Do I support Biden? No, I don't. However, we have to deal with all these things going on. And then coming to Israel with the things I know about Israel. One of the Israel's greatest mistake is bringing back Netanyahu. Netanyahu shouldn't have been back. Netanyahu shouldn't have been back. That man is corrupt and he's almost like a dictator. Why am I saying that? If they live side by side with their neighbor, can they just let peace be?
So, Mazi, Rachel Hunter wants to know how Trump weakened America.
Okay, Trump weakened America by the fact that he did a lot of things that he did, even almost sold some secrets. He's been investigated and it's ongoing, so that person shouldn't be asking me questions. Okay, I'm not gonna dive into that.
Hold on. Well, let's not turn this into Trump. I want to hear from everyone about Hamas and Israel first. I did Trump. Yeah. Go ahead, Maz. Finish up.
So what I'm saying in essence is Netanyahu shouldn't have been let back. Remember when they had the other man? He was good. There was peace, despite every other thing. And if you've been following Israel and a Palestine problem, this is their season. It will now flow. I always tell, like I told my wife before she came, I always tell me that once it's getting to our Halloween, that's when Israel and Palestine starts their own, and then it goes all the way into December. I wonder how those ones celebrate their Christmas, because it's like they'll be so scared of things happening that they will be hiding in bunkers and all that stuff. So what am I saying in essence? What I'm saying in essence is, yes, we do have weak leaders. However, everything shouldn't be gotten by war. Okay? And Iran pushing Hamas right now is trying to distract attention. Remember, what's his name? The North Korean guy just left Russia a few weeks ago, and he was giving some gifts. And what were the gifts? He was giving some drones and all that stuff. All those things are just things to distract attention. Putin wants to distract attention, and Putin is having his cruise with Iran, North Korea. He's trying to push Brazil into it, but Brazil, it's kind of like they're undecided. They don't really want to, because of their economy, and then at the same time just swaying things here and there and all that. So what I'm saying in a nutshell is Israel should let Palestine be. This has gone for so long, and it's so sad that innocent people are the ones dying for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll eventually connect it to Biafra, and I want to hear what some of you would think about it. Well, Righteous Man, what's your viewpoint?
No, skip me to let the next person speak. I will speak.
Okay. Kijan or Kija?
Oh, yeah. Good day, everyone. I respect all of you. I respect your views, and I'm hoping that all of you will respect my own view. The problem with Nigeria is that there's this dichotomy, the north and the south. But the problem that the south hasn't been able to come together, like the Yorubas and the Igbos. They haven't been able to come together. If they come together and team up, okay, they will fix Nigeria. So people out there, why these people are busy talking about Abraham's children, let's talk about how do we repair relationship between Igbos and Yorubas so that we will have a good working Nigeria. Because a unified Igbo and the Yoruba will be a strong force in Nigeria, that will tackle, will take it to the north and, align with the middle belt and fix Nigeria. I just don't know why we are not talking about this and we're talking about Abraham's children. So please, if anybody who is out there knows how to supply them arms, please supply them arms so they kill each other. Please, any Yoruba, please come into the studio if you want to discuss how do we fix relationship between Igbos and the Yorubas. Please come on. I'm Igbo and I want it to work. I want it to work between us and the Yorubas so that we fix Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Okija.
Can I respond, please?
No. Hold on. Let me just say this. I'll come to your turn. I'll come to it. Okija, we don't plan shows this way. If you want to plan a show on that, we will plan.
You ask me what is my view.
No, you are saying that they should just come in and we have to have a discussion on that. That's a good idea, good topic. We can actually have that topic discussed down the road. But Tone, go ahead.
Okay. Okija, greetings. How are you, sir? Right. As far as I know, Yoruba people are very noble people. They're very good people. But unfortunately, there's a breed of Yoruba people that have crawled out from the pit of hell. That even some associates that I thought I knew, it was this election that exposed them to be bigots, the ones that have a lofty titles to their name. They want to be called professors, doctor, and chiefs, and all that. They've shown who they are. There's no problem with Yoruba people. Igbo people have never had a problem with Yoruba people. We intermarry each other. It is the bigots among them. They're just tiny, minuscule bigots among them that we need to drill into their brains and see whether we can do some brain surgery or do deliverance for them so that they will be free of their bigotry. So that's how I will respond to that.
All right. Go ahead, Chin.
Okay, so back to the main conversation. Okija wanted to. I understand you're worried. Why are we focusing on what's happening in the Middle East? Okay, that's fair enough. But somehow it's a lesson for us to learn, because you call them the children of Abraham, but there are people who also tell you that they too are children of Abraham, even though they don't live in the Middle East. Now, the point is this: we live in a global village. What happens in some other places have impacts on us. Today, we are facing radicalization in some extreme parts of our country, Nigeria, especially in the north, the peripheries, especially, those periphery states that sit very close within the corridors of our border, in Borno and all those axes. And some of the things that are happening today between Hamas, the Palestinians, and Israel are the things that are also encouraging and fueling those people and their mindset in those places. So we're not isolated from these things. So discussing it is very important for us, because even personally, if I was in the military, with what has happened now, I don't know, I would call, if our military command can sit down and say, hey, with what has happened now, I know right now we've not been hearing much of those terrorist attacks in Nigeria for some time, which is good. But that this could encourage our own local terrorists to strike. So I don't think it's wrong for us to discuss this issue. We're not going outside of it. But then lastly, I know I brought in the concept of
Chim, without taking words from you, okay? The Nigerian military currently, do you know that there is an investigation going on with the finance director?
Okay, that's a different issue altogether. I don't know about that, but what I'm just trying to say is I'm trying to link, based on what Okija said earlier, link how
Yeah.
this is important for us to discuss.
No, why I brought it up is just because when you said that we've not been hearing about terrorists, whatever, it's happening. It's just that, they're just dealing with a whole bunch of stuff going on right now.
All right, so let me end this so that I can give John Abba space to talk. So I read comments on the sidelines. People, when Trump was in office, he tried to bring peace. Whatever we may say, we didn't have global. In fact, the only time there was a major issue in the Middle East under Trump's era was when, first and foremost, the Iranian government shut down that. It was a Ukrainian plane, right? They shut down. And then Trump went after Ben Salman, or what his name is.
Yeah,
That was the only time. That was the only time, and that was because the man breached his no-fly movement activity, and then they got him and all that. This guy was trying to make peace. You may call him naive, you may call him all sorts of things. He tried very hard to create some measure of peace. I follow that politics very well. Like I said, he has his own issues. But for me personally, when somebody is putting up some good steps, I will say, yes, this guy is doing well in this area. I know how the media criticized him when he went to North Korea. I know how they criticized him when he moved the Israeli, the American embassy. I know how they criticized him. In fact, somebody has even mentioned that he gave up that whole place to his son-in-law and all that. We can go into all those, but there was some measure of peace in that region when he was there. You can't rule it out. One of the problems he had with John Bolton, his former national security advisor, I think that was his advisor, was that John Bolton wanted a harder stand against Iran, and he said no. He said no.
He go to war with Iran.
So let's get facts right. Let's get our history correct. John Bolton, that's where his problem with John Bolton. So he told John Bolton, I don't want to go that direction you want to go.
All right. Thank you. Let me hold on. Let me reframe what I think is going on and where I want us to look at it. So if you notice what has been going on in the Middle East, there are movements to have peace with Israel, almost all the countries there. And people are complaining that they basically are turning their backs on the Palestinians by making peace with Israel. So there are people who are now suggesting that what we just saw was an effort by the Palestinians to remind their fellow, their people that we're still here. Because by taking this action under Netanyahu, it doesn't even matter who is the prime minister, but by taking it under Netanyahu, they were looking for it. And they know that nothing will stop Netanyahu from reacting in a way that they hope it will get to the point where people will begin to say, oh, this is not good and this is terrible. This is, and it's, I don't know what the Americans are saying. I just haven't followed much, but I know what they normally say is we give you a window, 24 hours or 48 hours to react, take care of things. We are not going to criticize you. So within this period, they will react, and if they go over, this is how they always describe it. If it goes to an excess reaction, if it's not proportional, we don't know what that means. But then what will happen is that there will be a change of opinion. A lot of people in the Middle East will start feeling bad. In Egypt, for instance, we read this morning on BBC that a police officer decided to shoot Israeli tourists because of what was going on in Palestine, in Israel, between Hamas and Israelis. So we are going to see some reactions across Africa as a result of what's happening now. And it may even get to Nigeria. Our president reacted, and the foreign ministry issued a statement saying that Nigeria is calling for that they should not escalate this situation. Exactly the same thing that the Pope said. But there's an interesting reaction too from China. China is saying this is why we are saying there should be a state of Palestine so that we know who to hold responsible for something like this. So the question we want to ask is, one, the Palestinians at a point where the only option they have is violence to make any progress for their people. Is what Israel is pushing, is that sustainable? Is it possible to keep people down forever? Is that sustainable? If being able that Palestinians were able to pull this off, the question again is, Israel penetrated their territory. We thought that Israel had control, knew what was going on. How did this happen? I mean, that they didn't even know they had this capability. It's shocking to Israel. If they had total control, then there's another question of if they have the Palestinian state, eventually, 20 years from now, could they do something like this? You know, so there's a lot of questions that we need to unpack. And again, when you're approaching this topic, I want to also ask you to think about this. Are you approaching this because you're a Christian? Because I hear a lot of people who look at this from that perspective, whatever the Bible told you, or we're in Sunday school now, what the Bible told you and who owns the land and whatever. And are we concerned that there is injustice to a people there in not having two states? And then we can bring it home to people who are looking for their own territories in Nigeria. The Yoruba group, the Biafran group, and the states. Because here you have a state in control of this territory, which is Israel, reacting this way. And are you thinking, because that will change your position now. I know a lot of people here who are thinking, as I'm Christian, I'm supporting Israel. But if you flip it and say, these Palestinians are trying to get their own state, okay? Then you are thinking you are Biafran. And you now think, if this is happening, if the Nigerian government decides, and they're almost there because they are bombing some houses in the east, you know, if they decide to use this kind of power to say you are not going anywhere, will you still, can you think this wide and you know what I mean? So let's hear Janaba.
Thank you for allowing me to talk again.
Dr. Rudolph, it's my turn now.
Righteous man, you are taking advantage of being a Nigerian, and this is not fair. We understand that even if you have to...
No, it was my turn. It was my... Hold on. John Abba, please. It was my turn. I told Dr. Rudolph to skip me. Let Okija speak.
Okay, talk.
All right.
That was the truth. Now, why are you accusing me?
Hold on, righteous man. Hold on. I called on you. You said I should move on. So I moved on. That's the point. Is that not what happened? So you have to wait.
This man was even dozing up. He was sleeping. And I understand that it's night over there. But the notion that when you wake up, your hand is up, is choking us. But it's okay.
John Abban, I was not sleeping. Please, stop making that statement.
I'm sorry to
withdraw
say you're
it. Please. Maybe sometimes if you are sleeping, I don't know. I don't drink, I don't smoke. So maybe you've taken your own dose and you are sleeping off. Don't say that I'm sleeping.
All right, righteous man, go ahead.
No, let him speak so that he will have.
Oh my goodness!
All right, okay.
All right, I will speak then. Thank you, righteous man, for giving me the opportunity to speak again. We sympathize with everything that is called Nigeria, and that's what we do here, and that's what even brought us here. We are not here because we live in diaspora. We are here because we live in diaspora and we care about our country, and that is why sometimes we give you more of knowing what you go through. We give you more time to talk and excuse for you, and I hope you understand that. Not only eating the yam from Benue. Thank you.
Thank you.
When we come on the issue of the Hamas in Gaza Strip with Israel, we should understand that if you are for a basic human right and want everybody to live peace and harmony, everyone deserves to live to their own God-given potential without being oppressed by any other person. We're all going to have our differences. We're all going to have issue that we do not come to agree, but we can respect each other, and we can. So to me, what is happening in Gaza Strip with Israel, go and look at it. Don't take my word for it. The Palestinians die every day for lack of good health or hospital, because their life have been controlled. And go and look at the history. These people, when they decided to come back, they welcomed them back to that place. So the political people who are using using a human being for their own political greed or for religious bigotry, that somehow are associated, I'm a Christian, I'm this and that, and one part of the world that doesn't have a basic right to live side by side, that we cannot have existing Palestinian state and we cannot have Israel side by side. It's a state captured. And it's about time for Israel to wake up, and America and any other powerful nation that you think you have a monopoly of anything. You don't. What you know today, somebody may know better tomorrow. Or even right now, someone will know better than you. No one has a monopoly of any other thing. We all have to respect each other, even while we agree. Just put it for your, just imagine your own children dying, or just imagine race in Israel or in even Palestine. And the moment the child is growing up there, the first thing they tell you, Israel is our enemy or Palestine is our enemy. They are all intermarried. They live side by side with each other. So the notion that this eluded the security, that they plot this, I don't want any life, whether Israelite life or the Palestinian life, to just for people who want to exercise power or a dominion power over other to go. But for them, the Hamas, to pull this off, I hope the Israel sit right and know that world is changing and the status quo may not hold too long. Just like we talk about whatever is going on in any other country, including our country, Nigeria, that all Nigerians deserve to live freely and have a free movement and live in any part of Nigeria without fear, that we all are all human beings and we are one nation and we are one people and we have a global square. I'm amazed that we don't understand that whatever is going on in Israel now can transfer to a riot in any northern part of Nigeria and even in the south part of Nigeria. That people think, oh, it's just Israel or Palestinian issue. The two major religions that influences our country is Christian and Islam. Unfortunately, our own tradition, whatever we call the belief system, is irrelevant at this moment. So this can cost any life in Nigeria right now. And we must approach it carefully. And to the president, whatever you are saying, it does not resonate with them. They don't care whether, they don't even know you exist in the first place. These people don't count that. It's only ordinary Nigerians that affiliate themselves with one religion, whether you are a Christian or you're Muslim. And I will advise all Nigerians home and abroad, distance yourself from anything that you are taking side because you are a Christian or because you are a Muslim. This is about humanity. You do not have to be a Christian. You do not have to be a Muslim to see that no life is taken on time because of power struggle or the greed of power control by the elite and political leader who want to use it to enrich themselves or empower themselves and to maintain the status quo for other life to be slaughtered on the street. And I hope that the global square rise up to this challenge, that we are not in 19th century. This is 24th century. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Biafra, can you wear a shirt, please? Yeah, a lot of people are watching us. Get
And
yourself a shirt, please.
and
Please get
Dr.
yourself
Rudolph,
a shirt.
Dr. Rudolph, please, can you allow me just a minute to give a hand of applause to John Abba? He just spoke. He just spoke what I've been yearning to, say. And I really, really thank you for that. Thank you so much.
All right. So before we continue, let me just make a comment. I'm getting a lot of messages from people who are reading the comments on the comment section. There are people who are not behaving well there. I can't coordinate what's going on here and monitor the comment section. I'm hearing that there are people calling some people Ashawo and stuff like that. People know better. I don't know why. People won't like this. We can close the comment section, or maybe we just make you register and go through some hurdles. I don't know, but please, it's not acceptable. And not just that it's not acceptable. I've been trying to hold off, but we may get to the point where some expressions, if you use it, it means that you shouldn't be part of this conversation. We just put a ban on you. I'm not getting anything from that. I don't want that. But you are being forcing me to stop what we're doing here to talk about what you are doing there. People are writing me from wherever. They are reading these comments. They think it shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
So if you're in the comment section, you are one of those people, please. You know better. That's what I don't understand. These people, is it because your names are not there? You think you can hide? I don't understand what people think about today's world. You think if we decide to know who you are and where you are writing it from, we can find out. Why? Why do people behave this way?
Dr. Rudolph, I had this conversation with you 2 days ago that the comment section today, even somebody referred you as IPOB, they were calling people yamhead. I simply told them, no personal insults. They reign Chioma, Kulata, two of them, disruptors of this place. They've always told me that I should ignore them, but I think we are all adults, in this place. A lot of irresponsible people are watching this. Dr. Rudolph, this is a stain on the quality of this program. This program is of high quality. Why would you allow? Anyway,
Tone, I heard you, and I'm meeting with some people. We're trying to make a decision. The problem with censorship is that I can say no more saying of the word Ashawo. Then somebody will complain about Yamhead, at the end, everybody will ban. So that's the thing. We have to be careful. I don't like it, but I thought that people are responsible enough that we don't have to get to that. Where should we stop?
Yeah.
Where do we
Rudolph,
stop?
they are calling me the policeman of the comment.
They are coming here to disrupt your channel.
Well, Rudolph, my contribution would be yes, no censorship. Personally, I have decided to ignore some of those things and just focus on the core issue. The core issue I come here to do is to have this.
Chim, I disagree with you because
hold on. I have chosen to come here. I'm not saying what they're doing is right. I hear you, but I have decided to dissonance my mind away from what's going on that side and focus on the intellectual conversations we're having here. Listen, people can be cowards. People hide under pseudonym. I see people write. I see somebody will write, "My name is Emeka," and they'll be accusing me of other things. And I know that you cannot be an Emeka and be saying some of the things you're Emeka-ing, or somebody, all those things. So we know this. But the only thing I'll say is this: for those who are using very strong tones, perhaps you can remove them, make it impossible for them to come back. And then if they apologize, you bring them back in. That way, when people know that there are sanctions, that they are not welcome to come and use certain words, then they will begin to, because we can reform behavior. But once we allow them, then every human being has an abacha in him. I tell people this: listen, nobody has a monopoly of bad behavior. I can be bad
we're talking
myself.
about it now. Kulata is still writing. That man is there's something wrong with him. Mental
Rudy, let me please, with all due respect, as a senior citizen on this platform, let me tell you, ignore them. I know that. Let me tell you one thing. When you tell you the reason, let me tell you. I understand that. Is here on this platform, they have called me Boko Haram. It's very hard to associate yourself to a organization that kidnap young people, kill people, and they call you those names. These are distractions. The only thing that if you know what to do to stop them from coming, whether to block them. I'm not even saying yesterday, I say there's a freedom of speech, but when people, the unfortunate thing is that they can be a Mecca and a Yakubu and a Dele. So it is very, if they reveal who they are and they say, okay, my name is John Abba, that's my real life name. If John Abba is chatting like that, then you can say, okay, the word is not me. Oh, John Abba come to have your say, and this is who he is, and I do not condole it. Just like you did to Passat. Passat says he's old enough to have me as his son on this platform. I don't know, but it's okay. I understand that. So when people say
that's a compliment. It means you're a young man.
Yeah. I'm not that young. My ways, I can't even do love offering again.
But anyway, Rudolph, without due respect to you, sir, it's your channel. At the end of the day, you make the final decision. But I think it will be nice to have somebody, because I know you're doing a lot of things. You're trying to listen. You're trying to process your thoughts. I think it will be a responsible thing to hand someone the range that will keep an eye and warn people first. Because at the beginning of the program, I told everybody, let's keep it quiet. You can disagree with me. I don't have any problem. But for you to start giving me personal insult, I don't think it's nice. We're all adults, you know. The day Peter will be, Dr. Rudolph, go and write it down. If you do not deal with it, this is going to be an embarrassment for you, for your channel. The day Peter Obi is going to be here, he used to be wondering, what sort of Mickey Mouse forum have I come to and all that. People like Kulata, Chioma are
I don't think so.
elements.
I don't think so. There are miscreants everywhere. If you go, see, for instance, if you go on X, hold on. If you go on X and see how people talk, see, so at some point, and I hear you, but at some point, you just block your ears, focus on this. Sometimes I go to that page and go and laugh and come back here. I do it. So, but sometimes you just have to block. If you see, the more they find it, they realize that you are easily tickled, the more they're going to keep tickling you. But when people realize that you're unfazed about these things, you're focused on the core of what you've come here to do, which is come and discuss intellectually, they would let you go. They will let you go. There are people who just want to come and pinch you. And that's life. Once they pinch you and wind you and they see you, you're easily flared up. It will fire.
Chim, in support of what you just said, Chim, hold on a minute. In support of what Chim just said, do you know that tone? Do you know why I changed my name? This is not what I used to be before. There are people that will even come to your inbox. They'll try use your name and go to find your other social pages, and then come into your inbox and say all sorts of rubbish. For me, if I would say develop a hard wall, a buffer, don't ignore them. Ignore them, please. Okay, there is something that is called planned ignoring. That person to me is nothing but just one of them. That's all.
Let's proceed.
Let's not let it move us from what we're discussing. I already talked to a kind of a board that helps me in running this. So we're going to meet this week, and then we decide what to do. Then we will announce it. But let's continue the conversation. I'm very sorry. Jagan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good morning, wherever you might be. Interestingly, a couple of things I want to say before I say what my intention is. Mazi Prince, if you might put your camera straight, it would help us a lot. My eyes are in a strange. Thank you, sir. My goodness, you're confusing me. Secondly, I don't want to touch on the comment section too much, because really and truly, it's as violent as it may come across. It's non-violent. Just leave them alone, man. They're Nigerians, and when I read the comments, they're very Nigerian. It's a very Nigerian situation where there's a panel who are trying their best to organize their minds and see if there's a commonality between us all in order to go forward. And then there's the rigmarole of the sundry comments and commentary that takes place here, which, as I say, is very Nigerian. It's how we are. This is how we are. If we don't recognize all these languages that they're using there, I'm afraid I don't know where you come from. This is Nigerians, bruv. This is how irrepresentable we are. We are a strange lot. So when we see those comments, I don't know why you're getting shocked. I really can't see it. Anyway, let me go on to what I actually want to say. I really want to thank, I can't see your name properly. Here it is. Okija. Is that correct? I want to thank you, sir, for what you said earlier. Because in my mind, when I think about Nigeria's real problem, north-south, the north is much more homogenous. They have their differences up there. I don't know if it's necessarily Islam that's keeping them in place or the hegemony of the Fulani groups that has concentrated that part of the world almost as their own. I feel, therefore, very strongly that the Yoruba Igbo issue is much deeper. And I believe, truly, like just said, if the Yorubas and Igbos were to really come together, that country has a fighting chance of existence. I didn't really like what Tone said, but it's still valid. He somehow spoke about Yorubas as though, yes, we're noble or whatever. But then it's really, it seemed to me that you were saying it's the fault of the idiotic Yorubas that is downing the relationship between Yorubas and Igbos. I don't really agree with that, because, you know, it would be just easy for a Yoruba to say it's the Igbos' fault. That's basically what you said. It's the reason why we can't come together is because of the Yorubas. And again, as a Yoruba person, there's no way I can tell you that we don't have our ills. I have to admit that. But so does anyone else. If you think that somehow, you know, sometimes I hear comments from Igbo people. I'm thinking, how did you arrive at that scenario? And now mine is not to point the finger at our ills as a people. It's really to just underline the fact that if Yorubas and Igbos really don't somehow come together, I don't think we can really want much for the country. At the end of the day, the South at this stage and since our independence and before indeed, we are the most educated of the bunch. Our collective cultures are so deep that there's a lot to draw from within them both. And unless we somehow build ourselves, build Yoruba, build Igbo, and every one of us in between within the South, I can't see how reasonably we are going to have a fighting chance of reorganizing that country. We've just had an example of the kind of support that Peter Obi got from all regions. And his campaign was extremely good based on the fact that you can see he had an understanding that there are these issues between Yoruba and Igbo, or issues in the South. So, you know, he declared, don't see me as an Igbo man, see me as an incumbent, see me as a possible president for this country. And these are my plans. These are this is my constructive effort to bring us out of the present polity that we're in. And to me, I think really and truly in the South, it's the only thing we should be doing. We are supposed to be building our capacity as people in the South. We're supposed to be building our culture in the South. We're supposed to be becoming stronger, because right now, the strongest people in Nigeria intellectually are actually the weakest in so many other terms. And it doesn't really strike a balance as to how are we going to go forward. Because at the end of the day, we have to be honest to ourselves. It's not the Jukun that's going to take us forward as a group. Maybe an individual will come from there and lead the whole country, and that will be palatable if we have a good leader in this individual. But in real terms, we cannot expect downtrodden people to the might that we are downtrodden in Nigeria, from a small enclave of our peoples, a small tribe, if you like, to be the ones who are going to bring this together. I think we need heavyweights, and the heavyweights are the Yorubas and the Igbos, and the Yorubas and the Igbos have to sit across the table from each other and talk real talk, and not just accept insults, because we're too good at offering ourselves insults and thinking that something positive is going to come out of that. So yes, I feel that that's very, very important. In terms of what's going on now in the Middle East, we all know it's been going on for ages, forever and ever. And with these goings on, I don't really see why it should particularly compromise Nigeria and the Nigerian polity in any way. You know, we all know that Israel is a center point of the planet. What goes on there reverberates around the whole planet. But what goes on there doesn't have to take in our consciousness to the point that we're still not ourselves. I'm not an Israeli. You know, if I'm a Christian, what does having been an Israeli got to do with anything? You know, if I'm a Muslim, you know, whilst Palestine, you know, for any individual is a cursed state. It's apartheid South Africa, and we all know how we saw that situation. There's no point in giving the Palestinian Israeli situation any difference. It's exactly that. We have a state that's come with the power of the world to crush a small peoples in a particular vicinity. Now, this is blatantly wrong. But those of us who take a religious or spiritual look upon what's going on in Israel, we all know that thing is a high manipulation. It's been highly manipulated. And within that manipulation, we have to be able to see through it. If you're reading the book, then you know that we are going to come to a point where peace is actually suggested from that part of the world. And when that happens, as I read it, as I understand it, that's when the real war begins. So I think, you know, we as a people who are observing these things that are taking place in the world, if we have any spiritual guidance that lets us know what's really happening, we should use it. If we're just commenting on day-to-day happenings for that part of the world, for the Middle East as a whole, and Israel and Palestine particularly, then daily comments is never ever going to help you, because what you're looking at, I'm telling you, you don't understand it. You don't understand what you're looking at. You have no idea of what's in front of your face, because behind the scenes there are so many more happenings. I'm not sure if you guys are aware that the Pope last year and ongoingly, they are signing contracts and all kinds of affidavits between the Pope and the can I call it clergy of the Middle East. You know, there's a lot going on in partnerships. So in partnerships between the East and the West, if you like, or Muslim and Christianity. There's a lot going on within the scenes that tell us that, look, what we're seeing happening physically is not the same as what's happening behind the scenes. So again, I think we just have to be really cautious and mindful of the level of ignorance that we have as individuals. I'll leave it there.
All right.
Please, can I get 1 minute? I need to go. I have to go. Can I get 1 minute? I have to go. I have to answer to work. I have to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I also have to go because I have guests coming into my house, so I can't.
Bro, we don't want to know about your diaries.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and some of these people, some people here, they see the issue in Christian perspective, what is happening in Israel. But I have to take them to to the Bible, and also I have to take them to the reality. In the Bible, even when Christ was predicting about the end, about Jerusalem, he said something like, Lord, they will tell you, that peace. don't mind them. There will be no peace. People have, from what's his name from I think Qatar, U.S. president, they have, David Accord, that there's been so many accords, and one way or the other, they will to just get disrupted. Nothing has worked. So I don't think, any one of us, here, whatever we have, we will contribute, we'll be able to help that discussion. So we're just, just talking. So if we are just talking, let's use that time to talk something serious. Some people are saying the implication for Nigeria. Yes, implication for Nigeria, because of the fact that Nigeria is not working. If Nigeria is working, by Igbos and Yorubas coming together to make Nigeria work, whatever is happening in Israel, if anyone, start riots in the West, in the North or whatever, he would be arrested and be dealt with it. What's happening, like in Japan, in China, in Hong Kong or other places, whereby people demonstrate because of what happened in Israel or happened somewhere else. So if we have a working country, we will not be disturbed by what is going on there. If they like, they keep themselves. If any Muslim, fight a Christian, or any Christian fight a Muslim, it will be dealt with. So we should focus our energy discussing how to make Nigeria work instead of just, just talking, because this thing goes nowhere. It will not go anywhere. We'll just talk here, nothing. Let's spend that time talk, start talking Nigeria. Thank you, guys. I have to go and eat my pepper soup.
Okay, Okija, hold on before you go. I've been trying to calculate how much money America alone gives to Israel every year. At this point, it's at $3 billion. I've been calculating how much America gives to the Palestinians, about $370 million. And for many years, and these are money that is leaving the system, the world system, that could have gotten to other parts of the world. You give money to this society, they destroy buildings that they use this money to build, hospitals, you give the money again, again, within 2 years, 3 years, it's destroyed. It should be of concern to us.
No, sorry, why should it be concerned to you? America owe you anything?
Hold on.
Don't you make money in your own country?
Hold on.
Why do the Americans have to give you money?
Hold on. Our own Pastor Adeboye, a few years ago, went to Israel, met with Netanyahu, and when he left, he said he was going there to find peace. So we're not the only ones. And don't think that the Igbo Yoruba problem has not been discussed, and it's not being discussed by different people. They've been hold on. They've been having handshaking on the Niger and several efforts. So some of these issues are not something that you sit down.
Can I answer Okija?
No, wait.
Please,
I have
before
to.
Yeah, man is speaking. Somebody's speaking. You don't interrupt like that. It's extremely rude. We don't need to hear your voice. Oh my God, it's quite frustrating. I don't know how you guys communicate, but somebody is in the throw of speaking and you're crashing him. Bro, stop all that rubbish. I beg. I'm begging you. It's disgusting to have to hear your voice when I'm listening to somebody else's.
These things are not written. You think your idea are together, and then this disruption, you lose your train of thought. All right. So I don't know where I'm at.
Today, I need Rudy, I don't interject, but I need to speak on this thing. I have
You will speak, okay?
No, I have this. Okija is going to leave. And
let him leave.
My guest have come. Jaron.
Okija is not the guest of the show. Let him leave.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Righteous man, what's your question?
Thank you,
yeah, Okija. He has gone. Okay, continue.
Reserve it for somebody else. Ike na San Antonio, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline Damages. Okija, don't come out. I told him to finish my pepper soup for me, please. To me, truly, what is happening over there, if I have been in this country enough to see when Clinton tried, when Arafat tried, when all these presidents have tried, and nobody. But unfortunately, somebody like Netanyahu is really aggressive in how he handles things. But to me, this is not Palestinian Israeli thing we need to talk about. We need to talk about this Yoruba and the Igbo thing. This Yoruba and the Igbo thing. I want us to talk about it.
Yes, please.
Because if Yoruba and the Igbo are together, Nigeria will not be where it is.
At all.
It's not possible.
Oh, shut up for a minute.
Just
Let the
you're
brother finish what
interjecting,
he's
no,
saying.
you're talking.
If Nigeria and the Igbo are doing things
Hey,
together,
you go and sit down now. I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Nigeria would have been a slight different than what it is today. But unfortunately, it's like what is happening today. If it was P2B was suing Tinubu in Chicago, believe me, CM said it yesterday. Igbo stores, Igbo's business in Lagos would have been burned down, kill Igbos, because that is the issue. I don't know why. I have asked in this program, what did Igbos do to Yorubas and the Hausas?
Because we're the Jews of Africa.
You're not the only one, you done.
Sit down. Oga Noladi Noche. Noladi
Well
Noche.
said.
I'm glad that the Ijogo you take shirt. Noladi Noche cannot my turn.
Rubbish talk, rubbish assistances.
Please. But Dr. Jacqueline Damages, I don't have anything to talk about this until we bring a topic that entices me. Israeli and Palestinian topic doesn't entice me. What can we do our country to be better?
No, you're wrong. Sorry.
Dr. Jacqueline Damages, pause this guy.
All right, thank you so much. So what we're going to do is that we are going to set up a program one day that will tackle that topic. And now it's not just about people talking. That's not the goal of what I have in mind. We are going to bring people who can give us the historical perspective. Because sometimes what we do here is just to talk on the surface. I would like to have a detailed conversation where someone will give us a historical perspective on what is the problem. Okay, so we will do that. But in the meantime, because this is a news show, and if you go anywhere in the world today and look at news shows, they are talking about what's going on in the Middle East because it has impact on all of us. So we are going to continue. If you don't have anything to add to that, thank you very much. We appreciate you. We understand. But if you do, and I want to get to the point of, and I mentioned that when I did the summary, when a smaller partner is being suppressed by a bigger partner, our decision to support sometimes is based on our own perception of who we are. But when the reversal is the case and we turn the split, we flip the script, we see ourselves taking the other position. So I want to use the example of the Biafrans and Nigeria to picture Israelis and Palestinians. Or you can use the Oduduwa nation and Nigeria. You see that people will change their position instantly. And for people who are Nigerians, who are not Christians, they tend to have different viewpoints. Okay, I think it's Jim. All right, I got that. Luis, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
I just joined. I don't know what is being told. Let's keep me and let me listen, and I will talk later.
All right. Thank you. Biafra. It's your turn. Oh, yeah. I'll come to you next. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Biafra.
Yeah. Let me touch on this Igbo, Yoruba.
No. We're not having that today. Not today. Go on.
No. Let me just touch a bit about it. Okay.
We're not talking about it today. Let's talk about Israel and the war with Hamas. That's what we're talking about.
Well, what is happening in Israel now is the working of Joe Biden, because I believe that he released $6 billion into Iran. I mean, you don't need to be a rocket head to realize that money will somehow get to the terrorists, Hamas. And now they are showing that they are well equipped. They bought their weapons. They made a ground invasion.
This is the worker of a legitimate POTUS of Joe Biden. You know, this man has got his hands filled with blood on what's going on in Israel. And people in Nigeria should be very worried in what is going on in Israel, because the Muslims, especially the terrorists, the Islamists, they stick together. Nigeria has plenty of Islamists. So, and they will see Igbos, because Igbos have a large number of followers of Judaism. You know, we follow, a lot of Igbos follow Judaism. You understand? So they will be seeing us as enemy in what is going on. People said that Israel is apartheid state. That is a lie. I want somebody to tell me on this platform what is apartheid state. It's a lie that Israel, because you have Arabs, these people, they call themselves Palestinian, because Palestinians don't exist. That land is actually the Jewish land. It's the land. The land that you see now is much bigger than what we are actually seeing. For peace sake, the Jews said, okay, Palestinian, you have this, for peace sake, let's have peace. But they said no, they want the entire of Israel. The Palestinian land, the word Palestinian was coined by Yasser Arafat.
No, it wasn't.
It was coined by Yasser Arafat, my friend. Let me finish. If you go, hold on, before Yasser Arafat's time,
Palestine
let
began
me
in the
finish,
time
my friend.
of the Romans.
Look at this hypocrite. He's talking about interjecting and he's doing the same thing.
I have to win a talking rubbish.
Mr. Man, shut up. No.
What's he paying?
Before Yasser Arafat's time.
I have to pause, Biafra, I have to pause you. We can't let this be going on. You know what you can do? If somebody is saying something that you don't approve of, you can pause. Let the moderator handle it. I don't like it.
Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry. Let me continue before I lose my flow, please.
You lose it, so that you can think about it next time. This is not good. How do you think people?
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me please.
I have to finish. So, how do you think people watching at home? Do you think they enjoy this? You just tell me. You enjoy something like this?
It was just a heat of the moment thing. I apologize. I said I'm sorry.
Rudolph, if I can, please allow the guy. Please allow him.
All right, Biafra, go ahead.
Yes. So,
and then Biafra, wait, please, before you continue. Okay, when you make accusations, make sure you have your facts. Don't just come here and say Biden is supporting this or Biden is doing this. Don't do that. That it's not right.
Prince, okay, Mr. Prince, is it true that Joe Biden administration released $6 billion to Iran? Is that true or not?
No.
Because that's their money.
It's their money.
That is their money.
It's their money. How is it their money? How is it their money?
It's their money they froze that released to them. Thank you.
Oh my God! What, for hostages?
Hold on. But Biafra. You know what I was trying. You said when you were speaking, you said 100 billion. And
no, I said 6 billion.
What I had was 100. Okay, so I was trying to take that 6 billion. Okay.
Yes.
So you don't even know that it's their money.
How is it their money for hostages? 6 billion for hostages.
It's their money, my brother.
How is it their money? You keep saying it's their money. How is it their money?
I'm sorry to interject on you.
Listen, let someone educate you.
Please. Okay. Please. Anytime you want to work, or from all indications, you are a supporter of Israel. What we are doing on this platform is to speak truth to the power, whether issue of...
Please tell me, how is it their money? Tell me, I want to know how is it their money?
Okay, you go and do your own work since
oh my God.
If you are not, I'm telling you specifically,
you're telling me I'm speaking rubbish.
It was the money that they froze. It was their money they froze. It's not American money. It's not taxable money from American.
So how did America come to get this 6 billion?
They froze the money. They froze it and they give it to them back. It has nothing to do with exchange.
Answer my question. You're saying that this money belongs to Iran. I'm asking you, how did America come about this money that it claims is Iran?
I think you have a very, very little knowledge about how things transpire around the world.
My God.
I'm not going to go to
Thank you so much. Biafra, let me explain to you. So they sold oil to South Korea, okay? Because of the sanctions America imposed on Iran. That money, South Korea could not send that money back to Iran. So when they did this switch, this postage exchange, as part of the deal, America now struck a deal with South Korea to send the money Listen, to send the money. I'm telling you what's in the news. If you like, Google it. To send the money. Listen, to send the money back to Iran. And the money is not yet there at this point, because you said as if when you get 6 billion, then you immediately send Hamas to go out there and bomb, because that's how conspiracy works. And
Okay, look, okay. Let me continue. Let me just finish off. They were saying that Iran.
Wrong.
Look, I cannot because I need to research it, but I know you guys are wrong on this.
Okay.
But I need to research it to get back to you on this. But people have said many times on this platform that Israel is an apartheid state. I want somebody to tell me what is apartheid. Is it like we're talking in South Africa? That's a lie, because they have Palestinians or Arabs that are judges, Supreme Court judges in the Israeli judicial system. They have lawyers. They are free to move about anywhere. You understand?
Biafra, hold on. When people complain that Igbo people are not treated well in Nigeria, does that mean that there are no Igbo people in government in Nigeria? Why are you complaining?
Well, they are. Where are they in government? Where are they in this various positions in Nigeria? Are they in? What about this presidency? The Igbo's rise to presidency?
No. That's not what we're discussing. You just gave an example.
No, you saying that marginalization. Why are we not happy?
No, hold on.
Why can't we be president of that place?
Can I just address this? Can I address this young man? Listen, young man, calm down.
Hold on.
Go and do your research. Even in the military, you have top Igbo military officers. Okay, so calm down. Go do your research.
That's what you guys tell me. Oh, go and do research. Go and do research. You cannot tell me yourself. Go and do research. That's what your answer is. It tells me that you guys are not well educated yourself.
My goodness.
Biafra, hold on. You just said, you gave an example that they were Palestinian, or they are Palestinians who are judges in Israel. And that's your proof that there is no apartheid going on there. Okay? And I'll give you a equal example that people like you complain that Nigeria is not treating Igbo people well. Will you say, because Igbo people are in government, that, and they are judges, they are people in the Supreme Court, that Igbo people should, exactly the example you gave, I threw it back at you. And now you change the argument and started talking about
that's what hypocrisy does.
Being a president of a country is not part of a government position. But anyway, that's not why we are agitating. We are agitating because Nigeria is a dangerous place, especially for Igbo people. You see this thing that's going on in Israel now. Soon they will start chasing Igbos to kill, because they will say, oh, they wave one Israeli flag any part of Nigeria, boom, they'll come and start to chop off your head. That tells you Nigeria is not a safe place for Igbos. We're not safe in that place. It's a dangerous contraption.
All right.
So,
thank you, Biafra. Thank you so much. All right. So who is here to weigh in? I forgot. Ojonaba, go ahead.
I wanted to weigh in before Kija left, because my brother Jacon and other people say that the problem in Nigeria is because Igbos and the Yorubas are not working together. Igbo and Yoruba are not working
together. See, he's talking about Igbo Yoruba. You lie him.
Please, I know what I'm saying. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jacon, who is here, and Okija, who talk about the reason why, and one other person is here said that the reason why the Northerners are having upper hand on the Nigerian affair is because they are not working together. And if we're going to promote one flag under the umbrella of Nigeria, are they going to work together to against the Hausa, or what that implies? I know.
Can I jump in, because it was my statement?
Jump in. You come in, please.
Thank you, sir. When I speak about the Igbo and Yoruba, I really speak about their prowess, the prowess within the prowess that has been shown over the last 60 odd years of our independence. I don't really see that. I mean, there are all other groups involved, don't get me wrong at all. And there's all levels of sophistication that have to do with how you pour into your nation. Between the Igbos and Yorubas, in a very separate way, largely, they have really contributed to what Nigeria is. They have influenced greatly what Nigeria is. They have also exported themselves like no other to what Nigeria is perceived to be. When you're in the diaspora and you're bumping into somebody, that person is either Yoruba or Igbo, more than likely. And what you get from them in the diaspora is a feeling of what Nigeria is through these particular groups. Now, with there being a rather spiky relationship between Yorubas and Igbos, for what I see to be rather childish reasons, really. I don't think the reasons are very heavy. The Biafra War is heavy. That's a heavy thing. But apart from that, the reasons for the dislike between the two is petty. If we really, really get down to it, it's petty. You know, it can be seen from different examples, but to me, it's something that can actually be gotten over if people are prepared to be men. Now, given this, I'm saying that there hasn't been sufficient effort put into the relationship building, to the nation building between the two groups. This is my pursuing. A lot of people will throw this away. Like I can see my man nodding his head. There's many people that don't really want to countenance that as a thought. They prefer just to break the country and go their own way. For me, again, that's not common sense. You cannot be a Biafran-minded individual and at the same time be Afrocentric. You can't. They are oxymorons. There are two things that are coming from. One is talking about, I want to break away and run away because the heavyweights in this country between the Hausa and Igbo, the Hausa and Yoruba are too much for me. Let me just have all these.
We are very much Afrocentric. That's why we want to break up a colonial creation that is called Nigeria.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that between the Yoruba and Igbo, there are many Igbos who would never countenance a way of behaving like a human being and relating with another human being. They feel that, no, I've had enough. All I want to do is become the Nigeria by myself, and I will do the oppressing here in this place called Biafra. Rubbish. It doesn't make any sense. It's just crap. But anyway, because we are living in such deep depth of rubbish, a lot of rubbish is spilled out of human beings' mouth. I'm speaking about building a nation that should and would be the strongest black entity on this planet. That's what I'm talking about. You know, Biafra may be able to say that they can do that by themselves. Fair enough. Make them go and try. I'll be the first to congratulate the Igbos if they ever get Biafra. I'll be the first. But I wouldn't be doing it like...
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to share something for the purpose of Biafra.
I thought you said they're going to talk about Nigeria Igbo next time.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. I just
allow. Are you talking about it now?
We're not discussing it. So therefore, this is for you. This is from Fox News, so you know it's a credible news source. And it says Republicans blast Biden for releasing $6 billion in frozen Iran funds ahead of Hamas attack on Israel. And this is what the White House says. The White House says that the $6 billion in frozen Iran assets has not been spent and will not be used. Will only be used for humanitarian aid. So that's the story from reliable source, Fox News. So it's important, you know, for people when they come here and say things, they need to have the sources and be sure of what they are saying, especially on a Sunday. On Have Your Say on Saturday, we are trying to challenge people there too, and we will be doing more of that. All right.
Okay. Thank you. As I finish what I was talking with my brother, and he's trying to draw the contrast. Thank you for clarifying it. I specifically say it's a frozen asset of Iran stuff, and you addressed that, and I hope my brother learned that, because we cannot be putting all those fake news there. Then the issue is that
why would they release it now? Can I ask that question?
It was released a few days ago before this is the event. So,
but why did they releasing it now?
Okay,
why
brother,
now?
I'm not going there with you. You have your own issue. Go fix it. My brother Jokon, and if we going to address Nigerian, it's not Igbo thing versus Yoruba thing.
it is all Nigerian thing, including me that come from minority. I'm an Idoma guy. I'm not an Hausa guy. I'm not Igbo. I'm not
Why do you
Yoruba.
stop being a minority?
Listen to me, this guy. Please, please.
Well done.
Now, I'm not any of these three major tribes, but I'm a Nigerian, and I'm a proud Nigerian. And I want Nigerians to work for all of us. As far as for now, we are under the umbrella of Nigeria. So when you made that statement,
Let's
that
talk about
Igbo,
Israel.
when
Leave
you
Nigeria
talk
matter
about
alone,
Igbo
please.
and Yoruba to work together for the benefit of Nigeria, don't exclude even the Northern, because the issue is that you now put a scenario about, okay, the problem we are having is the Northern. Now, and I always tell you people that the Northerners are not the issue the way you may think it, because in this life, and if you look at Nigeria demography and look at all the structure in Nigeria, Igbo play a major role in the growth of Nigeria. Hausa play their own role. Igbo play their own role. Edo play their own role. Igala play their own role. Jukun play their own role. Idoma play their own role. And that is what makes us one nation. And one nation meaning that we all have what it takes and we all have what to bring to the table, individually and collectively, to make this nation a big thing. The point you are making is that there is a bias, or there is something between the Igbos and Yorubas. But that is the point you are making. But that point is that you are making it, there is nothing, it's a politicians that make that calculation.
Divide.
And so that seed of discord between the people is a divide and control strategy. Nothing wrong. Igbo live in Lagos. Yoruba live in the east. Easterners live in the north. The northerners live in the east. The majority, the percentage may not be the same, because it's a choice of people. If you go even in America right now, it'll be very difficult for you to find outside people living here. That is the choice of the people where they live, and the geographical location where they are comfortable does not make any difference that we can divide ourselves. If we're going to make that case, let's make it like, let's all Nigerians work to make Nigeria great. And any brief
I agree. Jonaba, I really do agree with everything you said. But I just want to underline that we shouldn't detract from a broken down relationship. The relationship between Igbo and Yoruba is broken highly. You can see, if we get a Yoruba commentator, get an Igbo commentator, they'll be saying starkly different things that aren't leading us into any kind of humility, any kind of congruent thought processing, even though we may think similarly. But there's something deep inside that is allowing the smallest issue to become the largest issue based on very little. And this emotional imbalance that we're going through, I'm saying it needs serious addressing, because I'm afraid, as old as we are the most immature nation of people. I can put my eyes on the level of immaturity, the level of immature utterances. You just have to look at the comment section. Look at the comment section. It's just pure immaturity going on. There's nobody who's grown up. Everyone just wants to talk any kind of rubbish. And it's ridiculous. But we are taking this on as though this is our polity. Our polity is closer to what we complain about in the comment section than it is to anything else. That's how we are. We are like this as a people.
Thank you so much. I have to go, but I want to hear forefathers.
Please don't leave us with forefather. No. With the whole thing, I'll go Bafu Canal.
Please let me speak before you go.
Pause.
Rudolph, let me speak before you go.
Man, like pause, man.
Okay, forefathers and Henry, then I'll go. Forefathers, go ahead.
Forefather, give me chance to speak, please.
You want to speak? Okay, go ahead now. If
Go ahead, Henry.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I thought we were going to talk about Igbo and Yoruba next time.
Yeah, next time we will fix the time and we'll
go deep.
Okay. Let me just go branch a little bit. When we pretend here that Yoruba don't like Igbo, you think we are joking. It's just the fact. They don't like it. They don't want Igbo to rule.
Is
We
that
saw it.
is it the Yorubas that are doing that, or is it the whole nation?
No, not the old nation.
Okay.
I mean, Benin, we support Peter Obi to rule. I support Igbo to rule. But when you see what happened in Lagos, that shows what is going on in that country. We should not pretend to be smoothing, romancing words or afraid to speak. This is the fact. We saw what your president wife said before, Remi Tunubu, about the Igbos. Should go and play the video. Maybe Rudolph will have the video long time. We saw what the king of Lagos said about Igbos to throw some people in Lagoon. So let's keep that aside. Next time we talk about it, I'm going to go there. So about Israel, we should not crack our voice about Israel and Palestine. If you go to the Bible, Israel caused what they have in their caused the problem to themselves. When God gave them promised land, He said when they got there, all those things, they are living things, they have to destroy them. What if Israel did? They killed the men, killed the chicken, they married the women. That is Palestinian for you. So they should love themselves. Nobody will settle their problem. The problem will live forever, for generation to generation. Let's look about the northern part of Nigeria. The Hausas, who is ruling Nigeria in the house there in the north, is the Fulani. The Hausas, they shock them, they put them aside. That is it. So when people come here and start pretending as if everything's okay in Nigeria, it's not okay. Israel and Palestine, they know their problem. Let them solve their problem themselves. Okay, now they are talking about diplomatic way to resolve things with Israel and Palestine. Such things happen. They surprise Israel. Not in a small way, big way. What I mean a big way. They beat Israel defense. Anyhow. Keep people on the street. Arrest, carry women with kids along, old women. Then you think Israel will quiet not to do something? So people should not feel sorry for Palestine either. I don't feel sorry for both of them. If you know you cannot fight them, don't start it. That's what I'm saying. Israel block a lot of things from Palestine. Fine. There's a way you can do it. You know you cannot beat Israel. That is for sure. You cannot. They are bigger than you in any form. But they should try to find a way that they will make sure things go well. But now, there's not what going to come now when things have the kill up. How many people die in Israel? 600 died. It's going up. They beat Israel down. More than, yeah, they beat Israel down. They break their defense. They catch them up now. We're just like during the wartime, they surprised the Americans in Pearl Harbor. That's how it is. They surprised them. So when we here talking about religion, I'm not a religious person. I was once a Catholic, but I believe in God. That's it. It's enough. Because religion are one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria mostly. The so-called borrowed Islamic and the borrowed Christianity. They are a bunch of criminals. They put our country backwards in tomorrow. So what I'm saying, the Israel know how to take off their situation themselves. The Palestinians make a big mistake for allowing Hamas to do their job for them because they have authority, Palestinian authority. They have it. But when they allow Hamas to do the job for them, I wish them good luck. But I don't feel sorry for them. The Israelis are late. I don't feel sorry.
All right.
Because, you cannot fight Israel. They are bigger than you in technology, everything. They are bigger.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
All right. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Rudolph. And greetings to everyone on the channel and the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is one of the true evils I first realized in the world. And you can see a catastrophic tragedy that occurred yesterday for both sides, really. And this is part of one of the issues that humans have. Greed and excess. They want to reach where they shouldn't have to, when they don't even need to sometimes. And what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians is not necessary. They didn't have to occupy them for 50-something years. They didn't have to kind of imprison them the way they did. And okay, let's say they even have to for security reasons. Then you go in there and start taking their land bit by bit. What is that? Because you have power over them. And then you think they will not fight back. You see, some of the stuff Henry said just now is our own kind of mindset where we believe that let's not rock the boat. We'll survive. You know, the master will die someday by themselves. These people don't subscribe to that because they know, they've done their calculation and know that if Israel carries on the way they are carrying on, even an Israeli minister said it once that the Palestinians have three options: either they move away from that area, or they live as this is second-class citizens, or die. Those are the three options. I'm sure many of our people would choose the second-class citizen because somehow we are used to being second-class creatures on the face of this earth, and but they refuse. They refuse to submit to that, and that is what they have done now. They are saying, you know what, do your worst. You think they don't know Israel is going to hit back? They know full well Israel is going to hit back. They're saying, do your worst, the worst you can do. Do it. Let's see it. If it's going to be our end, let it be our end. That, and watch what happens. That this issue now is going to come to the top of this agenda by force. Those people that died, do you know how many people that have been dying since the Israeli occupation? And okay, let's say since Gaza was encircled, do you know how many that have died under the hands of the Israelis this month, last year? They've been killing them slowly. Now they said, okay, you want to do it quickly now. Let's see how far you go. To finish everything, let's settle. If you don't want to settle this matter, let's all end today. Let's see whether the whole world will watch you destroy us. If that's what's going to happen, so be it. So sometimes in this world, you have to take your own fate into your own hands. You can't allow other people to decide how you die. And that is what the Israelis are dealing with them. And for better or for worse, tragedy on both sides. And personally, I'm not here to start saying, oh, Israel is wrong, because I understand the feelings of the Israelis. Their most legitimate feeling is the need for security. They fear everybody. They've seen all kinds of tragedy throughout their history. However, you can see that the need for taking people's land is not because they fear for their security. They are just being greedy. That is when they cross the line. They started stealing the land of the Palestinians, treating them with unnecessary inhumanity, just torturing them on a daily basis, treating them like second-class citizens, and keeping a kind of apartheid system operating in the world in this modern age. Because you have power, you are abusing it. And this is what results from abusing power. And guess what? Israel, with all their might, that's what should tell you what our Nigerian military is going through. With all their might, Hamas was in some territories for 3 hours. Nobody was there to rescue anybody. And people expect our military that is thin on the ground to show up anywhere. In the remote
30
village
seconds
where
to
people are
Nigeria,
being
30
attacked.
seconds. What are you going to say about what the military doing in the eastern part of Nigeria? What are you going to say about that?
See, the eastern part of Nigeria, they've
What
done
are you going to say
relatively
about
well
that?
recently. They've done relatively well recently. They've kind of put the Boko Haram on the back foot. But there's problem in the northwest. There's problem
I'm
in
talking
the
about in
central.
the east. What they do in the east?
In the southeast, it's similar stuff. They are operating and trying to suppress
Everywhere
this
roadblock. Everywhere
dissident.
roadblock. Does that make
I
sense?
know. I saw it with my own eyes. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? If you want them to be killing people indiscriminately instead. Better you have roadblocks and have safety than not. So my point I'm making is that what the Israelis went through shows you that when human beings are determined, they can cause problems for you. And what it also shows you is the resolve that they will show too to defend themselves. And they've united now. Israel, about a month ago, they were very divided because of a law the Netanyahu wanted to pass. Now, it's funny, the term that I actually use often to describe what happens to people that go through that sort of stuff is exactly the word they use on CNN this morning. It said, differences have been set aside now. Now the nation is together and now they want to go to war. Nigeria don't. That's why I keep saying we don't have any uniting factor. Our leaders don't give us anything. They just come. We are all diverse people. We are, we're a great nation. People thought we were going to. That's all they tell us. We don't have any uniting factor. Now you see what is going to happen with the Israelis. The Israelis are going to unite and fight. The Hamas people are going to unite and fight. Palestinians are going to unite and fight. That's what. And
Wait,
tomorrow
but
they will do better than us.
forefathers, how many tribes do they have in Israel? Our own is a unique case. How many tribes do they have in Israel?
See, human beings, I think we complicate it too much by thinking that human beings are too complicated and different. We are still the same human beings. We react similar ways. when we have troubles, we unite. Israel, they have different tribes. You might think that because they have, like, they call them Jews, they're from different countries. They have different sensibilities. Some of them come from Africa. Some of them were in the Middle East forever. Some of them come from Russia. Some of them come from Western Europe. They have different cultures. You see that some of them live in, they call them Orthodox Jews. Others are not. Some of them, they are not homogeneous. They are not as homogeneous as people think. They have different stripes of Jews there. So the other day, we even found out that they were sterilizing Ethiopian Jews forcefully in this. So they are they have different groups. So even in Italy, I just discovered that in Italy recently, the northern part of Italy, that the GDP growth in the northern part of Italy in the last 10 years is 20 points in terms of percentage more than that of the south. That is how divided that country is. But you don't see them going to wars and complaining. They are all different, and even Italy has complications. They have different stripes of Italians and different groups. So we always think that we are completely dysfunctional. We are not as dysfunctional as we think. And especially most Southerners don't understand the Northerners. I was spoken to John Abba about this. I think it's gone on long, I know. I was spoken to John Abba about this. We asked John Abba a lot of questions. I think that was last week or so. And one of the things that came out was that the reason why the North is homogeneous is because of the history of Nigeria, the peculiarity of the history of Nigeria. It's not abnormal. Nigeria is one of the few countries, the Fulanis, the Hausas, have a relatively thriving this society in terms of the wealth that they have. Most of the Sahel nations don't have that much wealth. They don't have access to the sea, or like Ghana, they have very little Fulani, or Hausa, or Cote d'Ivoire, and all the rest. It's only in Nigeria they have that. And then they didn't want to join Nigeria because the South was a lot more educated than the North. They complained about all this stuff. They delayed our independence. And even when they got independence, we all know what happened with the coup and the wars. It confirmed their fears. So now, why do you think they would turn against their elites that have secured this, a kind of paradise for them, given what their brothers are going through in the Sahel? Why would you think they would turn against their elites when they are worried about the South? Until we start trusting them and they start trusting us, they are not going to turn against their elites. They are very capable of turning against their elite. Make no mistake. It's because they see us as a kind of rival. If they don't see us as rivals, they will work with us and they will take out those elites very, very quickly. So we have to learn how to build bridges amongst the different groups in the country, and before you know it, and you have more power. Because if you operate in silos, you are giving the politicians exactly what they need. You'll be easy to divide and rule. And we have to start having more discussions along those lines. But I think I've gone on too long already.
All right, KJ, what do you want to say?
Well said.
I wanted to, I've been
It
listening
makes sense
silently,
today. Thank you.
join myself behind, with all the other guys and all the argument of the money and all that. I was just laughing at my indication going on. You see, when we come to this platform, it's good for us to have an open mind, because some people may have more information than we may just come with. I will refuse to join issues with forefathers, because the last part of your contribution, it really started me a little bit. Because how should the South kill themselves just to get the trust of the North before we can become a one nation? So if they're not ready to trust the South should be able to go their way. That's why I'm going to leave it. But and that is just like Dr. Rudolph said, one of these days we'll have a discussion on that and we can go ahead and trash those issues. Now I want to go back to the Palestinians. I have worked.
Can I just ask you a quick question, KJ?
No,
before
let him
you
finish.
go to the
Let him finish.
Palestinians?
Use coupling before.
I do want him to finish.
No,
I do
let
want
him
him to
talk.
I do want him to
topic
talk.
again. Let him finish.
Let me ask my question to him. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Do you believe that it is easier to have a separate nation for what is called Biafra? Or is it easier for the Igbo Yoruba, as particularly differences to be smoothed over? What is easier for you?
Okay, I will start by answering this way. At the age of, I think, about 12, I met the late J.S. Tucker. You know J.S. Tucker?
Yeah.
Good. I know J.S. Tucker in person. And the issue they were discussing at that time was the issue of trust. the North-South trust. Now, it wasn't even a North-South trust as much as the North even trusting the Middle Belt, for which J.S. Tucker led the movement that brought about the Middle Belt. Now, this was many years ago. And like I said, at that time, I was in primary school. All right? People like the likes of Solomon La didn't have trust with the same North. That's why they followed the MPP. Now, this trust I've been talking about has constantly evaded the Nigerian society. And it's not majorly because the people do not trust themselves. The ordinary Nigerian don't have any problem of trust with his ordinary Nigerian. If not, people will not go to communities and live together where they have no security except the community people there. But this thing of trust is being pandered by the elite. They divide the people because it helps them to keep in control of Nigeria. And since we're not able, just like forefathers have said, we're not able to dislodge, or the North is not ready to accept the South because of trust. Even though for one man, more than 5 million Biafrans or Igbos were killed, but yet the trust is not there until they finish killing the last of them before the trust will come. Let us not stop killing, and people should divide and be in peace and be able to work together. Coming to the issue of the South and South, that is Southeast and the West. This they have continuously built on that fault line that Awolowo betrayed the East. That's what the Igbos this thing, and then the Yorubas say the Igbos cannot be trusted. Now this has been going on. How then do we move forward? It's either we sit. You see, like I said, I didn't want to go into the Nigerian issue because there's so much to discuss. All right, the Eastern leaders met how many days ago, and you can see what they came up with. The whole Eastern politicians they met. What has happened? Did Nigeria shake? Did the news even cover it? What was the outcome? Did they meet the presidency? Wasn't that the kind ever released? All these demands they put forward. What have they done with it? So this is totally a different ball game. All right. The Yorubas and the Igbos can work together, but it's not going to be accepted or it's not going to allow to happen because somebody will always come and say, you know what, this person is planning this thing. You know, these Igbo people cannot be trusted. Then somebody, you know what, don't do this because Awolowo betrayed the Igbos during the Civil War and caused 3 million children to die of starvation. This is the narrative we have been hearing. It's not going to stop. So it's either we'll have a national conference, discuss it, find a way to go back, put it in writing so that everybody knows where they stand, or we just simply go our way. But today I want to deal with the issue of the Palestinians.
All right. KJ, before you continue, I just want to thank everybody that joined us, and I have to hand it over to forefathers. And then to announce that on Sunday next week, we'll have Dr. Franklin Obunweze joining us on the show. Thank you all, those that supported us, like Mazi Prince. We appreciate you, and of course, Dr. Alexander and everybody else. I'll see you next Sunday. Thank you. Or Saturday.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Okay, just like I was saying, you see, I originally I thought there was no Christians in the Palestine, but I had an opportunity to work with a producer who came from Palestine. Her name is Cordell. She made me to understand that majority of them are even Christians. Okay, but unfortunately, they are all termed as Muslims. The issue of the Palestine, if we decide to even look at it properly, neither they nor the Israelis own that place, because if you trace back to the days of Jesus Christ, I'm not sure that these are people who existed there. But that's a discussion for another day. All I'm saying is, see, no matter how much you prepare, a man is always going to be a man, and there's going to be a day that your Iron Dome defense will not work. There's going to be a day that you begin to have, miscreants in your midst who will allow you or give the enemy a leeway into your weaknesses, and they can capitalize on that and do damage. This is exactly what has happened to the Israelis. Am I in support of the Israelis and the Palestinians going to war? No, because nobody can tell what is going to be the end of it once it starts. So what we are all for is that I stand with the place where former President Trump stands. There should be no killing at all. Look, in the first place, forefather, why I came in was because you said they keep taking their land. They're not taking their land. Remember that during the 3 days war, okay, some lands were captured. Some lands were captured. You fought me. I captured your land. You want me to give you back? They have withdrawn back from that, and there was an agreement. They have constantly offered a two-state settlement right from when I can remember reading, meetings from the UN, and they've never taken it. They've always refused. Their own stand is that Israel must leave that place. Then
That
why
is
did
inaccurate, actually. They have a specific area that has been assigned to them for their statehood. That's the West Bank area and the this
yes,
in
but they are
Gaza.
saying they want
But
to have.
But no, but Israel keeps.
they are fighting for Jerusalem. That's the
Let me
one
just make
they
this
say they
clear,
want
please.
Jerusalem. That's
Let
what
me
they
They
make it
want
clear. So
Jerusalem to be
hold
their
on
Yes,
now,
that's
to the
what they
Blackstone. Don't do that, the Blackstone. You're confusing stuff now.
I'm
I
not
have to
confused
correct
with
this
you.
because viewers are watching. We don't want to leave them with the wrong information. There's a land that is meant to be for the Palestinians, which is the West Bank and the Gaza. The area in the West Bank that is supposed to be for the Palestinians, Israelis are moving their people in there. They've quadrupled since the last time they had a peace talk already. The whole world has condemned it. So that is something I thought I should get out there, because you're
the
saying that we're not taking it.
forefather. The main fact that the whole world have condemned it doesn't. Who is the whole world? The UN have given a declaration that is it. Is it the UN the whole world? I don't think so.
UN is the whole world. What is
No,
what
it's
what
not.
does
KJ,
what
KJ, can
No,
I
where
come
My
in
does
a
the
God,
little
UN
bit?
I
where
don't
does
know,
the
man.
UN
I
is the
don't
whole
know.
world
You
platform?
can't help me
UN.
with that now.
What entity again
Forefathers,
No,
that
no.
is more
Is there
than
anything
They,
greater than the UN? I don't know.
forefathers,
Yeah.
forefathers,
Yeah, no,
listen.
yeah, righteous man.
forefathers.
Sorry, let KJ finish, please. I don't know. KJ, are you okay
I
with his
joined this
interjection?
panel. I joined this
People don't want
panel
me to
since
talk.
five
Now I
o'clock.
came in.
I've
People have been
not
talking
uttered
since.
the
I don't
word.
see want me make a talk.
So sorry,
Since
you want
five
KJ to
o'clock,
you want
I
righteous man
joined.
to
I've not uttered the word. Since 5 o'clock, I
how
joined.
did that happen?
Check the record. Yes.
That's 4 hours.
No,
That's
I told
impossible.
them to continue to talk. No,
Supported.
I told them
Righteous man,
to
go
skip
ahead.
me and
Uh,
talk
Supported.
so that
okay,
they
Oh,
will
so
not
okay.
say I'm dominating the talk.
There's the difference between the fact that you've never spoken. You were given chances to speak,
Give me
and
what
you
I want.
said move on. You passed it on, but don't mislead and say, "Oh, you've never spoken,"
No,
as if
no,
you've
But you
been
that's
want
ignored
to
all
speak
through.
The
now.
no,
You
no,
want to
no,
righteous
no.
speak now.
That's
man,
You
it
are
what
not
makes
I'm
me
speaking.
scared
saying.
about Nigeria.
Why is it that when
Righteous
I want to
man
speak,
is
that is when righteous man
another.
want to
You
speak?
joined this
Why?
platform for over how many weeks now? You are being a part of this platform. When you come through that back door and say they never allow me to talk, it makes me
Abba,
scared, and
Jovida.
it scares
Again,
me.
Abba.
No, but I didn't say so. I didn't say so. I say I
But
have not
let's leave
spoken.
that
I
now.
didn't
Let's
say they
allow
did not
KJ to go on
allow
now.
You don't
me.
want me
Hey,
to talk, so I
Okay,
just keep quiet.
let KJ finish
then
and then you
you
talk,
can talk
please.
then.
We're
Okay.
all going to leave you to talk, even though I'm trying to refresh
John
or to
Aban,
give.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you be saying these things. Honestly, I never accused anybody of not allowing
Okay.
me to
Let's
talk.
allow KJ go now. Let's allow
Go
KJ
ahead.
finish, please. Okay,
You
KJ,
see,
please go ahead.
gentlemen and ladies, I have no dog in the fight. I'm neither for nor for this nor for that. I'm after my own state, which is the state of Biafra. That is why I'm more concerned. Now, but coming back to what I was saying, based on the issues that have been on the ground, remember, like I said, in the time of Trump, there was this Israeli accord, that this the accord that was reached, that was trying to bring peace. Now, what is the contention? You want Jerusalem to be given to you, and the Israelis have said, "We will not give you Jerusalem." For us being Christians, I will go a bit further. If you are a Christian, you know that if the Messiah is to come back, he's going to come through the east gate. He's going to come through a particular. He's going to come through the where the temple of the dome where it is right now. Okay, he's going to walk through that place because that is that's what the Christian faith says. He's going to come into that place, and so if Israeli hand that place over to them, that means that when Christ comes, he will walk through the mosque. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
So Christ is anti-mosque, eh?
Oh, hold on now, my brother. Let's not go into that.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Father.
I don't know what it means.
I,
Or
I'm just,
does he have to be in
Father.
the hands of a
I'm just
synagogue?
Father,
Or
be
what
telling
does he have
you
to
serious
be?
now.
why
Be
it is very
serious.
contested.
I'm trying to
It
be
is very
serious because
contested
what does he mean by that?
because of what it represents to the two people, whether to the Israelis and to the Palestinians. Like I said earlier on, not every Palestinian is a Muslim. So there are Christians, a large population of Christians in the Palestine. And I have met and worked with one of them. And they are also very good Christians. They are also very good people. What we are saying that there is world politics going on here. And the world, certain individuals don't want to see peace in that area. It's that peace cannot be achieved, it can be achieved. But somebody is saying, no, we will not do it your way. We want it to be.
Go, like, send their money.
So who doesn't want to see peace? Who do you think doesn't want to see peace?
It's not necessarily.
Only taking things serious. I say, why are you discussing us like this?
Mute yourself.
It's not necessarily, like you said, anybody who knows Netanyahu will know that Netanyahu will go to the extreme of making sure that if one Israeli is killed, 10 will come with them. So it's the wrong time to activate whatever they're trying to activate. But they still did it all the same because, you see, if we look at what is going on, it's probably going to be pointing to one world event. Don't be surprised that before we know it, while we are still saying, this is going on, they will smuggle in something behind that you and I will now begin to face in the next few days. We may even go back to wearing masks because they'll say, something has been thrown there is going to affect the whole world. And look, you just watch the political terrain and see what's going to come out of it. Something is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. Yeah, Righteous Man,
So
please go ahead.
it's my turn.
Yeah. It is.
I would have loved Chin to, I don't know, it's like he's on in the background or whatever. At the very early stage of our discussion, Chin made a very valid submission concerning what is happening today. I quite agree with him. And I do hope that he will maintain his submissions, because sometimes when he makes submissions and somebody counters it, you see him adjust and say he agrees. That's the submission he made is where I want to start from. We have weak leadership across the powerful nations of the world today. And that weak leadership have resulted to what we're having now. The Americans and the NATO alliance concentrated on Ukraine and the issue between China and Taiwan. So there was nothing on the table for the Palestinians. It looks as if, okay, you guys are interested to normalize a relationship between other Arab countries with Israel. And then the issue that have to do with us, nobody's talking about it. That was a flop in the side of the world powers, America and the NATO alliance. So that's created this problem we're having today. It's not even about the 6 billion released to Iran. Because if I feel I'm cheated and nobody's looking at my side to consider my feelings, I'm going to do something funny to make sure that everybody's attention turns towards me. And that's what the Palestinians have done. That is on the issue of being human. But we're going to look beyond being human and look at the spiritual angle of what is happening. If we all accept that the Bible is a holy book inspired by God Almighty, then what are the contents of the Bible? What are the prophecies of the Bible concerning our today life and what is happening in Israel? So if you go to the scripture, you discover there are prophecies that says in the Old Testament, even in the New Testament, Jesus alluded to it, that there will be no peace between the Jews and the Arabs until this world comes to an end. There is nothing man will do to bring peace between these two brothers, because the Almighty God, as claimed by the Holy Bible, had made that declaration, and man cannot alter it. And that is why all peace accord that have been signed, Abrahamic peace accord, David peace accord, this accord, they have all failed and they will continue to disappoint. So we have to look at that angle. And if we're looking at that angle generally to the whole world, what does it mean? It means that we are coming close to the end of this system, because the prophecy of the Bible.
But don't you think that,
That
the
you
way
will
you are
hear
looking at
what
the, let me ask you, don't you think that the way you are looking at the world, you are looking at it, you are not seeing it for what it truly is. You are seeing it from the point of view of the writers of these books, when your own forefathers
hold on.
existed well
I
before them.
made a forefather, I made a submission. I say from human angle and from spiritual angle. We are talking of the spiritual angle, which deals with the books we have, the books we reference to, the Quran, the Bible, the Jewish Torah, and the rest of the books. Everything is pointing towards the end of age. We are human. We didn't create ourselves. There is a superior power that is in charge of humanity. And the Bible said that God ruleth in the affairs of men.
Yeah,
And
but to
if
say
your
that, don't you
creator
think
has
that
a
when you say
timetable,
everything is pointing to the end
hold
of
on.
age, it's like saying,
Forefather, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm waiting for him to finish. I want to give him a rebuttal, please. Just wait.
okay,
Hold on a minute.
okay, all right.
So
Righteous man, have you
Go
finished?
ahead, righteous man. When you finish, then he will give you a
Yeah.
rebuttal.
So from the Bible point of view that I have read, it looks like the world is going towards the end of all things. The end of this world system, because if you look at it globally, human beings cannot help themselves. Human beings cannot manage the affairs of man. There is no peace in the world today. Is it in the US? Is it in Africa? Is it in Asia? Is it in Middle East? There is no peace. Humanity cannot live in peace. And then it requires a superior power to control humanity. That superior power is the power that put man in this earth. And I am believing the prophecies of the Bible that the world is coming towards a time that all things will begin to dissolve one after the other. That is it. Then concerning the issue, the submission you made, forefather, I quite disagree with you about the roadblocks in the southeast. You see, if the roadblocks is meant to checkmate evil men or evil women, it will be good to be accepted. If it is meant to boost security, fine, it's good. But that is not what it stands for. It's extortion. When I was driving home from Lagos to East, I counted about 35 checkpoints. And in each of these checkpoints, if you carry a bag of rice in your boot, you are going to pay for that bag of rice. As long as you are an Igbo man, and God knows I'm not lying against anybody. I'm a Nigerian. I believe in Nigeria. All my life I spent it in Lagos here. But I'm telling you, these are the realities on ground. And when people present it in the panel here, let it not be disabused and said, you are lying, there is nothing like that. These are realities on ground. And you ask, why will you have between Lagos, Shagamu to Delta State, why will you have over 35 checkpoints? And when you drive from Osun State going to Abuja, you will not have that number. And when you drive from Edo State going to the north, you will not have that number. When you are driving from Kaduna to Abuja, you will not have that number. Then why is it that there is a concentration of military checkpoints that extort money from Igbos and those who ply that road in the southeast? Why? Now, when you get to River Niger, from River Niger to the boundary between Imo State and River State, you have about 20 checkpoints. From River Niger to the boundary between Imo State and River State, which is Omagwo, you have about 25 military checkpoints. And each checkpoint you stop, you pay money. If not, they will detain you. They will even pick up your phone to check if you belong to IPOP, which is contrary to the Constitution of Nigeria, that the policemen have no right to check your phone. But they do it. And if you complain, they've gun you down, and you are just a Sarah. So such thing is what is causing the insecurity and the agitation in the southeast. That is why Igbos believe that they are not welcome in Nigeria, because what is not practicable in other regions of this country is being practiced in the east, and they go scot-free. And when you raise it, they call you IPOP. They call you, oh no, you are talking. We're not talking rubbish. I'm of age. I'm not a young man. I'm above my 50s. And when I'm making my submission, somebody should not think that I'm drunk. I'm not. I love Nigeria. I want the right of every Nigerian to be given to him. I want to belong to Nigeria. What a Yoruba man gained from being a Nigerian should be also what I will gain and my children will gain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Prince,
so let me give
yeah.
him a quick rebuttal. In as much as I would not want to dwell on the Igbo Yoruba thing, okay, because we'll discuss it some other time. But let me give a little opinion, or would I give a? Let me just throw a little thing in there. You know, when they talk about Igbos and Yorubas, some people when they see me, they will think I'm Igbo. Yes, I'm from Delta States. I'm from Asaba. But forefathers, my village mostly are made up of fishermen and farmers. Now they deal in the in the crops like okra and yam. And do you know that my people will carry their goods across the bridge to sell to the business people, Onitsha and other stuff. And those people would tell my people that they are not Igbos. I'm telling you, they are not Igbo, but they are feeding you. And you will still tell these people that they are not Igbos. Do they know how bad, do they know the kind of trauma these people are that we are going through? My men people. During the Biafra war, most of my people were killed. Execution style. Execution style. Because the Nigerians were thinking that we were harboring the Biafrans. And the Biafrans will come and think that we are saboteurs. So it's kind of like we were the collateral in that war. That aside, when we talk about Israel and we talk about Palestine, KJ have said something, which is very vital. Have you guys ever done a research on Israel? Is it the actual Israel that is in the Bible?
Well said.
I don't think any of you will agree with me that that is not. Apart from that, righteous man, when you talk about the world is coming to an end, let me tell you,
the Israels you have today speaks Hebrew. The Israels you have today were scattered in 72 AD. They were scattered across the four corners of the world.
I get you.
Their offspring are the few of them are the ones that have returned back today. So it's still the same Jews. It's not artificial Jews.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm coming to a point. Now, when you talk about the world is coming to an end, of course the world is coming to an end. You understand? But one thing you don't know, that what religion have done to the minds of so many of us. Even the Bible itself said that towards the end, a lot of things will happen. But what was the sentence it ended with? The end is yet to come. Righteous man, you and I today, if any of us dies, our world ends. So let's not be waiting for one particular day that Jesus is going to appear from Jerusalem, like KJ said. It's not going to happen. If he's going to come, he's going to come. He could come, he could appear from anywhere. As a matter of fact, from what I understand, is that we're going to see him from different angles of the world. So why would Israel be fighting for a particular place and say, because Jesus is going to come through there? They don't, even in Israel itself, most of them don't even believe that Jesus have already been, have even, came for the first time. Till today, most of them don't believe that.
But does that make the account of the Bible lie?
And nobody is saying the Bible is lying. Am I saying the Bible is lying? Is there a place in the Bible that says Jesus will come from Jerusalem?
That they don't believe does not make the account of the Bible lie.
Wait. Is there a place in the Bible that they specifically said that Jesus will come from Jerusalem?
Yes.
What chapter? Yes. What chapter, please? I would love to know that.
Yes.
I usually don't
I'll give you.
engage
Let me
in
bring my Bible, please.
religious argument.
Just
I
continue
don't
the
engage in
discussion.
it.
Let me
I don't
bring my
start again
Bible.
with this
Okay,
religious.
if you can get me, Ketin,
Yeah,
I'm talking now. You just said yes, that's fine. Okay, and apart from that, when we talk about Israel, are we saying that God is a partial God? Is that what we're saying? Are we saying that God loves? Are we saying that God loves? Wait now, who is? Let me finish up. Are we saying that God loves certain people and hates certain people? Is that what we're saying? And apart from that, do you guys know how the Israelis that we're talking about, how they treat people from Africa, how they treat people from Eritrea, from Ethiopia, and even your own colored people?
They come to steal our resources
You
there
know,
at night.
you know, they don't even want none of you
I don't
guys
feel
there.
sorry for both of
They,
them.
they
They
were
should
even
come
But,
to
but,
they were
but
sterilizing the Ethiopian Jews
but
recently,
people will
forcibly
pay all
sterilizing
sorts
them.
of money. People will pay all sorts of money to go on pilgrimage. They want to go and see where Jesus was born. Okay, they want to see where John
I
Baptist
think
were doing all that stuff.
Maxi, you are going away from this. It's not a religious
Mazi,
discussion.
No,
people are
Let's leave
blind.
the issue
so
that you are
so what I'm
talking
saying
about.
in essence, I'm not delaying. What I'm saying in essence is when we talk,
Religion.
KJ, righteous
KJ,
man took it there.
Right now,
Righteous
we're not
man took
dealing
it there.
KJ,
with
when we talk,
peace.
KJ, when we talk, let's not talk about it in a religious point. As a matter of fact, religion and politics should not be mixed together.
Who
Yeah,
said
righteous
that?
man was the one
Who
that took
told
it
you
there.
that?
So,
You know,
Who told you
Religion and
that?
politics.
religion should be on its own.
Mazi, I'm not
No. You have to be
interjecting.
together. You have to
Religion
speak
and
about it.
politics is the same thing. It's either you distance yourself from it or you
Yep.
agree with it.
I'm
I, I
saying
distance I distance myself from it
Yeah,
on one
they
they
see
are
basis.
it
the
that
same.
way.
On one basis. On one basis, I cannot be a judge of my fellow man.
Forefather, I know you just came. I want to remind you that after Mazi is a Blackstone, and
yeah, the
they coach
Blackstone.
him, he come back. After that, I come back. The righteous man is taking advantage of him. We pity him because he come from Nigeria.
We all buy credit. We all pay for data.
I'm a proud Nigerian, and I am happy that I'm representing
and
the
thank you.
panel
And we are
right
all
here
proud
in Nigeria.
Nigerians.
We are proud
We are all
Nigeria,
proud.
not us
Yes,
alone.
We are
Leave
all
that
proud.
thing.
Righteous man, don't worry, we will soon have our reunion and we invite you to come so that we'll all dine. We'll all dine and wine.
When I'm
Eh?
hosting, remember I'm going
Okay.
to host
Yeah.
Dr. Rudolph in Texas. So when I'm
Uh,
hosting him, all of you, I will give you enough time, maybe like 3 to 4 months. So you all come, we have a
please.
reunion.
Yes,
Even
and we'll come.
all
We'll
the
come.
people we disagree,
Wonderful
we
sentiments.
disagree to agree. Let's have the movement that we can change the face, not only in Nigeria but Africa. Let's go big.
Yes, yes.
Wonderful.
So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is I totally agree with Henry. When Henry Gabriel said, you know, whatever that happens to the two of them, it's their business, and which is true. As long as Netanyahu is there, Netanyahu is just a wicked man. I've said it time without number. That man is just so wicked. I don't care because at the end of the day, the people that even attacked them was Hamas, not even Palestinians themselves. But now Palestinians
Hamas
are gonna pay the price.
is a part of who?
Hamas is Lebanon. Hamas is part of Lebanon. It's
Nothing.
right close there.
Hamas is part of the West, the
Let us
Gaza
say
Strip
it to
Yeah,
now.
our head.
yeah, it's Lebanon. It's
No,
Lebanon.
Hamas
Hamas
is
for a
Part of
Iran.
black
Gaza.
man. That man have no respect for a black soul on earth.
Hamas is control
Remember,
of
he
Gaza.
even came to America and agreed to come with to the
Mujahideen.
Congress without Obama during Obama time. That man is a racist bigotry. He have no respect for a black man on earth, and we will not take it anymore. We all have a basic human, not because you command army and you do all of those things and then you undermine me. If you come to my perimeter and you come with foolishness, if I don't have a gun, I will bite you with my teeth until God come and separate us.
With
And
my
and that,
gun.
that, that I think
With my
that's what
gun.
that's what sorry you go next. That's what the what Hamas just did is showing that you can be as powerful as you want. You think nobody's going to hit you. Human beings are the biggest weapon. And when I keep saying that we have the biggest weapons, we don't have technology, we don't have this, no, we have the human beings. We should use them to secure our country because human beings are the biggest weapons you have. Look at what Hamas has done now. And for better or for worse, I think whatever they've done, they've actually gotten their message out there. And in a way, they've already won. No matter what Israel does, they've already won, because that issue now will be at the top. Because the more Israel responds, the more the issue becomes a big issue. The less Israel responds, the more it's insulting. So it's a big problem right now. That should tell you now what a human being can be able to do when they don't have anything to lose, when they mean business. This is what it's a small territory. And Israel is a nuclear power, one of the most powerful countries in terms of cybersecurity and everything, and they didn't pick up on this. You know why? Because they were probably relying too much on electronic intelligence. They were not paying more physical attention to what is going on. Because that's what happens to when people rely too much on technology. That's what happens.
You are saying those things because you are not seeing what is. See, this is one of the people captured. Look at what they are doing to the person. Can you see?
Oh, do you think I've not seen worse than that?
KJ, we saw it.
So when you say these things,
KJ, we saw it.
What did I say? What did I say? Did I say that it's a good thing? I said it is tragic catastrophe.
Both you see, humanity is humanity. It does not matter who the person is, as long as
I agree with you, but what I'm describing has nothing to do with that. I agree with you that it's a tragic catastrophe, and I explained how it happened. However, the reason why the Palestinians did what they did was because they didn't think that anybody was listening to them, that it didn't matter what happened to them.
And apart from that, forefather, apart from that, there is this notion that, like you said, that technology has failed them because they were relying so much on their intelligence through technology. But there is a human intelligence. There is a human. And another thing is that let us take the mindset of whether you are a Christian or you are a Muslim. Is that right for any other human being to oppress another constantly? Go and look at it up on your own.
Over 50 years.
Yes. Oh, these people have not even a better hospital. They don't have anything. Anything they do, they basically struggle with life. And they one of the highest populated density in the world is that city. That people live like that. Go and look at it. And then somehow we come here, we say, oh, this is a Christian, this is a Bible thing. If Bible is like that,
I don't care about them. Let them do their thing themselves.
No. So whatever it is, let us not attach emotion or religion to it. Oh, Bible is not the oldest religious book.
Calm down.
I'm not.
Can you let the Blackstone? Don't worry, you get your turn. See, the thing about this religious aspect people bring into it, it's like a human being. It's like a human being tangling with it's like a human being tangling with cobra. You know how the Jews and the Christians see Jerusalem. The Christians see Jerusalem as when Christ comes, they will decimate the Jews and convert them to this in the Christianity.
But are you not how stupid can you be? All your life they say Jesus is coming tomorrow. When is that tomorrow? Are you not that stupid to tell you that somebody is from tomorrow they finish? Let us say, okay, what are
exactly tomorrow it never finishes.
But I'm languishing today and you're not giving me water. It's even contrary to the Bible belief. The Bible says when I'm hungry, you do not give me food. When I'm thirsty, you do not give me water. When I'm homeless, you do not give me shelter. So what is that the anchor? What is that biblical anchor that is not centered on love? And if it's centered on love, why should another person look another human being and they say you are nobody? Or even let's say that okay, you in your own word you have believed that this one is unbeliever. Maybe you were not always a believer. So, but there was a chance to you. Let's put it that way. If you believe that okay, this person is not unbeliever, it does not have the right to exist.
I think Israel has come to believe that they have to be cruel to become great. That's what they've come to believe.
If you watch one video where the Jews they spit on the Christians, you never saw that video?
Yeah, that's another thing. Christians, that's another thing Christians don't understand that they don't like Christians too. They don't like
I thought we could actually agree on something, but we seem not to be agreeing. So
these things, Jonaba, I miss about these things. Is everybody a Christian? Is everybody a Christian?
Must we be all Christian?
No, that's a question. I'm asking the question. Is everybody a Christian?
I'm not a Christian.
No. So then why are you not saying that is Netanyahu a Christian? Is all the Jews are they Christians? So let's not use that word to
what's your point?
Say that Why?
I don't understand your point.
Wait, let me
I don't understand your point, my friend.
listen now. Let
Let
me
the
finish.
Blackstone land. The Blackstone has a different path to take.
Actually, no, excuse me. You are putting Jonathan is saying that is it right? If the Bible is saying this and you are doing a different thing, that's why I'm asking that question. It is your belief. If you are a Christian,
No. I think you didn't hear me well. Let me
You
not
didn't
cut you
get
off.
it.
I
You
said
didn't get
even
what you
if
said.
you go by that biblical definition, it's still not right. That's what I said. So
yes,
I'm
I'm
saying
saying that those that go those that goes with that biblical definition are those that believe in the Bible. Simple. Those that don't believe in the Bible goes
talk to KJ. KJ have another definition.
I don't know.
don't go to KJ yet.
I don't
You're
know.
going to get lost.
Okay, actually, this is my take in this.
Good night, everybody. I have to go. I have to work tomorrow
Good
morning.
night, my friend.
Good night, Omorige.
So this
Henry.
is my take on it, right? This issue of the Jewish, the Israelis, and the Palestinians has been something that's been going on for centuries of years, and it is not a thing that just started yesterday. It has been. It is partly to say it is the history between these two people. Violence, hatred. You are not my people. I don't believe you. I don't trust you. This has been the issue. When that deal was created, let's create a Palestinian state. Right? Even before then, the Israelis and the Palestinians, they were living, most of the Palestinians was living in Israel, working in Israel. Before that deal was broken, that let's create a Palestinian state. That they came, but the sharing of the land now was an issue. So Jesus said that if you give this and so place to these people, we have no security. We have no security. But they did not, those that shared that to bring that deal did not listen to that thing. Then the other issue was that
the Blackstone, the way you're explaining this is really like what timeline are we working with here?
Who break the deal that let's create a Palestinian state? Who was the
Israeli state or Palestinian state?
No, we're talking about two-state solution was brought up by
solution,
Barack Obama.
Okay,
Obama.
yeah.
That was
okay.
Yes.
Was it Barack Obama or Clinton?
No, it was Clinton.
It started with Clinton, but Barack Obama also re-emphasized it recently.
Yes, right. And when they shared the land, it was Clinton that shared it. That time was time of Clinton, right? And Israel do not agree because the contention at that time was the issue of Jerusalem. Who will Jerusalem belongs to? Yes, this is Jerusalem. Who will it belongs to? Right? Then the issue of Gaza Street. You understand me? The issue about that. The issue that is security. Why is this issue of security? It's lack of trust. As we are sitting in Nigeria now, lack of trust between the Easterners and the Southerners, or the Southerners and the Northerners. When that issue of security is there, both parties are curious, are careful, right? So the Israelis believe that the Palestinians, even if they have peace, they will not be secured. They will not have peace because they think that they are violent people. And according, I think Arafat said one, he said after peace come war. He said this is the peace of something. I don't know what he used for it. And literally translated, after peace come war. So this has been the tension between these two people, right? And Hamas has always been fighting. The Jews have been fighting. I've been to Israel. I was working with his first company sometime, you understand me? If you go to Israel, where you even hear this issue, it's only at that Jerusalem area. If you're in Tel Aviv and everything, you don't even know that there's a crisis in Israel. Right? But this fight is going on around that Gaza Strip, Jerusalem, and so on and so forth. Right? Because if there can be trust, if people can trust themselves, they can live together. right? No country will ever say you kill my citizen. It's only in Nigeria that a foreign they kill your citizen, nobody cares about it. America will not take that and say you a foreign country kill their citizen and they will say, okay, yeah, peace. Let's talk about on it. They will revenge on that, take a revenge on that country. So what I'm trying to say is that the issue of trust is the major problem between these two nations. And the Israel Prime Minister was a former military man who fought the 6-day war. He was involved in fighting that 6-day war. You know what it is. So when we are blaming these people, let's be balanced.
Arab didn't say after peace comes war in the first place. I don't know where he got that from. He didn't say that. Sorry.
There's a word he used. There's a Arabic word he used. When we translate it literally, that's what it means.
Yeah, and when I checked it, he didn't say that. And that was when he said Israel didn't have the right to exist, was before the peace process that he later on agreed to. So sometimes people say stuff, I don't know where it comes from.
Papa, is everything that you check online that you everything somebody says that you be online. You always to check online.
No, online.
I am an IT person. I know this.
Online is multiple people, multiple sources.
So,
it's not really one person.
About now, but like I said, I didn't want to debate this issue. But you see, even look, I'm just watching what's going on. Even
which channel is that?
It's David Hinder's X page.
Let me check it.
And I follow a guy called Benny Johnson. He's a reporter in America here. Okay, he's been reporting on what's going on. Right now he's saying that he's giving us a picture of a video that the Iranian parliament is chanting death to America and Israel. Okay, there's a protest going on right now. There's a protest going on in New York on both sides. Okay, on the same issue, death to America. And you see, what we're saying here is that if you were the prime minister of Israel, or if you're an Israeli, let's put aside Christianity and all that, and there's a neighbor, your neighbors keep telling you of how he's going to kill you and your children. Are you going to keep quiet? Are you going to relax? And then he comes and says he wants to use your garden, he wants to use your backyard as garden. Will you give it to them? Since you already know that.
What are you talking about? It's not your backyard, it's their land.
Which
land? What are you talking about?
No,
which
Jesus
land?
Christ.
You used to own the land. I'm
okay,
coming.
now then make your peace with the fact that they are attacking back now. Keep saying that it's not their land.
Hold on, let's deal with this issue. You used to own the land, but you didn't want the small portion that was given to them to remain in their hands. And then you went to war. You decided to go on your...
They are not the ones that went to war. It's the Arab world.
That's what I'm saying now. Are they not part of the Arab world? You followed to go to the war, and then you lost the war. And between the time you declared the war and they took part of your territory, and you now want to force them to give it back to you. Wasn't that your own originally before you went to war?
Hold on. See, you can decide that either it's free for all. They shouldn't have any kind of agreement. Whoever is strongest wins. You can do that. Then you have to admit that what Hamas did right now is a hit back. Or you say the West and Israel reach an agreement to have a two-state solution that Israel has done everything in their power to frustrate.
No,
has not gone ahead for the last 20 to 30 years.
Even this, what just happened, we even delay or derail the so-called peace accord, because this has been the fear of the.
There is no peace accord because the Jewish state have never recently they have been dominating this and be silent in this. So there is no a recent dialogue on any peace.
I'm not saying there's a recent dialogue.
Okay.
I'm not saying there's a recent dialogue. You understand me?
Okay.
Even
so Hamas have been constantly, or the Palestinian Hamas.
Both of them has been fighting themselves.
Yeah, but we have, but no. KJ
One
is
is more
making it.
powerful. One is caging the
Yes,
other. One is
one is
treating the
taking the
others as
other.
second-class
Is
citizens and using them as
taking
cheap labor.
the Palestinian.
No,
I
excuse
want us
me.
to
See,
understand that the
in
Hamas is
Australia,
a group
they are
of
Wait,
people,
Australian
a
Muslims
group of
are
militants.
rejoicing over
John
what is going
Abba,
on in this thing. They
John
are
Abba,
just celebrating.
John
What
Abba,
did you
Australia.
expect? What do you expect? They feel the pain of their Palestinian brothers too. I
John
don't
Abba.
understand how
No,
this is complicated to understand.
you know one thing. We have to understand one.
So, Godfather, why not feeling the pain of our Igbo brothers? Why not feeling their pain?
What do you
So you
mean?
are
I
not
feel the
saying
pain of the
no.
Israelis too. I've
Every
always said
human
it.
being deserves the right
But
to
one has
live
more power than
side
the
by
other.
side. So nobody say that there is no way any if
Father,
Nigerian government enter the east
John
and
Abba,
killing
John
the
Abba,
easterners,
John
we
Abba,
all going to come here and condemn it. You
John
understand
Abba,
that?
John
Now the
Abba.
other thing you are trying to draw the contrast, and this is why it's so manipulative and it's so hard for people to understand where you are coming from when you are drawing the contrast. How many times have case have reached to the point where the Hamas and the Israel is in Nigeria?
What are you saying now, Jonaba? You see, one of the things I wanted to do for Dr. Damages is to send in daily report. Even right now, as I'm talking to you, guys in Nigeria have sent me the killings going on in the east and in Benue. I mean, I can.
You were not. Maybe you were not here yesterday. We
Isn't
said
it
yesterday when
isn't
the
not the
dam.
same
No,
thing?
no. Listen,
It's not
we
the same
said
thing.
yesterday on this
Talking
platform.
I'm talking about less than 3
But
days
why
ago.
don't you take the killings going on in the north too? Why do you always
Yeah,
have this
so you see,
sectional way of looking at things?
there are
You see,
people
that's
dying.
what you do,
No
forefather.
human being
No,
is
but I'm
dying.
asking you now why. I'm asking why. Why do you ignore the ones going
I
on in the
have
north?
you see, you keep saying that, forefather, and that
That's
is
what
very wrong. That's very wrong of you.
It's not wrong. Don't use that defensive to kill anybody. Every
Here.
life matters. Don't
You
use
are
the
here.
word wrong.
Talking about
Every
Burundi,
life matters.
talking about places that these killings have gone on in the north. Why do you always point to the east? The one that spoke about the
No,
east.
because you
Why
just
No,
said
it's
that
a
you were
balance.
getting report
It's a
from two
balance.
areas. No,
you
it's
are
because
always
of what
doing
you
that?
just said. That's why I said that. It's because of what you said. You said you are getting report from the southeast and the Benue, but nothing from the north. Why do you
I
always seem
have
to be
people
focusing
in
on
this
those
panel
areas
will know
alone?
that I have done. In fact, it's Dogona Hawa in the east. It's Dogona Hawa in the east where I did the documentary on the killings there, or where they killed 500 people. Is it
That
in the
is a
east?
Then
different
you
matter. It's
finish
what you said
off.
now
Just
I'm
I'm coming.
addressing.
yourself. Every life matter. Every life matter. KJ, you are not understanding this thing. All Nigerians and every lives matter. World is a global square. When you have a love for humanity, it doesn't matter even whether your neighbor is a Russian, whether your neighbor is from England, or whether it's from America. All you want is that to treat every life with respect, and every life deserves to live. But when we have a conflict where you can only mention one particular citizen or indigene, and you discount the other one, it's like 10 people die in Lagos plus one Hausa man. That is the language.
It's a recipe for conflict. That is exactly why you have war. When you don't value other people's lives,
Yes,
it's a recipe
all
for
lives
war.
matter.
Because the other side will be like, okay, I don't matter. Okay, you find out whether it matters
In
or not.
Nigerian
That's
slang, you will
conflict.
hear say, "Oh, Aboki, Mala, 10 people die." They even use it. Forget the fact that we have our differences. A civilized world, men and women that have seen that and no life should be put down. You hear it. I'll hear it in Lagos. They say, "Oh, 10 people die." They even use it as a joke. And one Mala.
You see, that's why I
How the country
I
be
didn't
that?
want to join this issue because it's not going to be enough to discuss the Nigerian issue. This
No,
as
it's enough because
so
until we
leave it,
set our
leave it. When
mentality
we want to
straight,
talk about that, we'll talk
until we
about
set
that
our
squarely.
mentality straight that all
Let
lives
us
matter,
dwell on
whether
what
you
is
are
going
from
on.
Benue, whether
Okay.
you are from Kogi, whether we are from from Adamawa, whether you are from Lagos, whether you are from Edo State, whether you are from Anambra, all lives matters.
But that we understand, right? This issue in Nigeria, now this kill and everything, who do you blame for it?
All the citizens have a responsibility. You are a product of your environment. There is a say that a leader is one of you. So let us not always go to the head. We are talking about Nigeria now. There is all the governors in Nigeria have been given the palliative money. Did they give to their people? Let us not always go to the head. Everybody have a share blame.
Jonaba, where forefathers always talk about security agents and everything, right? How is the state enabling the security agents to carry out their duty diligently? How?
Is to create the reasonably sized force and
No,
structure it the way a normal
that's what I'm
security
saying.
force is meant to be
How are they
structured.
doing it? Because they're not doing it. They're not creating a good enabling environment. They're not giving a good incentive. They're not being encouraged, right?
You mean for security?
No, our police, our military, they're not having the enabling environment for all this. They're not even empowered. They're not even encouraged.
I don't know.
To do their
See,
job
let
properly.
me explain what I see going on in
Encourage. What do
Nigeria.
you mean by encouragement?
Our
What
security
do you mean?
forces are
What is their salary?
overperforming.
What is their salary in the first place?
So what is even in
I don't know.
Nigeria? Let me tell you one thing in Nigeria that you are talking about the military people. We understand there is no excuse, there may be underpay, there may all of that. There are millions of Nigerians that don't even have a job. So if you are talking that the people that have a job have to be extorting money from the people that doesn't have, it's another injustice altogether.
Our security forces,
I'm
for
not
me,
why are they
okay.
extorting money from them? Why are they extorting money from them?
Why should they even extort money from the first? Why can't they go and why can't they form a union and ask government to pay them more? Why should they go after the ordinary citizens? I'm
not saying they should go after. No, I'm not after that one. I'm not.
That like a forefather was saying.
I'm not. I'm not in
another
support
thing
of
what
that.
forefather said that the first time was the number of roadblocks they have in the east, or the rundown the roadblock they have in the east. The Eastern, they're supposed to be in charge of their own security, and we have campaigned and we have said that let security will be a local issue because your people know your people better. There is no reason one Fulani man or one Kanuri man will come and become a commissioner of police in Enugu. There is no reason for one Igbo man to become a commissioner of police.
Okay, sorry.
There's no reason for that. So we have said that let there be a local police.
Let him respond.
Let me ask you a question. Where that bill was in the house that let the police now become a state police, right? How many states assigned to it? How many? When there was amendment to amend the constitution that the police now should have a state police, right? How many of the states accepted it?
It is a power struggle because they want the power in the center in order to control the people.
No. Wait.
Many states even have state police. Let me tell you.
Can I give you the answer? Can I give you the answer?
Yes.
The southern states accepted state police. The northern states rejected it.
No, the northern states have state police, and the state police work.
No,
there. I live there.
No, police. How many states accepted it? When the amendment was done, how many states accepted it?
I thought 24.
When it is a federal rule that we don't have Nigerian police anymore. You guys are talking from the fraction of go and create your own, go and do that. We are talking about security.
John Abba, they wanted to change the constitution. There was a bill to change the constitution. So I made the constitution that they should have a state police. And when we are going to change the constitution, the 24 states, at least 24 states have to assign to it before it can become a law to change it, right? Do you know that 24 states are supposed to start? Only 12 have accepted it. I thought 36 states.
There is no state police in Nigeria yet. And let me explain something. Let me explain something that I found out. The state police is just a way of the Nigerian state trying to expand the police force. The police force was supposed to expand by 10,000 each year throughout the Buhari's regime, which would have given about 80,000 police
CBN Nigerian police force.
Let me finish the point I'm making. We should have had 80,000 police officers during Buhari's time in office. But instead, they recruited only 20,000 because they were having arguments within the police force itself about who should recruit or who should not recruit. Only 20,000 was recruited, and out of that 20,000, about half of them was not even paid properly because they said that they were not integrated into the police systems properly. And that argument, so you can see where the problem is coming from. It's not necessarily because of state police that is causing the problem. I think people are missing the point.
Yes,
It's the numbers you don't have. That's where the core problem is.
So, Papa, this issue of that we want to remove the central
police force, the security.
Yes, from the central. Every state that has their police force. So it's not
people are see. There are forces out there that are wanting to use it to keep Nigeria as separate as possible. They are doing it to distance. You guys don't really understand how these forces work. They are trying to create state police so that states start having, you have governors that have immunity. States start having ordered their own forces. You people are missing what is happening. In reality, the problem is you don't have enough police officers. You don't have enough military. That's why your country is insecure.
That is center control from Abuja is not connecting.
It's not working. It's not working.
Is it not? See, it's actually overperforming. I don't know. See, that's what you people don't notice. It's actually given the number of police we have for the size of Nigeria, they are overperforming.
You have such in the UK. We don't have such in America. In America, not even
most countries have a kind of a national police. Like in the UK now, they have the police. They say, okay, yes, they do have regional police units, but they all answer to the center.
But at the end of the day, they answer to the center, meaning that when there is an arrest or when there is a breaking or information on security, they contact the local one. In America, we call what we call a marshal. Marshal is the one that is you never even see them. Then we have what we call state police. And then when we have a county police, which is called sheriff. Then we have a city police where they
are your governors immune from prosecution? They have immunity from prosecution. Your governors, Nigeria, we have governors that are immune from prosecution. You give them police force. That could be serious problems.
The reason why we are talking about is that let's say what is going on in the east right now, right? It will be controlled from Abuja. It shouldn't be.
No, that is too fast. Look at
to be fair, they are not being even P2B said that they were not being controlled from Abuja directly.
No, that's what the Nigerian police work. Nigerian police mean Nigerian police force. Yes. The commissioner of police leave. The IG give a control to the commissioner in the state, and the state give to the local. It's still from the head.
Yes, sorry, the Blackstone. See, if you look at Lagos have different working arrangement with their police officers, but yet they are still part of the national structure. The River State Police have different working arrangement with the police. Every state have their own peculiar texture.
Arrangement. Agree on what?
No, it means that they have flexibility. It's not rigid. My concern is that we are mistaking that. Okay, I think there is a bit of feedback going on.
Okay. Look, for example, now look at this issue of Eriko Food and that lady. She was arrested in Lagos and flew to Abuja.
Tell Righteous Man to mute his phone.
Yeah, it's muted now.
Okay. The lady was arrested in Lagos, was flew to Abuja. So if it's a state police, will she be flew to Abuja?
See, the moment
the order from the IG of
for me,
what is not even a federal offense.
A federal offense.
For me, the moment they create a state police and the system becomes more secure, people would think that is why the system became more secure. What just happened was that the number just increased. But in between that is that you have state governors now that have immunity from prosecution, that have a force at their disposal.
If it is go to that level, there will be a room. Every state also have their own constitution. Do you remember that? So when it gets to that level, there will be an enforcement to that level where that will be created, and the governor will not have a dominant influence on that. Then it becomes a local. We have it in America. people that live in America.
America is not that secure, you know. You forget that
I'm
America is
not
one
talking
of
about
the.
security alone of
At
what
least
America is
with
not secure.
time,
What do you mean?
everything will balance.
You know, America has a lot of death toll.
That
Given
is a
the.
death toll in Nigeria. You're going to compare a one state in America is equal to Nigeria in totality. So what are you talking about?
America loses about 46,000 to gun
Okay,
violence
how many
alone.
people die in Nigeria because you don't have a media to address?
In terms of insecurity, far less die in Nigeria due to
When
insecurity.
you talk about, are you talking about gun violence?
Good. Thank you.
Gun violence is a form of insecurity now, isn't
Yeah, of
it?
course,
If people are
but
dying from.
there is a level you categorize it. We are talking about a common man approach to issues that somebody committed is or somebody, not even a crime, posted here. If I buy a product from a market and that product does not serve me well, I have a right to comment on it online. Why should I be arrested for it? And we are talking about a lady committed in Lagos that the toothpaste he bought is too sugary and was arrested, and the owner or whatever the connection they have called the IG, and the person was arrested and taken to Abuja. So we are talking about a broken system that it doesn't warrant such attention. Come on.
But that has nothing to do with. But don't you think that would still happen even if you have local police? The problem is raised
At
does not have
least
nothing to do
it
with
stays
local
locally
police.
because the issue is to punish the people.
No, they will use DSS instead. They will use DSS.
Okay. Hold on. I don't come. I don't shoot now. For I can't come.
No, I never see you. I never see you.
They will use DSS instead. Why?
But both you Black Diamond, both you and Jonaba are all right. I give an example. All right, the states governors are going to misuse the state police. Look at what's happening in Imo State. Ebubago is a creation of the state governors to tackle security. But what is he doing? He's using the Ebubago to terminate his opponent in the state. So it gives them that power, all right?
We are saying that when the system change, we are not talking about right now that automatically.
Are you going to
there should be a
I'm talking about the national confirm.
Then what should happen now? What should they do now? That's the thing.
Okay,
Not
for
wait until
me,
the system changes.
For me, what should be done now is let him be as it is until if we can come together and have the national confirm, all right? We have every state, even the way it is in America. My state governor, which in Austin, doesn't have rights to his police department. He doesn't have right to tell them what to do. He have his own police, the state one, all right? Some neighborhood here have their neighborhood police. They will arrest you and take you to court and charge you. He has no right to tell them release you. He has no right. It's part of him. So that debate in Nigeria is not like that. There's something that is going to happen in Imo State now. The governor have to call the commissioner of police for him to get assistance to send men to that place, which is wrong. Sometimes you have the right to defend your own locality, but it's not like that in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So,
You see, the problem is simple. Recruit more into the forces. Stop we complicate things that are not complicated. This is why we don't function. Recruit more into the forces instead of recruiting 20,000 in 8 years. How many people resigned during that period? Instead, our police force is coming down at a time where we need security.
Even the can't even manage it.
The police are not doing nothing than to extort the poor people.
I actually think they are overperforming. You may not believe it, but they are overperforming. Given the resource they have at their disposal, I believe that you may not like to hear it. Given the resources that they have and the people they have to secure, they are overperforming.
It's about constitution. The constitution says go and take bribe from the citizens. What are you talking about?
It's not the bribe aspect. The bribe. See, if they were taking bribe and the country was secure, people would not be complaining. The insecurity is the worst part.
And the person you are even taking bribe from, he may not even have a job. So, do you take oath? Don't you know how much the police earn before you enter?
Are you worried about bribe or insecurity?
What is your parameter? What is your own parameter for the overperformance? What is your parameter? Why are you saying they are overperforming? Why?
Given their numbers and given the state of Nigeria, in terms of the level of crime and in terms of loss of life, they are overperforming.
So how do you think this overperformance? We don't want them to overperform. We want them to perform. We don't. Hello, let me finish. Please let me finish, righteous man.
Olumide is talking, righteous man.
So forefathers, we don't want them to overperform or underperform. We want them to perform. So how are they going to perform? What is your own solution?
I like to think that they perform. If you go to Lagos, you are not exactly being robbed or left and right. There are some parts of Lagos. They hold on. Let me finish now. Oh my God! There are some parts. Can I finish? Can I finish my statement before you people just start going on like the whole world is burning?
Wait, is it Lagos or Portugal?
What I'm saying.
Or Lagos in Nigeria? Which of Lagos?
There are parts of Lagos they are carrying wheelbarrow, money like wheelbarrow from place to place, carrying money like rucksack. It's not everywhere that is insecure. Let's face it.
Measure one part now. Measure one part.
Akwa is relatively safe. Calabar is relatively safe. River State is relatively safe. Actually, that court is relatively safe. There are a lot of safe areas in Nigeria. Abuja is relatively safe. It's not like everywhere is burning, and their force is keeping them secure. We just assume that everything is worse. If you look at the people these forces have to secure and the number of police officers that we have and how much they are getting paid, they are overperforming by far.
It's not only armed robbery or robbery that made a state not to be secure. There are many things that are happening in Lagos that people are afraid to come out by 8 o'clock.
You just spoke against state police now. Did you know that in the north?
No, I didn't speak against it. I'm saying that we should put emphasis on the numbers, not to worry too much about structure. If you don't have people there, what are you going to do? There's no.
Do you know that in some states in the northern part of Nigeria they already have state police? They have ISBA.
I don't know. That's non-legal. No. See, like Eastbound. You are talking of Eastbound. Omoteku. Those are not. They're not allowed to even carry some. They have laws. That's like Eastbound, Omoteku. It's privilege to them. That's what I'm talking about.
But whether you like it or not, it's a form of state policing.
They are like
call it whatever you want to call
it. They are vigilantes. They're like like in Lagos, though, right? They have this vigilantes already. Right from time I was small, they were there already, but they are not powering them. They are not. That's not allocation coming to them. All right. We have the neighborhood guide. If you are in Lagos, you have seen those guys. Neighborhood guide. They have been there for years. Even in time of Jaconde, neighborhood watch. They have been there, but they are not being sponsored by nothing.
Also, let me ask you a question. Why in Lagos, everybody wants to have a house within the estate?
Within the estate?
Everybody wants to have a house within the estate. Why?
You said people that have money. Not everybody that have money to have a house within the estate. Not everybody.
No, I know not everybody, but because
because
the estate is
secured. Let me tell you what is happening in Lagos now. Let me tell you what is happening in Lagos. Every street is being converted to be a mini estate because of security. There is no street now in Lagos that is not gated. No street in Lagos that is not gated. So we have security challenge in Nigeria generally. But as far if the policemen in Nigeria are performing or not, I think to be fair enough, I agree with forefathers. Because if you look at what they are paid and the number of policemen we have, they are overperforming because no number of policemen we have can function with the population we have.
Good night, the Blackstone. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
I may come back later.
All right, then. See you then. All right. Who was talking just now? Okay, the righteous man. Go ahead, please.
So I said I agree with. I submit to what forefathers said. If you look at the number of policemen we have in Nigeria and what they are being paid, even the barracks where they live. In fact, I can't allow my chickens to stay in such a condition. I'm telling you, it's amazing. In fact, the environment where they live even affect their mental ability. So they're overperforming because you can't. A white man will not stay in that vicinity or that environment and perform. So give them credit. Nigerian police are trying. They have their wrongdoings, fine. They extort money, fine. But when you look at their performance, how to
how they are trying to make sure that there is, at least an average security in Nigeria. Give them hand. They are trying. If their salaries are increased and better packages given to them, these guys will come out with a flying color. That's just the truth.
That one I didn't believe in that one. Even though you increase the family salary to 500,000 per month, they will still do the same thing they are doing. Even here with the United States, that was not it. Police here, they also do the same thing.
See,
so
the UK
police
has
in the United States extort.
The UK has.
I believe that the police force.
What I'm saying, do you know last year that this police guy, right? The first quarter of the guy make over $45,000 just for his percentage of giving ticket out. He definitely leave. He was on the news. So they also media portals here also, like media portals. They media portals. So any mistake you make, it's ticket for you. The more ticket you give, and some of them will go to court and stand there and tell you you overspeed. They meet their portals by the law, but they are protected by the law. All right. The Nigeria own is that the people will tell the police guy, go to the road, I need 20,000 this weekend as a return.
Yeah.
All right. So those guys will go there and so on the part of the Southeast, another thing that police, that listen, like here now, police are target. People target police here a lot. All right. So police also want to go back to their family. So they are also watchful. Before you move, before you raise your hand, they already cock their gun to finish you already before you finish them. Some from 30s, they know that the guy is there. Some of the unknown gunmen doesn't use that to see the police guys or the military guys. Then you'll be at the checkpoint, all right? Be at the check, collecting money, and you're not looking your back. And they will come from back and just map them out. That's where I have a problem with them. You know that you're a target, and you be at the checkpoint collecting money and forget to take care of business. All right, you collecting money. The money. That's the way they attack them. They kill like 5 instantly because they are not vigilant. They just are collecting money for that they are there for security. So the normal will just come from the back and finish them up. All right, that's the only way I have problem with them. If they are securing
let me just share some data on this so that we have a bit of clarification. So this is the UK police force, and they generally are in the number of about, let me see their number here, 160,000 police this in the personnel, while Nigeria has 371. However, the Nigerian police force, that's the UK police force, the spending for 2022 to 2023 from what they put there is about 25 billion, if I'm not mistaken. 25 billion this in pounds, actually, GB pounds. That's what they are putting there. If that is what they are spending per annum, in the case of Nigeria, how much do Nigeria spend for police? Let me see. I think
800.
It's about 877 billion naira. So that's not even up to 1 billion pounds. It's about right now. It's almost about 600-700 billion. This million pounds for even double the size of the UK police. So you can see why I say they are overperforming, because these are still human beings that have to put their lives on the line. So we don't recognize that we are not funding our forces. Yeah, we don't even have enough.
No, I think you're right. I think our police, they need to be well paid. Our paramilitary outfits, they need to be well paid.
Yeah,
they need to be well paid.
Nobody doubt that, but we are talking about the morale of the set of the police department.
That is going to go a long way in improving the morale.
We are talking about the morale that. Are you telling me now that if you pay Nigerian police force, that even a cadet or the one that enter police today, that if you pay them $1 million naira or even dollar every month, and that mentality of bribe and corruption is not out of them, will make any changes?
I think because you are looking at it from the point of view that everything is isolated. If you increase security in the country, let me just answer what he said just now. Righteous man, I don't know whether you're hearing me. Let me just answer what he said just now, then you go. I will let you finish your answer. See, you are mistaken that just because you increase your salary, there's not going to be an improvement in terms of corruption and bribery and all those things. I think it's going to improve, because if the nation is more secure, generally you're going to see economic activity pick up, and thereby their salary will be more. Government will take more tax, their salary will increase. Everybody will be better off for it. That's how I look at it. The system will become self-healing if you secure the country, which is part of what the police is supposed to be doing. So, sorry, Righteous Man, carry on.
Yeah, Jonathan, one day I was traveling with my friend. We were going to Abeokuta for a business trip. And then we were flagged down to, by a policeman to check our documents, the vehicle papers. So after they checked through and there was no problem. So just to appreciate them, not that they demanded for money. So my friend dipped hand inside his pocket and brought some money to give to them. The police officer said, "No, I don't need it, I'm well paid." I was shocked. He looked at me. He said, "No, we're not saying that you are asking for money. We just want you to buy Coke with your." He said, No, don't worry. In my capacity now, I'm very well paid and I'm okay with it. So, and that was when their salaries were newly increased. And then the Nigerian economy was good. Not now that the thing has gone banana. So if a good package is given to the Nigerian police, I am telling you, they will overperform. Those guys are human beings standing under the sun. Let me tell you what happened today. This morning, my wife told me to help her to go to grocery to pick some things. So I went there. When I was coming out,
money where you have been here since 4 a.m. Go ahead.
You said what?
I said, when was that money when you have been here since 4 a.m.?
I mean, morning time in Nigeria.
I think Righteous Man is a bit delayed. Righteous Man is a bit delayed.
No, I'm not delayed. I mean, John Abba is interjecting, and whenever he interjects,
but do you hear me?
To the the yam from Benue State.
You got that one now, but I think you're at least 2 to 3 seconds delayed.
No, so what I was saying, I went to grocery to pick up some items this morning. That was around between 10 to 11 o'clock Nigerian time, because I was in the platform till about 4:50 a.m. this morning. So I just take a little rest, and then I went to pick up some items. So I saw some one mala that is a friend of mine. He just walked to me and said,
you don't call Mala. You don't call Mala. Don't laugh.
No. What's the meaning of Mala? Friend of yours, but you don't know his name. His name is Mala. Father, do you see this? Do you know about this?
Should I call his name on the? Should I call his name in the platform?
He's a Mala.
Malam is his name. It's all right. Yeah. We accept it. You see what all this?
No,
we don't understand
each other. So, forefathers, should I call somebody's name? I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't.
No, you don't. You don't have to. You can just say it's a northerner or something.
Not. Then, or you can make. If I met you now, you are a righteous man. Righteous man is not your name, but I know.
No, see, you see, I made mistake.
I met a man from the East, but you say I met a Mala.
So, yes. Can I quickly weigh in? I'm sorry. So I just want to say I understand John Abba's fears. See, that is why we have to look at things holistically. There is corruption everywhere. But the ability of
but I've not finished my story now. I've not finished my story.
You were on something else. Yeah. So let me just, I will just 5 minutes of it. See, the ability to, you see, there's corruption everywhere, even in the US. But what makes a body professional, what makes the army professional, what makes the police professional is the ability to self-regulate. There will always be corrupt, no matter how well you pay them. They need to be paid well, fine. But no matter how well you pay them, there will always be corrupt entities. They have to be able to self-regulate so that when people report them, these corrupt entities are taken care of. That is why we have the rule of law. In America, you go to fight war in a foreign land, you kill innocent civilian. It is your mates that will report you to your army unit. And they will court-martial you, they will punish you, they will send you back home, you go to jail. You have the ability to self-regulate. Let us not move away from the fact that we have to pay. These people are human beings. They also have families. I mean, they shouldn't just be
So
overperforming. They need to be well
who
paid.
is
They are
that
human beings.
Nigerian guy? Who is that Nigerian politician that stole $10,000 from his client? That is in Nigeria now as a big politician. Who is that guy?
That is the chief of staff to the president.
20, is it 20 or about 10 or 20?
It was about $20.
Bajamia
Mila.
But is it true? Is it real?
No.
That guy, Bajamia
the money. He took
I know
the
of
money
him very well.
Fled to Nigeria.
From when he was a
The
kid.
guy reported him
and his brothers.
To the Bar Association in US, the state responsible, and they called him to come and face a panel. He returned the money back, and they suspended his license for a particular period. But that thing alone he did is damning. He was convicted. He was convicted for taking the guy's money. His license was suspended, and it's part of his record for life. So such a person should not be occupying Nigeria's
at all.
Forefathers. When we talk about security, and I want you to say, this is international platform. I want you to know.
Jonaba, leave this issue of security now. Jonaba, leave this issue of security. So I was telling you a story of what happened this morning.
Maybe we got bored, man.
Hold on now.
What is this story you want to tell us about?
Is it a boring story? Do we have to listen?
Yes.
Okay, let him finish it. Let him finish his story. I hope something good comes out of it.
I was asking him. I said, why are you sweating early this morning? He said, Oga, person died there. I said, die where? He said, inside that ML Mercedes Benz. That the guy just parked there and then died inside. People just gathered there. I said, how can it be possible? So I trekked down to the place. Actually, it was true. A young man just parked his Mercedes ML, then just switch off the motor and then locked the motor and just gave up the ghost. So while we're there now, some policemen came and they were asking every one of us to just vacate the area. It's a crime scene because they don't know what is going to happen later on, about the issue. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. When it comes to security, the whole world, even the Western world, is having more security challenges than Nigeria. The security challenges we are having here is caused by the greediness of our politicians. If they have created employment, we that are blacks, we are not ready to die. I'm telling you, like Nigerians do not fancy to die. They even prefer to suffer and live than to die young or just to waste their life. So the problem is, we should focus on our elites, our politicians, to do what is right, so that whatever we call security challenges here, we just, is off. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the talk was mostly about the Israeli conflict and what was going on there. I think somewhere along the line we shifted to police in Nigeria.
We have our own problem.
Yeah,
we are counting 200 in Israel. How many have died in Nigeria for over a week now? We are not even talking about it.
That's the thing. That's the kind of point I wanted to raise earlier on. Actually,
no, we are focusing Israel. How many is dying in Nigeria for over a year?
Come on now, Mr. So you started now. I get what you are saying, but the point I was trying to make was that if you look at the media now, the way they're covering all the people that have died in Israel. Nobody seems to want to know the faces of the people that have just died in the Palestinian territories too. So this is the kind of unequal way you look at the world operate sometimes, and that leads to this problem carrying on.
No, you are wrong. No, 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 no.
Okay.
No, 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 no. You are
I
wrong.
will,
I'm
I will,
watching
I will come
television
to the
here.
same
They are
I
platform.
showing
can
you
show
all
you
those
now.
dead
I can
zones.
show you. I
No,
can show you
we'll
on the
come here
They are
BBC
showing
also.
you
right
on
Listen,
now.
the
What you
forefather,
BBC.
saying?
I'm
forefather.
watching.
We also come here.
Look at
I also listen to the
look
whole world are doing.
look at my
Leaving our own problem, we find another problem
look
in
at
our
my
hair. See,
look at my TV.
So you have to understand what is happening there because
They are
there
showing it
might
here.
be lessons for us here.
They are showing it live here. They are showing it both
Showing
the
what?
Palestinians, the number of Palestinians that have been killed, and the number of
Oh no, no,
Israelites that
they
have
are
been
showing
killed.
them, but the faces of the people that are being killed. The Palestinians are numbers, but the Israelis are actually people. Especially when they actually choose to show people, which is fine. And maybe that's what
I
they will
think
do
it's
because the
geographically
Palestinians are
and
attackers.
Forefathers, don't
political.
be biased. So
I'm not being biased.
It's
I'm just
not being
saying that.
biased. What the Western world feed their people is different. Righteous man. This is the all about media hype. What they feed the people is different from the feed the African people, and it's different channel that carry different story. But the major channel, I was even asking my children not too long ago that how many people have died in Palestine. They show it in the money, but they have not shown it since how many hours now. So we understand where you are.
400 now, right now. Let me give you the answer. Let me give you the answer right now. In El Jazeera, 413 Palestinians have died. 700 Israelis have been killed.
Okay,
I'm watching
that
El
is what we are
Jazeera
trying to
now.
tell you that Al Jazeera is a more of those zone of Africa and Middle East. But we are talking about the Western world of CNN, BBC
Yeah,
here in
that's true. Al
America.
Jazeera tends to this
Yeah.
thing
Yes. So
be
that is
more
what we are
balanced.
telling you. All those channels depends on what they want to present to you. So
Let me just show you an example of what is happening. It's very, very interesting that the stark difference in the way both sides are covering it.
yes,
It just tells you their biases, really.
very.
And let's see. So this is Al Jazeera. You're going to see first, and if you look at it at the top, I think let me refresh so you can see at the top. They talked about. I think you can see the death toll on both sides to an extent. Okay, yeah, they talk about continuing Gaza, but they didn't even talk about the death toll in Gaza. But if you scroll down, you probably see Gaza being destroyed, and these are Gazan and DC people. But if you go to like CNN, what you see is the Israelis that were this thing. You don't see anything about Gaza here, really, in terms of the people in Gaza and themselves getting killed. And you go to like, where is BBC here? Let's see if I can get BBC. So this is BBC homepage in the UK, and 250 founded in festival site. Nothing about Gaza, and the people they are covering are the Israelis. So you can see that there is a slant between both sides the way they are covering this in the conflict. In the end, this whole thing, I believe that it's not about the two sides that are fighting. It's more about the superpowers in the world and what they want that region to look like. They want the region to be divided, and as long as they remain divided, it serves the interests of some superpowers out there. That's why you think if America is in America's interest for those people to have peace, they would not have had peace a long time ago. They would have reached a peace deal a long time ago. America would just bribe Israel and say, take this money every year just for peace. They will do that because they give them money for free right now for weapons. So, but no, they won't do that because they know they need to maintain that rivalry. Recently, Israel is supposed to be talking to Saudi Arabia for a kind of coming together, and Saudi Arabia is coming together with Iran. So you can see those regions. That is what I consider threat to us. You see, all of them are coming together, and now what has just happened now? They've just been split asunder again, which doesn't mean it's going to last forever. They could still come together after conflicts, not like Africans that when they fight each other, they don't want to get along forever. So, but you see that the interest that is being served for by them being split apart is that the world power structure remains the same, which keeps America at the top and Asia and Israel, the Middle East have to be divided. Because if Asia, the Eurasian continent comes together, that will put America out in the cold. America is on a totally different continent. You have to remember, the Middle East is on the same continent as China. Make no mistake, they are on the same continent as China, India, Russia, and Portugal, UK. All of them, they are all on the same island. And if all that island comes together, that land comes together, America is on a totally different continent. Their power will be reduced. So it's in their interest.
But then I could have been gone. Far, gone.
Pardon?
But then I hadn't died before that I go reach.
Oh no, it was very close. Though. It was very close.
No.
if the
Not
Ukraine war
close, my
wasn't
brother.
happening, let me give you now
Not,
the reason why. If the
not
Ukraine war
close.
didn't happen, if the Ukraine war didn't happen, the ties between the Russia and Western Europe would have been getting stronger. If the Belt and Road Initiative that the Chinese were putting together, that the Americans are pushing back on right and trying to split Europe, it was not opposed. The Chinese and the Indians and the Europeans and the Russians will be coming closer and closer together. And China now also went to the Middle East, had a peace deal between brokered a peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. They are also looking to bring Israel and Saudi Arabia together. So you can see the whole island the whole land was beginning to come together, Euro-Asian continent. That is not good for America. You have to ask yourself, why do you think America cares so much about Russia right now? Is it because Russia
Nothing
wants
lasts. Yeah, you guys are talking. When did America come to sin? Nothing lasts forever. Every time somebody. Okay, there's a time. The America are they the first world power? They will go down. That country will rise. So that it is. So let's not feel that America will stay forever. All right.
America will go down, but not anytime. It's not going to go down as a superpower anytime soon. But their
Yeah,
power
what
is
are we
going to
talking about? Then Aqua, where they go to Aqua, been gone to get my forefathers. That's what I'm telling you. It's not like.
Yeah,
So
fair
for
point.
real, let us say the truth.
If you are gone, what about your children?
Wait, forefather. Before the time of John the Baptist, as the Bible said, the Pakistanians have been fighting with before the time of John the Baptist. And when you say before Jesus even came, time of David, all those people, they'll be fighting. So when there were, have there been peace in that region for a day? That have not been peace since the creation of the world. So what we are talking about peace. Where will the peace come from? I just go and read the Bible. That recorded so many things. Pakistanis, they are mentioning peace in the Bible. There have not been peace. They'll be fighting. There have not been peace in that region for a day, for a month. All right, they'll be fighting. David fight. Everybody fight. They're still fighting. And we are talking about peace. I'm gonna leave that story for the
They do
gods.
have peace. They do have peace now and again.
Which is that's what you study reported.
See, people have peace within regions. I don't think you expect the entire region to be peaceful. Like Dubai now, you can say has had peace for a long time. They've not been at war with anybody. So Saudi Arabia hasn't even been at war with anybody for a very, very
Dubai is
long
not a
time.
country.
Okay, United Arab Emirates. Then I hope you're happy now. So Qatar too. So some countries they don't necessarily go to war all the time. Let me play this video because this seems like a very interesting.
Now the world is still life for here now. Nothing, not shelling.
You see how the soldiers are marching towards this. I hope our soldiers will do that.
They will run away, do waiting. Nobody to pick, look gun, pick race. This campaign. Who's in a soldier?
The soldiers were not even phased at all. They were just going towards the conflict.
No, they're not that those things are passing. They are threat now. They know that those rockets is not going to land on there. It's going over. So they are heading to that way. But in Nigeria, they are trained soldiers. They are not just a street boy, pick them, give them go and fight war.
I mean, it's their country anyway, so the chances are that they probably know that they have more numbers on their side. So they don't want to. This is going to be messy, man. I think the Palestinians, Hamas it's a coup Hamas has just done here, because what is it they're going to do? Israel will have to destroy the entire territory. They will destroy the entire thing, and they still have to find a way to make their peace with what they've done. Because this is not going to go well. What is he going to do? You destroy it, take over the territory. Now you have to make it part of Israel. You don't have a choice. And the same thing with this is the West Bank. So I think if I was Israel, I would absorb Gaza Strip.
Can I ask you something? How many people have died between Russia and the Ukraine war?
I think over 100,000, going to 200,000 or 300,000. Let me check. Let me confirm.
In 24 hours, how many people have died here right now? Have died between Israel and
about 1,000 or so far total.
Just hold the number, no. And they just begin. If nothing is done urgently, they just a cup of tea. Nothing is done. If nothing is done.
If Israelis go overboard, this could get out of control.
They are going to not be if. It not be if they are going overboard, and America is not. America are supporting 100%, and they go overboard.
Let them keep supporting 100%. Those ones, their job. You think America has an interest in this all this problem? Why wouldn't they support 100%? This is where you see them 100%. You don't see them talking peace 100% too. They are always 100% for war, fight each other, hate each other as much as you can.
So when my grandfather tell you say, oh, but maybe a law wouldn't then say, if there is war, America is gaining. Who supplied the weapon that used to fight the war? From Africa, be?
Yeah, it's mostly their weapon. Even the Iron Dome comes from them, and
Okay. Who supplied the technology?
For me, yeah, America. I think what America is doing in the world, I don't understand that kind of power you want to hold. They like to. It's divide and rule tactics. They learned it from the British, and I don't they have any other formula of governing other than dividing and ruling? I don't understand it.
The only formula of government is to use what you have, superpower. Use what you have. What you want to govern? Have they governed themselves here? Finished? Have they finished governing themselves? Don't know what's happening here in their political line. The Bible will tell you. So they will fight themselves here, but when they go outside, they do with outside. That's what Nigeria don't understand. If they fight collectively outside, I come home and fight each other. Is that what they do?
Yeah, that's what they do. They understand the difference between outsiders and their quarrels among themselves. They will settle their quarrels among themselves when they want to go and take on outsiders. And then that is my concern, that after a while, they will fight each other, they will get along again. We will still be here arguing amongst whether we are getting along with the North or the South. And when our leaders know exactly what they need to do. Did you see the video of our NSA head begging some Oyibo people?
That's my old video now. They talk about better people who made their life. They talk about Rubado.
He's still alive now. What's wrong with you? Is he very much alive? He's a young man. He's still very much alive.
Anyone that does, it's just like only in Nigeria we see people that are living. They are called ghost workers. Somebody wake up in the morning and go to work. It's not like they call them ghost workers. Only in Nigeria that happens. It doesn't put anywhere else in the world. A whole Rubado. Everyone was proud of one of the youngest, brightest people know as Rubado. Look at him today, begging for what?
For freedom. It's like he wants to turn to Mandela before Igbo people. Yeah, I say the thing is, when Nigerians keep saying now, but that's what I'm saying now. It's like he's forming a Mandela right on that chair. He won't go like, we want our freedom. We want to live like everyone else. It's like, what are you doing? Do you see Hamas begging?
It's the level of not only, you just want to use him as a case study or a window to the mind of Nigerians, the so-called elite, how deranged they are, how clueless they are about how system work.
They don't know leadership.
And it's very shameful. You are begging another man, you have a sovereignty of your own land, and you don't know what to do. 200 million people, and you don't know, you don't have a clue how to secure them.
How sad was
so that is only for you to look at the mind. This is a very young man. So you can talk about, and we will be talking about 70, 80 years old man who all their life before they become who they are. Some of them, their fathers serve those who were elite, serve all those British people they call colonial masters. So you can see that their mind, they're still locked up, regardless of whether they have a private jet or they have billions of dollars in their account. It doesn't make them, because self-worth is not how much you steal or how much you accumulate for yourself.
Yes.
Self-worth is a self-defined person, and your value that you know you are priceless. It's not by anybody put on you, whether it's a white European or American Europeans or anyone else.
Look at Hamas now. Hamas was like, hey, Israel, we know you have nuclear weapons. You have 300 and something F-16 jet. You have everything. But still, we are going to do this, and you can do your worst.
Father, how did they put this in through? You think it's by their own doing? How did Hamas put this in through?
Who do you give the credit?
Human beings. You
who
see,
do you give if the people sponsor them? You should know that.
Yeah, how they put this through? They put this through. It's very easy.
They put it through because
it's a combination of things. Human ingenuity is You can't even start measuring
remember,
it.
if you go and look at the map, they are within the sea, the Hamas, the Gaza Strip, right? And you go and look at it, and you want to know, you want to believe that the Israeli dominated that area every day. But with soul of a human being, is get a level that you tame them to, they will find a way around it. And that is what the Hamas have done. Because even if you look or watch the international community, watch the news and the intelligent, they say, how come there's this a fantastic security failure within the Israel and Hamas, that this can happen? We are talking about this is in the history of this conflict, no major attack have happened to this magnitude that lives of right now 700 people.
It looked like this flag had been in play for a long time. If you see it's not taken, all right, in the Israel defense system, some Hamas indigenous have penetrated that, have people that get the information when the Israelites looked at their guide. That way this one was pull off.
See, if you look at what they did was common sense. You see, this is why you should never underestimate human beings. When I keep saying it, we sold human beings. That was the greatest sin, that one of the greatest sins we sinned. The most advanced creation in all this universe that we know so far, we were selling them as like commodities. We're just selling them. Human beings are very ingenious. Look at what they did. They knew that, okay, you have Iron Dome, you do this, you do that, and then, but we know one of the ways you monitor us is through electronic means. And you forget, electronic means can be deceived. Like, if you are tracking my phone now, I could put my phone somewhere else. You would think I'm in that location when I'm somewhere else. So
yeah,
you think
I've done it so many times. Leave my phone in the hotel and go somewhere else.
Carlo, I'm sure you will do something like that.
I've done it. I will tell you like that. When I was already with a copy, they said, "Here I am. My food will be in there, but somewhere else."
You see. So what they don't know is that while you are busy monitoring them, and no matter how much you use human spies and all the rest, they will circumvent that, and they will be patient. That's another thing that they were very patient, because Israel attacked this in Gaza, this in West Bank recently, invaded it, killed a lot of people. The Hamas people, they were quiet, they pretended as if they didn't know, but they were complaining, no, but they were just pretending as if they have been subdued. And so there are ways people can operate under the radar. You will not even see it. Whatever you can see, they will go below that. If you put a fence, they will find a way to scale it. And now there's another big problem they have. Because of technological innovation and drone technology and ability to fly and all kinds of being able to create this in electronics, that has given the people that are not well developed a lot of advantages soon. So now they have access to tools that Israel used to think that it's only them that have access to it. Like some of them paraglided over the fence. They flew over the fence.
It's not a joke.
So some of the things they did was they allowed Israel to think Israel has beat them. And Israel they had all the tools, they have everything, but they didn't see that coming still. It tells you human mind is diabolical. When human
if you want to put a little documentary, it's like a movie. It's like this a Rambo 2.
When I heard 7,000 missiles, I was like, okay, that is a lot.
Not only say missiles are going on, some people are using parachutes to land in the Israel territory. Some people are going through the ocean.
And they were kidnapping people. It's like total.
Some people are pulling the bubble wire, pulling everything. Going from everywhere, and my thing was
you
like,
see how smart they are. You see how smart they are. They did it all at once. They overwhelmed the security infrastructure of Israel. So by the time Israelis knew it, it took 3 hours before they even started going to the areas where the people came into the Israel to go and secure the border. 3 hours. So it shows you how it's easy to stretch the military. It's easy to stretch any security infrastructure.
Because Israeli are the mood of you see they are the mood of partying. They want to enjoy, drink and enjoy themselves. That's the target.
It's not only that. You can't be everywhere at the same time. When missiles are falling everywhere, what are you going to do?
What I mean, just like if you want to attack America on Thanksgiving Day, you try something, it may succeed. But every family is there talking. They no care. You understand my point?
I
Shopping.
get
Everybody.
what you mean. I get what you
Yeah.
mean.
That time,
But
if you
there
want
are
to,
police, there
that
are
you see that
military
time.
officials still at their posts, though. To be fair, military
Exactly.
and security
Yeah, they are
officials
still,
are at their posts. They are
but
not leaving
the
it.
security will drop. They will. It's not going to be as powerful as it used to be, if not a Thanksgiving Day.
Trust me,
Thanksgiving
they
Day.
know better. They know the vulnerable. They know better. They know that occasion is a very sensitive time for anyone to strike. I want you to understand also that it's not just the fear from outside. We have domestic problem in America that go after the other, maybe anti this, anti that, but the security system have never slacked once because they know the most vulnerable time is the holiday time when people come together. Yeah,
Well, 9/11 is slack now. 9/11, you see, when they hit you all at the same time, you will be looking at New York, Washington, Pentagon is
yeah, but
happening.
it's taking place the same time. You understand that? You see, one of the things you should know in this life is just like what happened in between the Hamas and Israel now. It is easy for your enemy to take advantage of you in your vulnerable time, especially when it happens mysteriously one time. But then the follow up matters because if you are in your own house, you may have a little security, but somebody is plotting how to come after you, like this one, the 9/11, the hijackers. They went to school here. They were been there for some time. Of course, it's still is lack in the system. No excuse for that. But then they were engrafted in the pretense of becoming a pilot before they were able to hijack those things. You see, I mean, and after that, what happened? A lot of
They
things have been
succeeded.
put in place. Yeah. So after they succeeded, what happened? They do not have that major breakthrough again. And another thing is that, like me personally, that I love every human being to express themselves, and everyone and every nation should have a sovereignty and security of their people and have the people in their own people in their mind. The problem we have in Africa, we are so diabolical and so wicked that we are talking all those talk is that let us turn the mirror. Let's not look at just look, being honest to yourself. Whether it's your church, whether it's your town square, whether it's your family setting, look at it and look at what happened. Nobody have a clear vision of anything that I want to do this to help people. And even when you meant it well, that you really want to help your people to elevate them and take them to the next level, you don't even know what they are planning to pull you down. So it's so much that in Africa, the black people is that we become enemy of ourselves, and then it's one of us that become our leader. So that narrow-minded way of life, we take it to a big office. And you can imagine having a narrow-minded and you occupy a big office of 1 million or 2 million people, and you are just a small individual in your world, but have a big post. So how you cannot do anything because your mindset is already locked up in that freezing. Okay, look at this fuel subsidy issue. It's 25 people that are contractors, right? You are going after 25 people because they think some of them come to the TV and say we are making too much money, come take it. And then you go for them and you forget about 99% of Nigeria that will suffer for your consequences of your action because you are taking at those people. And sometimes a political enemy. It's nothing but the political enemy that okay, this person decision is so and Nigerians should know that it should not be used as a stooge for any political person that is trying to take office, use you against your brother on the street to kill each other because this elite that are connected somehow, somewhere in the top. First of all, they have more security than you. They access more medical than you. They are not hungry. They don't need anything. In fact, even their children can have access to, in case of anything, they can leave the country and you are going to stay there and die within your own self. So we have to, the people have to come to their senses that, first of all, even there is corruption in the whole world, but our own, we take it to extreme. And this is the right time to say, you know what, enough is enough. How do we pull back? How ordinary Nigerians can communicate within themselves and say to themselves that, you know what, don't fight. Don't go and kill anybody for any reason. Because once you test blood, you will never leave it. And that's what is so diabolical about our people, is that we are going after each other for
Yeah,
no
yeah,
reason.
go ahead, go ahead. Yeah,
We
yeah,
are
it's
going
funny.
after each other for no reason. There
Mm.
is no reason for what you are going after your poor brother. The thing you are suffering is what your brother is suffering. The people that are enjoying all the resources in Nigeria is 1% people. And these people know themselves. They know
Yeah.
themselves. They meet in the elite class. They meet in one way or the other. Then you see Nigeria, we divided. Okay, this guest that came today, I don't know you were there when I told them. I said that the guest that started today, I said, your dream will not go too far, because you contradicted yourself already. If your plan is to empower ordinary Nigerians, if to create awareness and to let every citizen know they have a basic human right and to fight for them, then you will not endorse a particular party, because in one way or the other you are influencing it. So I can turn my blind eye because you do not belong to one party, and I see you being brutal, and I see injustice is going on around you, and simply because you are not in my party, I will turn blind eye on you. So that shouldn't be your goal. If your goal that you say that you want to create awareness across Nigeria and then to empower the people and let them know their constitutional right, then stay neutral. Stay neutral. Because if you do not stay neutral and say, okay, I'm endorsing this, and another word that said, the only way I can see you injustice being brutalized by police or injustice against you anyway, except you belong to my party. That is the message you are passing. And another thing I said to them, I said, my fear is that the guys, one of the elder man said that Nigerians are well informed, and the doctor also say, no, that Nigerians they don't know their basic human right, that the police says that no Nigerian police force have the right to ask you to open your phone. Then the same time he says, quote unquote, that the lady the young lady that made the comment online that the toothpaste is too sugary or salty, one of the other, that the IG, they reported the case to the IG of police in Abuja and was arrested. So in that case, I say, okay, and you are saying that the Nigerian police, the IG, should take his word for what he said, but it's the same IG office that now order the arrest of a young lady from Lagos to Abuja. How does that, the same IG of police, how can his word carry weight? How can he carry water? How can he just trust him again when he say one thing and do something contrary? And I think that is the position we are in Nigeria, that we the Nigerians have to create a fairness. And the next time I will have opportunity to say to them that if this thing have to go further, you guys have to distance yourself from any political and centralize your objective of empowering every Nigerian, that your vote count. It doesn't matter the party you belong to, and you can make your own choice of any party you believe. Speak for your own value, but not to be enforced by, I'm endorsing this party and this. So it's like a branch of obedience. And even another person say, they are worse than obedient. And all those things, it doesn't sit right. We don't need all of those distractions. All we need is to push for the system that at least that is fair enough, just fair enough, that anybody can run for every office, and anyone can go to a polling unit and vote without fear of retaliation, whether I belong to this party or I belong to the other party. That will not be bull. If you want to convince me why I should vote for you, you talk to me, but not for you to control me.
Yeah, that's true. Jagun, I don't know whether you have anything to add, because I could add a bit more before we round up.
Okay, you're about to round up. It was just very interesting listening, I suppose, to all the conflicting issues that are laid bare before us globally, and how this all these things pertain to Nigeria. For me, I suppose I've been quiet, just listening and trying to understand the different machinations of what takes place and how it concerns us. And whilst the Middle East does obviously concern us in various ways, I suppose I might be repeating myself here. I still really looking at the Nigerian issue and how, as complex as it is, it still seems to me to be highly resolvable. The Nigerian issue is, to me, just highly resolvable. The emotional attitudes that we have against each other, that's all they are. Emotions are things that if you take your time, you can get over yourself and stop thinking that you're the most important individual on the planet, which is what Nigerians suffer from. We suffer from a deep level of narcissism. We think we're more important than we are. We don't know how to get along. Our communication is failed. All these levels is really our problem. Well, what's going on in the rest of the world? The rest of the world is moving forward, though. They're regardless of all the nonsense that takes place within our borders. The rest of the world is getting on. I really just maintain that we still need to remove this man from power. I think if we don't remove this man from power, largely we're simply wasting our time. We're entering into a time vacuum where we'll just be getting old. Really, our children will be getting older and not experiencing what Nigeria can offer as a nation to a younger generation. So, with all that's going on globally, I still boil it down to what are we really doing? 200 million people. Can we not stand up, for goodness sake? Are we going to remain children? Is my aspect all the ongoing. Let me pass it on to you.
Thank you. I think I agree from where Jonaba is coming from is where I really hope most people are coming from, where they approach things from the point of view of doing things on the national level, because it's actually more effective to do it. I'm not even sure there's anything the people have pushed for on the national level that has come to fruition before now, and we don't have any experience of it in Nigeria, at least not that much that I can remember. And if we start seeing it happen, people will be surprised how powerful it is, how quickly things can change. Especially, can you imagine if the South and the North and the people in those places unite on an issue and it asks the leader to do anything? They will do it. I'm almost certain of that. These are our leaders who keep saying they are too powerful, and they are not that powerful. As exemplified by what our NSA official was doing to other people, they are actually scared of the people. It's like people that they kept to take care of the garden, and they are not so sure what the people are going to do to them. And you can see signs when the people rebel against anything in Nigeria, the leaders just back up very quickly, because they know if they don't back up, the instability they're going to witness is going to swallow all of them too, except they disappear and run over to Western countries to go and enjoy their loot. So I actually believe that the way to deal with Nigeria's problem, no matter how challenging they are, is when we organize ourselves on a national level. It will be very, very effective. Every single area that they have to run with in terms of dividing us, or all kinds of nonsense trick that they have to play, they will fail, because the nation is united and they say this is what they want. And I'm sure, I'm almost 100% certain that Nigeria will be better off for it, will be richer for it, and will be stronger for it as a people. And it's going to also set the example for many African countries to be able to sort their issues out. Not to mention the fact that Nigeria has direct influence over so many other countries in the West African area and the Central African region. So there's a lot we can do just by working together. And it's a shame that till date, there is not one common thing I've seen Nigerians do together. I think maybe you can say Abiola election. That's the only one thing, and that is as a result of what the military created, not the people creating the opportunity themselves. And I think like the code PEM that came into the other code DEM was a cop 10 DEM or something that came into the other people. They should be creating alliances all over the country, assuaging concerns. Everybody has to be on the same page, because this is why I keep talking about transparency. Everybody has to talk with their hands open and let everybody know what their issue is, so that we can address them and move forward. Because this thing, because we are not addressing these things, that's why the leaders are getting away with what they are getting away with. They can promise us stuff and not deliver, and nobody cares. Nobody even bothers to check. You know, Tinubu promised us security. He's not done one thing about it. He just completely ignored it completely. Nobody's asking him. The policies that they promise us, nobody's asking him, because if the Southeasterners ask him, they'll say it's obedience. The Westerners ask him, they'll say it's only their side that is talking. The Northerners ask him, oh, they want to control Nigeria. All kinds of stuff, until everybody comes together and challenge these people that are taking advantage of us. This problem is not going to go away. We can wish it away all we want. It won't. And that is the peaceful way of resolving it.
Two things, if I may, forefather. One, in the comment section, this guy Kaluta or Kalato or whatever his name is, he wants to come on board, and I would very much like to see his face for the opinions that he runs in the comment section. The second thing I would like to ask you is, and I think you've kind of answered it, do you see what you've just prescribed, which I agree with, happening over the next 5-10 years? And that's
forefather, let me say something. Look, I don't know who, I don't know your background, but my take is this: sometimes only 2% that will come online or go somewhere and start saying Nigeria do this, Nigeria do that. The Igbo and Yoruba are not doing this. The Igbo, since Manos election, have you ever heard that Igbo man and Yoruba people are fighting, or there is something going on? If not election season, all right? Have you ever heard where they say in Alaba market, Igbo and Yoruba are fighting? In anywhere, they are fighting. If I will see my Yoruba friend, I call him one name, you call me one name. We will laugh, everybody will find their way. People that's hyping this thing, mostly people that those regional bigot and the ethnic bigot that are hyping this, and they're just 0%. And the politicians, if you come to Lagos, man, yes, there are the differences, all right, but you will see everything is normal. But the election, then the politician will come with one little thing, and people that hijack, people will take effect of it. Is those ones, the area boys on both sides. I said it last time, both Igbos and Yorubas, or even Igura boys, everybody will hijack it and make money out of it and make them.
Which means that what you're saying, in answer to my question, is that it is highly possible that the country pull together, basically.
Yeah, people think that every time you see the West and the there are the differences, all right. They will the way they pull it off as if Yoruba and Igbo are fighting, they are doing that. They have the way and Igbo are the most, they live more peacefully than every other tribe in Nigeria. They live more peaceful than even here in the Western world. Yoruba Igbo do more things commonly. They live more peacefully. They do things common than every other tribe in the whole of Nigeria. But people, that 0% will come and tell you we are fighting, we are doing. My best friends are Yorubas. We drink, we do everything together. All right. Even in Nigeria, my two boys that have my shop there, my large, everybody, we are like one. Nobody fight each other. But the election, somebody will come and just a little thing. Everyone will start shouting. I just asked this people, have you seen the Igbo man, the community? When I say community, it's okay. Yoruba community and Igbo community are fighting. They live together, nobody is fighting. In short, even when the area boy wanted to attack the community in Agor Palace Way, it's Ghanaian that comes. I say, you guys, hey, Mama, baby, are you? So maybe they may not come near that side. When they do, they just do and go. They should not even come across that area. All right, you see, your people will come to defend the interest. Sometimes you see something happen in the market, now you will come and defend the interest of the person. But so that 0% will come and start selling up so, someone like Kulat and all those stuff, they will start selling us something that is not even reasonable.
I'm sorry
For
to
me, I don't see
interject.
anything.
Why don't you tell this
Okay.
to CM when he come here that the way the CM present issue, in particular, I don't know. I'm sorry to mention his name, but just to let you know that his divisiveness and rhetoric, Yoruba nation he is a Yoruba guy. And most of the time, I agree with Igbo people. You are an Igbo guy. You agree with the Yoruba guys. So when all those people come to this platform, they come from your place. Why can't you tell them that my experience is not what you are saying?
How many percent of them? Wait, on this platform right now,
Yes.
how many
No, I'm
percent
talking
of those
about, I
people?
mentioned specifically when CM go on
No,
his
that's what I said. I said something. That's 0%. All right, that's 0% of people are the one doing this. All right.
See, I beg to disagree, Jonaba. Let me tell you, I'm not going to hold brief for CM on this platform,
I
but
don't
I've
hold
never
grief.
heard.
I don't hold grief.
No. I'm saying I'm not going to speak on behalf of CM here. I'm not trying to speak, but I will say that I've never heard him speak anything that is ethnocentric. You understand?
Oh,
He has
CM
never.
does actually.
Yeah,
CM does.
No.
This
I don't
man
agree.
is this man. There is
I don't.
nothing. Even when people die, you do not
John,
specific say
John,
this
John
person
Abba,
died. It's
But
very
Jonathan,
tribal.
See,
look at what
John
I'm
Abba,
saying.
if you
Look at what I'm
refuse,
saying. Just listen to what I said.
if you refuse to talk about people who are being killed in Benue, you refuse to talk about it or lament about it. I mean, I mean, you won't take it personal if somebody else comes to say, "Oh, the way they are treating my people, I don't
I
like
want you
it."
to set your record straight. Igbo, Yoruba nation. On this platform, there's no one, and I want you to denounce this your comment of me not speaking on behalf of the Doma people. The issue is that you have to have understanding of what is going on, and you don't give any half information. And I want you to know that there is no way, no other person on this platform will stand for my people more than me, because that is who I am. But I will not come on national and international platform and then make any issue that is happening on my place and then single it and tribalistic that, okay.
So if you heard me, I said if you decide not to talk about it.
No. You are telling me that I decide not to, and I'm
If
telling
you,
you that
I'm saying that if you decide not to speak about it, that is your personal opinion. That is your personal decision.
And I'm talking about when things happen in a regional way, and you say, okay, these people are killing my people, and especially things that happen on this platform, that he will tell a story
I'm not
and
one
he
of
never
those
mention it.
Mr. John Abba, I'm not one of those who will come and pretend to you and tell you that the country is one when it is not one.
It's not about country
You
is
understand?
If
one,
somebody
but
is
we are talking about
ethnocentric,
a
it
region
doesn't
where
say,
we are
see,
not that divided. We are not that divided like you
let's not keep going on
make
about
it.
it. It's a very,
You
very
make it,
straightforward thing.
especially
See,
I'm not going to come here when my
hold on,
people are
Jonaba,
dying on the farm.
hold on, both
When
sides,
somebody,
hold on. See, this is a very, very straightforward thing. If there is an issue going on in the country and you always approach it from your own point of view when we are talking about national issues, then it's always that's what they mean by ethnocentrism. It's not just doesn't mean that you hate other people. You're just seeing things only from your own point of view.
I don't agree with you. I do
See,
not agree
Olumide,
with you. Wait.
Of course you.
I have two questions to ask.
Of course you can disagree.
Wait, can I ask you something?
I vehemently disagree with you. I stay in a
Can I
country.
ask you something?
I stay in
I'm
a
not.
country, Canada. Wait, I'm coming. Uzo, just pardon me, please. I stay in a country, Canada, that is very, very inclusive. You understand? We have different nationals here, and we celebrate each other. We are not afraid to mention when things happen to any particular ethnic group, and they are being
Yes.
treated anyhow. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
People must be able to. That is what makes a country one. We're a federal structure. If somebody feels it's being, give them a sense of belonging. Don't repress them. Don't talk about it.
But I'm not saying
Don't do
anything
that.
against what you just said just now.
It
I'm
doesn't
just
mean
saying
they're
that
ethnocentric.
whenever something is happening, even to other people, you make it about yourself.
If the
It's
other
not
people
always a
want
good
to
thing.
keep quiet and not talk about it, fine.
No, they are
You
talking.
understand?
See, it's like saying some other person has a problem. We are talking about it. Then you bring it to. We are trying to look at the national problem, and you make it a regional problem instead. That is a problem because you are refusing to go on a national level.
What the parent body, the federal government should be doing is to give everybody a sense of belonging and
Who
not be
are
taking
these
sides.
people that you call the
Federal
federal
government
government?
should
The
not
federal
be
government
taking
are the same
sides.
people that
The
are
federal
still
government should
being
not be taking sides.
ethnocentric. But that's
Tell
what you are
me,
saying. Hold
how
on.
many
See.
Fulani person was arrested?
Oh, come on. This is Olumide.
Come on,
And you're telling me not to talk about it.
Olumide, hear me out. Listen, hold on. Olumide, hear me out. You are saying the federal should do it. The people that go on to be the federal are the same people like CM that still talk ethnocentrically. So what makes you think that just because they go federal, they start talking on a federal level? They will still be ethnocentric, and that is the problem we keep having.
Maybe what you should try to do is to try to understand those people and where they come from. They want to be independent. They want to be able to decide their own future, their own life.
I understand
You
that.
understand? At least if you don't give them their own country, give them that sense of belonging so that they have control over their life and their future. Don't come and decide for them.
What you are doing? They do have presence in Nigeria.
Listen to me. I'm an Igbo guy. And nobody will come and tell me it's more Igbo than me in terms of contribution and all that thing. But I still believe in one thing. What I believe with is this. Everybody is feeling the pain. The 5 people or 10 people that they are from Cross River State, they were kidnapped in Sokoto. Are they from Sokoto? The youth coppers, you guys heard about that were kidnapped in Sokoto. Are they from Sokoto? No, they are coming all the way from Cross River State. They were kidnapped there. All right. When they massacred in Owo, in Ondo State, did they single-handed brought out Yoruba people or put the ones that massacre all Igbo? No. They open fire to No, let me finish. They open fire. They open fire to everybody that is that church. They even massacred more Igbos than every other region in that church. All right. But it's in Ondo State. All right. So my point is where I'm going to land is this. If for now, if we can collectively fight insecurity and injustice, all right, it doesn't when we talk about Benue. Do you think there's only Benue people that's in IDP camp? Igbo people is an IDP camp, but they made that area their own land, so they will join the IDP camp. So it's affecting everybody in the whole nation. So my issue I used to have is this: when someone will tell me that the Southeast are suffering, as if there's no Yoruba person that is also in the same mess in the Southeast. Everybody is suffering. You cannot like for market today. Yoruba, Igbo, everybody is suffering. Not only Igbo people are suffering. They may become majority. Everybody is suffering. That's my point.
Uzo, that is fine. It is good to have different opinions. You understand?
Yeah.
To differ on opinions. You understand? That is fine. But I am saying that the federal government, you understand, of Nigeria should listen to all the people of Nigeria and sincerely deal with all the issues they are complaining about. You understand? If people that come from this area don't want to talk and they're satisfied with the way things are, that is their problem. But I'm saying that as a Yoruba man, I want to have control over my resources. You understand? I want to be able to use those resources.
What is that resources that you want to hold over from your area? What is that the federal government is from your own area that you think
there is oil? There's oil in Ogun State. There is gold in Osun State.
And the person in charge of it
gold in Osun
is a Fulani guy.
My farmers cannot go to farm. The Fulani is killing them.
You are so detached from the truth that you are so egocentric that you don't have information that you are putting out there. You control a narrative with a bigotry and a tribalism.
You are the one who is detached from the truth.
You do not even know where to start from. People like you can never live.
One at a time, please. We can't understand you both at the same time.
Olumide. New governor done about
my
the
God.
You said Otom was the problem.
Olumide, you like to fight.
What have you done about
No, not just fight. You like to pontificate. Can't you calm down? Can't you have a discussion?
Very myopic. You do not even have a sense of a mind of even growing to see your neighbor as a human being. If people like you will never give a chance, and that is the fear. Like people like you can never be a leader in any community, and that community make a progress.
Let me tell you, part of the solution we are preferred to this
Your
discourse.
position will not
It's a
even leave
regional
your room to
police.
the next room.
Let us have a regional police.
just let
And
him,
let the
let him
community
have his say so that he can get it
let us
out of
have a
his chest.
regional police and let the communities take care of their communities. You say no. You
Yeah,
give
I've already mentioned that even on this platform,
250 million naira every month to the governor.
Olumide,
Who cannot do
Olumide,
anything.
your
Olumide.
governor is
Yes.
it your
Wait,
governor is it a Fulani man?
He's not a Fulani man, but the federal police that is controlled by Fulani man.
So your
Stop
federal
arresting.
police have to come and
How many
arrest.
do they
Federal
arrest?
police have to come and arrest your
You will
governor.
come here every day and say, love your neighbor, love your neighbor. And is that what you want to solve the problem?
Jonaba, my people say not only a dead man did they stretch neck, they even children that are alive, they stretch their neck. Only let me tell you, where the original police if Nigerian police are the type where we go for Imo State, Ebubago, that they are the men people killing people in Imo State. I don't want them. See, listen, all of us, you know what the police is, all right?
See, that is what we are saying, Uzo. If you people don't want state police, some people want it. You understand?
No,
That is
what,
what we want. We
no,
want
what
true
I mean is this.
federalism.
What I mean is this.
We want
What I
true
mean is this.
federalism.
If what I mean is
Your
this.
lack of
If the
strategies
little,
and plan will
if the
never make
little,
your team
When we
get what
start
you're
to talk about the differences that is happening in that country, you start lumping it all together. We are one country.
no,
We are one this.
listen,
We are one that.
what I
We are
mean
one,
is this.
somebody is suffering this.
If the
Somebody is
little
suffering that.
Ebubago,
You
if
are
the
not
little,
even a voice in the West.
no,
The Yoruba place,
only me
even in
there.
your own household.
Yes,
If your children listen to you, you are not a voice.
agree to you
You are
that
not
I
a
am not
voice that
one of the ex.
represents the change.
I
You are
am
not a
agree.
voice that can create any impact in your generation.
Wait.
Even when your children listen to you.
Likewise, you, Jonathan.
No.
Likewise, you
My
can't
word
create any
resonates.
change. Otherwise, you
Your
would have
word is
stopped the killing.
bigotry
You would
and
have stopped the
hatred.
killing happening
Your
in
word is
Roma.
divisive.
Otherwise, you would have stopped the killing happening
Olumide,
in
you see the thing
Roma.
about people
You
like,
just come here, you stay
Olumide,
in
hold
that
on now.
country, you
Olumide,
enjoy the
hold on,
benefits of
hold
that
on.
country, and you
Hold
come
on,
to
like for
hold
the
on
past fight.
now. Hold on. You see
Only
the
me they
thing
laugh for
about
the past fight. Now, I laugh for the past fight.
let me just say something. I think the thing about Olumide that you want to understand is that Olumide has a kind of nationalistic instinct, but it's based on his own tribal point of view. That's how he puts it. If someone like Olumide translates the way they view things to a national level, they will be they will be a good asset because they can
There
actually
will be
see.
what? Sorry, there will be what?
Oh my God, this guy, man. Yeah, they will be actually quite valuable because when they believe something, they believe ardently and they fight for it. That's what he believes in. And Olumide, the reason why I say this to you is because being tribal, it is not necessarily against your national interest to work in the terms of Nigeria. Nigeria is like a sheep. If Nigeria does well, it's also good for your tribe in Nigeria. Your tribe that you have in Nigeria is not decimated. They are still there. The kingdom is still there. They are all still intact. So if Nigeria does well, you all do well. Just like, as a matter of fact, I actually believe that in Nigeria, the Southwest is doing well, better than most regions from this in the country. So if you can translate your view, to on the national level, it's not going to do you any harm.
Why the Southwest is ahead, though?
It doesn't matter why they are ahead. The point is that if you can translate your view,
do you know who laid that foundation?
We know it has something to do with our war and the earlier generations.
And its policies.
See, let me say something. One of the key things that help the Southwest, it's not the policies. It's not the policies. Let me finish my point. Let me finish the point. See, it's not only the policies, it's also fortune. Like the fact that the Lagos was the capital of Nigeria.
Some of those benefits you enjoy in the US. Can you please bring some of those benefits?
See, it was because Lagos was the capital of Nigeria. Hold on, if you don't want to listen, come on, I'm trying to listen to you too. Lagos was the capital of Nigeria. Yeah, Lagos was the capital of Nigeria. You have education, this in more concentrated in that region earlier. So you can see all those things led to why the South and the Southeast has access, the Southwest has access to the sea, which the Southeast doesn't, and the North doesn't. So the people that have it in the other regions are minorities.
Forefather, don't
start crying now.
They're not gonna like this, bro. Those are one of the ones they don't like.
No, why go call yourself to local access to the sea? You don't have to local access to the sea. Why do you say that?
No, now water will get access to
Don't
water.
start crying now. Don't
So,
start down now.
But
I wish I wish Umar was in the body, but it's not. See, they don't have access. That's why they are doing better in the southwest.
I actually believe that Nigeria can be a great country if we allow. See, our strength lies in the individual units of Nigeria. If we tap into the individual units and let everybody specialize in what they can do, you understand? Let us practice. We are practicing
But it's
federalism
already happening
backwards.
already. You're not looking at Nigeria. It's already specialized. Don't you see that?
Sorry,
the regions are already specialized.
Who stopped
the region?
There are some things in that constitution that they put into that constitution that is not allowing development. Why did they unbundle electricity?
So the security money and every money they give to the people to develop.
Why they unbundle electricity today?
No. Listen to me. No, listen to me.
There are still so many things they have to unbundle.
Yeah. So now your constitution, is it the constitution is your problem, or the way the constitution is structured that is your problem, or a particular?
Everything is the problem. Everything is a problem.
Now everything is a problem. You do not have alternative. Your alternative.
I have the alternative.
What is it? That Yoruba central issue that you never have. And let me tell you,
I am proud of Yoruba. I'm proud of my.
Calm down. Calm down. What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah,
I'm proud of
we're not going to vote. This is not. We're not voting for you. We're having a discussion.
A Yoruba will be proud of you, and I marry a Yoruba lady from your state. Let me tell you that. Right?
Good for you, bro. You were a wise choice.
Oh my!
So,
oh, look at that! They're all bouncing in. The moment they hear tribal talk, you see how people are shameless, man. They're all shameless people. Look at that! They're all coming out. The moment they hear tribal talk, they start coming out. Don't mind them. You see how this tribal talk? I will still close it early. I'm not going to go beyond 8 hours. They like it or
when
not.
they hear that there's no sin in statistics, like they bust out. One finish
They bust in the tribal talk. They all come in now.
Let us set up our priority, because people watches us, and sometimes we joke, and sometimes it's okay for us to. You don't have to be mean. It's all about making a point and impact. And I meant it when I say that. I know I married to one of the smartest Yoruba lady. I'm privileged to, and I'm proud of her. She's very smart. If you listen to Olamide and the fact that she married non-Yoruba, she will not believe that whatever Olamide is saying is the bigotry of his centralized on this thing. She will respect it.
I'm not a bigot. I'm not a bigot.
Wait, Tina. You can come into the same thing. She will respect where you are coming from.
If I'm a bigot, I won't clamor for the federal government.
You don't have even temperament to lead anybody. You can't even sell pure water.
Yeah, man. Temperament for real. For real.
So what it is that we see, there is a say that nobody have that power over your life until you give it to them. Federal government does not have it. I understand your campaign about the constitution, that if for us to move forward as a nation, let there be amendment of the constitution so that even when people are in office or out of office, they can be held accountable. I'm for all of that. Where I strongly disagree with you, and I will always do, and with respect to you, and some of the people that come here with such mentality, I understand that. But love doesn't see color. And I'm not preaching love. I'm not that. There is a tough love. And there is no freedom without a fight. Freedom is not cheap. And freedom is not free. Somebody fight for it. So I understand all those things. But when you centralize that Nigerian will work based on this person defranchises you, the people you are talking about, you have a better life more than that. So how far do you go to go low? I don't understand that.
No. So,
how far do you go to go low?
Jonaba.
Why? Hold on. I think some people got triggered by me saying that the Southeast doesn't have access to the sea. I don't understand why that is controversial.
It's controversial It's
They are
controversial.
not the bordering, they are not the coastal region of this Nigeria.
You won't fight with that, now fight.
But it is obvious. I don't understand. Am I supposed
It's
to
obvious to me and you,
the map
but
of Nigeria?
to those others, it's a reason to
I
fight.
don't understand that. I don't
Geography.
get it.
It's simple geography.
Before the others weigh in, I just want to do I want to bring my response to John Abba. See, I'm not.
You don't talk already, You don't talk the show finish.
Just 2 minutes. See, I'm not a bigot. If I was, I wouldn't be adamant that INEC give whoever won that election. We all know that election was rigged. You understand? We desire change. That is not going to take that personal belief from me that I'm first of all a Yoruba before I'm a Nigerian. You understand?
Right.
If you think you're a Nigerian before you are wherever you are from, that's your personal decision. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm dreaming of one day when we will have our own Yoruba sovereign country. If it is not possible now, that is fine. But we want to be treated fairly in that entity called Nigeria. And I want to see other ethnic groups be treated fairly too, you understand? And we don't use politics, you understand, to maltreat others, to pretend that we are one, and then you use policies to maltreat. When you get to power, you use your policies to maltreat others. I will not stand for that, you understand? If people are saying they want this, listen to them. I'm in a country that is very inclusive. Everybody is here. If you can learn from them, from America, where they allow people to come in with visa lottery and this and that from every country, and they treat everybody equally. I come from.
Well, you understand that the US is very unequal regionally. You understand that, don't you? You understand Canada is unequal regionally. I don't understand how this will can. I don't know what kind of reasoning is this.
Cultural context.
I thought you said we should learn something from them a moment ago.
I hope you're not reading comments, so I hope you're not reading the comments, bro.
No, I can live with that. They are welcome. If they say I should go inside the house and all, I'm welcome. I can live with that.
You should not be afraid of somebody coming and identifying with their ethnic group and wanting to celebrate their ethnic group. You understand? And if they are saying that they're experiencing these challenges, listen to them and provide solutions. Don't tell them to bury it and say, "Oh, other
my
people are
grandmother
suffering.
is from Oka,
Other people
so I
are
don't know
suffering
what you are
it.
talking
Keep quiet.
about.
Other
You
people are
are
suffering
the
it.
one that
Don't
don't know what you are talking about. Whether it's Igbo or Yoruba, we are all entitled to the same thing: freedom in Nigeria to live and
But if some people are suffering worse than others, why can they not talk?
Bro,
even if you have a Yoruba nation right now, the same cartel that control in the federal level is just going to localize.
Yeah, that is a possibility, but give it to us first.
Still never have a say.
That is a possibility, but give it to us first.
The same local cabal in the higher level will come localize in your place, and you will still never have a say.
You can't take Panadol for my headache. Give it to us first.
You can.
Olumide, John Abba, I always come from one side with example. I don't just talk on to talk. Let me tell you something. We need to change people's mindset. That's a problem. Not even I look at it somehow. I'll give an example what happened. Just you know that Nigeria they gave they gave palliative for some rice. I think if you are following your community, you will know what's going on. There are palliative that go on in Nigeria right now. I don't know how many billions they gave. My community receive rice, all right, about I think it was like 60 bags of rice or 50 kg. They bring it along. Do you know that the people that went to bring this rice, the same people that will come and complain with Gary is that they took 4 bags of rice and said they went for the message in their own courts. I was like, the same people that will come on anywhere and say the government is bad because you went for this message on your own willingly.
Uzo, if you and people like John Abba really desire change, and you are saying that people like me should not clamor for their own state.
No. I didn't say people like you. I say if we desire change, it has to start from the people.
It has to start from the people.
Don't look at what those guys did. Don't look at what those guys did.
What I'm saying now is that John Abba should not sit on the fence. John Abba should join you and me to speak out against the powers that be. You understand? There was an election conducted in February this year.
Please, I really, this is.
Have you spoken out? That change
Sorry,
should
I
come
need. I
from
want to
there.
hear from
You
John
understand?
and Ed as
Yeah, and Tone hasn't said
Olumide
anything.
rant. It's not taking us anywhere,
So,
bro.
Olumide,
rather speak that
Olumide,
animates
now
to do
just
the
talk,
right thing.
talk,
Okay,
talk.
okay, okay,
You're
okay.
not saying anything, bro. To be frank.
Hello.
John, Tony, you want to say something, or you want John to go ahead?
And let John go ahead.
All
Okay.
right.
So good evening, House.
Welcome, John.
Just want to
Welcome.
test my mic. Hope you guys can hear me clearly.
Very
Loud
well.
and clear.
Okay, so very interesting topic. So I came in listening with to the debate between Olumide and John Abba. My contribution is going to okay. Yes, let me just add my contribution, please. So asking for a separate nation does not make you a tribalistic person or makes you a bigot, right? That nations have asked for countries all over the world. It's not the first time. Like people can demand for their own country.
Thank you, my brother. Scotland won't leave UK now.
The point, my problem in Nigeria is we don't go to our problem from the source. The source of our problem, for me, potentially could be the creation of Nigeria in the first place. The indigenous tribes in Nigeria currently did not decide to form or be in the entity called Nigeria. They did not decide or willingly accept to be in Nigeria today. And you and I knows these facts, right? We have not decided, we've not been allowed as a country or as tribes to decide our own fate in so many things. Do we practice real federalism in Nigeria if we are honest with ourselves today? We keep on comparing Nigeria with United States. Do we practice the kind of federalism they practice in the United States? Does asking for your own country means you're demanding war, or should that be a criminal offense? So these are questions we should ask if we really want to solve our problems. It's like saying Israel, Palestine, and like these countries to just come together and form a country. They will destroy each other. So it's fine to go your separate ways. That does not mean we won't do business, we won't get married to each other. Is it not the same politician that said the gold in the oil in the south belongs to Nigeria and the gold in the north belongs to the north? So what are we
That's
doing?
terrible.
We have to tell ourselves the truth.
Okay,
Else we're
so
not going
I
anywhere.
think you've asked many questions. So one,
Before you go forward, sorry, forefather. Can we know John's answer to a lot of his questions? I would like to know your point of view. I understand your questions. But what's your point of view?
you literally stopped me from talking. But it's
Sorry,
all
I
good.
didn't. I just wanted him to open up a bit more. I think he's yes.
Yeah, it depends on the John you're referring to. Is it John Albert or mine?
No, yourself.
Okay. So what's the question again, please?
I'm asking you to answer some of your own rhetorical or your own questions. What in case of Nigeria, with all the points you've just made, what are your viewpoints on Nigeria, given all you said?
The viewpoint is two things. Either we go regional, if we still want to maintain Nigeria as a country, we go regional, or we go for complete breakup of the country. Because Lord Lugard, that created the country, didn't put the interest of Nigerians into consideration.
We understand.
You don't force people to be in a country. And for the country to work, it's not a question of me being an Igbo man or a Yoruba man. That's not the point. I mean, 2 years ago, some farmers were killed. Over 100 farmers were killed. You can't just move on. We don't have a society where you move on. I thought the
How do
topic
you
was Israel.
see an organized breakup of the country?
An organized breakup of the country would come from the test of the people. By test, I mean, how willing do the people want to be free? If we really want to be free, we are going to break up the country. It's just a matter of time. And if we don't resolve the problems today, it's going to come faster. So two options is either if we are to remain in Nigeria, we go regional, back to the regional system that worked. Nigeria, in the past, was working when it was fully regional. Go and look at the data. When we move power to the central, how has Nigeria been? You have to wait for the central to give money or decide your own fate. It has not worked.
Okay, can I say something now?
Sorry. I have to something.
Hold on, can I be able to respond? Jesus Christ. So he asked a lot of questions.
You're not a guest on the show. Please, can you just keep it moving?
Are you the one telling me whether to respond or not now?
I don't think this is. You're supposed to be moderating, not answering questions.
You see, I am allowed to answer questions. Just because you don't like the answer I'm about to give you, doesn't mean you should censor me. Because if some other person is talking right now, you are going to allow them to talk. I've always said that you know what the arrangement is.
Please, let's not argue. Let him speak. Let's not argue.
What is wrong with people? Just because you have your own opinion that you think I don't agree with you, then you want to try to censor me.
I'm not censoring you. I'm just.
I let you talk, so let me talk. Okay, so my point is that what he just did just now, and it is a very, very clever way that they use to distract many Nigerians from what they really need to be doing. You talk about what Fred Lugar did. You forget that before independence, every single region had the ability to choose whether they wanted to be in Nigeria or not. There was a lot of arguments about it. The North didn't even want to join Nigeria. It delayed our independence by 2 years. We were supposed to get it the same time as Ghana. It delayed it.
Before Ghana itself.
Yes. So, and then the regional system that you're arguing for, you forget that it led to a civil war. That system that was put in place led to a civil war. Then after that, Nigerians went again, wrote another, because you guys always seem to think that the people that wrote our constitution are aliens somehow. They came from nowhere, they wrote the constitution, and because you don't accept it, you don't like it, and you think they are aliens. Nigerians wrote the constitution in 1979. They went on to write it in 1999 again. And so many amendments have been put in place. And you guys keep going back and saying, oh, Nigerians didn't do anything. It's Lord Lugard that did it. It's a Igbo man. And they pretend as if they try to cloak divisive politics to weaken our people in the name of Pan-Africanism and being against European edifices.
Yes, sir.
This is a very, very sophisticated movement that I don't know where you came out from, John. Because the current question is so precise. I don't know where you come from.
Forefather, as I said, correct this. Constitution was written, it was amended 1999, not written. They're just amending how it's going to sue them. That's what you're saying. Amended, not written. They just keep on adding something and moving. They are not starting a new one.
But by Nigerians, that's the important thing. By Nigerians.
1999 was decreed. The constitution was decreed into law by the military.
See, they did more than Olumide, do you know that they did more than 100 amendments just last year alone? More than 100, maybe 150 or more.
Who the amendment help?
But the point is, you see, your problem is that you're worrying about paper when you should be worrying about what your leaders are actually doing. That is what is going on. It's not about the paper. It's not about all this stuff you guys keep focusing on. The problem is you don't want to take charge of your country. That's the problem.
I set the papers aside, and I'm worrying about what the leaders did. Why did they turn the beavers off? I'm not worrying about the paper anymore.
That's another one.
I'm worrying about what
you
the
should be
leaders
asking
did. Why
is your NSA head begging foreigners? You should be asking yourself, why is your NSA head begging foreigners? All those things is not in documents.
Who put him here? Can I tell you this? Any damn a Yoruba man will rule, all right? It's people who are opposing for doing bad. Or any day an Igbo man will rule, all right? If people who are opposing for doing bad. Any day Hausa man will rule. If people who are opposing for doing bad, Nigeria will be better. What we are doing in Nigeria is my thief is better than your thief. My thief is better than your thief. If a Yoruba man rule and our own house now, if Igbo man entire seat now, some of all the architects we 80% will die down. No more. It's just like Yoruba, just like Hausa. So I don't know what we are here.
We are talking about issues now. We are saying that
it's an issue. Any day the mentality of people change, that my thief is better than your own. All right, either they change that mentality of yeah, I'm not my brother, even though you do, I'm not my brother.
I agree with
Do
you
it.
now. That's why
Nigeria
I
will change.
said, why they
But there
turn
is
the
this
beavers off?
insidious things that
Why
people
did they
go
turn
on
the
and
beavers off? I agree with you, but why did
Please, can I
there's
make my comments
insidious
now?
things. People go on pretending as if they are Pan-Africanists when they are actually being trying to undermine the continent. Please go ahead, Ed.
Absolutely, well said,
Okay.
forefather.
Okay, before I go further, I think I have 1,001 molecules of respect for people like Olumide, who are very forthright about what they think is right and they stick to it, than people who just prevaricate, all in the name of let's just love ourselves and let peace reign. And the reason why I say this is forefathers actually made a comment about how I think it was responding to Lumidi talking about the beavers thing being turned off, and he said, well, that's not documented. In that same way, the Civil War was not documented in the constitution of that time.
That is your error. That's not what I meant.
No. Can I
referring
continue?
to some other thing, not the beavers.
Because you're using something that happened in an era to really just undermine that entire.
I'm trying to correct you that you are going on the wrong direction.
Then you talk about it, but you are distracting about
You just come here to have a go at me. I don't know what your issue is.
What exactly are we talking about, Mr.
Okay,
John?
It's like I don't understand. You just came here to have a go. I don't know what I said in the background that got you coming here with your agendas.
John Abba, please wait. You always your mantra is, oh, don't impose your view on people, but you've spent the last 1 hour imposing your view on
It is people like you because if you look at people like you are not better than
you have been imposing.
Look at this one calling me insidious. You guys have been
imposing. You have been imposing. And when people challenge you, you start insulting. You start insulting people and saying,
Jonaba, please allow him his turn. Let him have his.
Yeah, man. This is not how to converse.
Exactly. That's what
Sorry,
he keeps
please
doing.
go ahead. Go ahead.
He's attacking people and pretending to be liberal.
Oh yeah, Joe, please.
Okay. The point I was trying to make, if Papa does not understand the way I phrased it, is Olumide and John, the other John, made a point about how Nigeria was working before the Civil War, when we were operating a truly federal system, right? And then forefather said something about the Civil War happening at that time because of that system. So I'm trying to say that it's a fallacy to just use an event that happened in an era to undermine the government structure of that time. Because Olumide is also telling you something that's happened in this era to undermine the current structure. So it's not false equivalence. I know what I was saying, but I haven't said that. Let me get to the point. It's a lie that is because of the structure of the time that the Civil War broke out. It means you really do not understand what's motivated.
What is it then? Please come with it, bro.
What motivated that Civil War was the perceived corruption in the federal government of that time. That was it. Yes, there were some regional issues that were going on between Awolowo and Akintola, leading to the Wetie crisis of that time, right? And that was not that regional system. Whatever was happening there was not a tribal war. It was just a battle of ideologies between Awolowo and Akintola. So there was nothing inherent in the federal system of that time that caused the Civil War. If anything, it was because there was this perceived corruption in the Fed at the top, and which is what people have been clamoring on. There is too much power in the center. That's what people keep saying. It's not about people wanting to hate. I don't have a dog in the fight. I mean, I'm not Yoruba, I'm not Igbo. But we all know, if we want to be really serious about this thing, that there's too much power in the center. Everything runs through Abuja, and that's not the way any nation that is functional works. We see this.
I don't see what you said now as an adjoining or explanatory point on what forefather was saying. Forefather clearly said that the first 7 years was when Nigeria was somewhat okay. And within the politics, it led to a civil war. That's all he said. I don't know why what you're saying doesn't.
I don't
I
understand.
see his point. If you don't see his point, I see his point.
I don't know why they
I don't see his point.
Who
I see
disagree
where
that
it's
there's
coming
no
from.
too much power in the center? Who
So,
disagree?
Yeah, there's no one that disagrees with that.
Who
I
disagrees?
Wait, can I land now? Haven't agreed with me that there's too much power in the center. So what's the problem? Because the whole idea of federalism is that the power should reside closer to the people, which is at the states level. Why are you people disagreeing with that?
Who said
No,
that?
I don't think.
Okay. So when people like Olumide are fighting for more power
Fighting
to
for what?
reside,
What is he fighting for?
can I land, Mr. Jonaba?
Yeah, man. Let him speak.
I'm not scared.
They are fighting
because
for
of you.
true federalism.
I'm not scared.
Your uncle
Federalism.
is the president.
Control of the resources.
Your
Jonaba,
uncle
please,
is the president.
Please, Jonaba, just let him
Can
finish,
you
so that let him finish his thoughts, so that we can be able to respond properly.
Okay. Yeah. So what people like Olumide and the other John here are fighting for is for true federalism, where there is less power at the center, because we see that the power being centralized, first, it alienates a lot of people, because we as a people, we have a very tribal mindset. Let's just be very clear about that. We have to be practical about that we have a very tribal mindset. And that's why every 4 years, when it comes to run for the highest office in the country, people somehow play up their tribal affiliations. You start seeing someone like Buhari playing to the north. You start seeing someone like Tinubu saying it's Yoruba's turn, right? So how long are we going to pretend about this? The only way we can go about this is to reduce the amount of power, that the cost of getting to that highest position in the land, and move power closer to the people. I want to also respond to another thing that Forefather said about the United States and it not being equal. But at least someone from rural Arkansas, a William Clinton or Bill Clinton, can aspire to the highest position in the land. Is not disadvantaged because he's from Arkansas, right? That is the power of true federalism, where we see ourselves as equal and people are allowed to go at their own pace, right? So that's why you can see a state like Texas, right, or a state like Texas, blessed with their own oil, being able to control it. A state like Arizona, which is supposed to be a desert, developing ways to improve their own economy, such that a Phoenix in Arizona is one of, according to Paul.
This is what we tell them, and they tell us we are saying nonsense.
Okay.
Should
I respond on some of that bench? You respond. I don't want to have to dismantle some of the stuff he has said, but it's all good.
Please respond.
I will start from the last one, the US one that you said that there is Arkansas stuff. There is inequality in America. You have only one Catholic president in America.
Is it at the state level? Sorry, please. Sorry, I want to because let's understand what we're saying, because that's false equivalence. You are using a religious division.
No, I'm just using one. You have not let me. If you had let me carry on,
let
him land. We've spoken. Let him land.
Jagun, please don't be hostile. Just.
I don't want to be hostile, bro. But the thing is getting boring, man.
Jagun, we get along very well here. So please, just let me quickly correct something. The context, the framing of this is the federal system of America, not the religious divides which you're trying to bring in.
Then why are you bringing the states into it?
Are there Catholic states?
No, but why are you bringing the state? If it was a federal system, anybody can be president.
What is the unit of the federal system? Wait, hold on. What is the unit of a federal system? What are the federating units of a federal system?
Depending on what you have in Nigeria, they had a regional system, and in Nigeria, in America, they have states.
So why are you angry?
And you can even argue that Nigerian states with governors that are immune can maybe even be more federal, but it's all good. I will leave it at where you
no, but what's
define
the problem with
let me define the inequalities in in America. Maybe
define them along the lines of the federating units, because that's the context.
Okay, good. Along the lines of the federating units, so you can also tell that.
Don't even try to give him.
You guys, man, you know, just because you believe stuff doesn't make it.
Leave him.
You know, hold on now.
Do free and fair election. Don't turn beavers down.
Olumide, let's be intellectual because he wants to be intellectual.
Just because he believes stuff doesn't make it true.
Define the United States inequalities.
You know, you see, at the core of what you are arguing, is it not inequality?
No, what we are arguing.
You can't pick and choose what you want. You can't pick and choose the inequality you want.
No, the inequality is on the basis of states. I am an
regional.
I cannot even aspire to be the president of the country.
Godfather,
president of the country is not only how inequality happens.
Godfather,
make your points.
Because they make so many references to me, let me talk and then leave the platform because
you can go ahead because if I will have time to before I round up.
We cannot have the state of a black man with such mentality of young people. No one say that you cannot fight for your people. Whether you want to fight for your immediate family or you want to agitate for your own region, you are entitled to agitate for your own freedom. What is your best proposal on how federal system work, Eddie? Since the one they have is not the one that suits you.
Okay. To start with, the federal system, I think when we agreed, according to forefathers, when we all agreed to be a nation, the system we did was something called representative. I'm trying to remember the other words. It's like a representative parliament where among the regions, based on your votes and your party, you become the prime minister, and then there was a president, right? What that meant was that people did not, if you were to be a president, you didn't have to it was, as in, when you look at the financial structure at that time, it was not as expensive as it is now, to start with. Then secondly, what I want is that the states should be able to control their resources. That's one thing, right? The states should be able to develop their resources at their pace, as is being done in the United States, right? And then if there is if that does not work, let it be that the people did not do well by themselves, as opposed to this state of hatred that we have that cuts across state lines. Okay, maybe I say anything against Tinubu is because he's a Yoruba man and I'm not a Yoruba man. It's better when we are able to deal with and represent people at a grassroots level than just having them very remote from us. That's the whole idea of the federal system, and we're a federal republic.
Okay. My brother, John, I beg, I want to answer something. Just a question. I just want a question. My problem is that all of us are here shouting, clamoring for true federalism. I ask you, how many of you know your community where you come from? All of us come from somewhere. Me and my Igbo come from Nigeria. And where you come from, my village come before my state. All right. Before you come to my state, my community come before my state. How many of us even know the person representing us in the House of Rep and Senate in the federal that we can ask questions? All right. That's like, listen, if we don't start from there, put those guys listen, we abroad, they will have that power a lot to organize, to asking questions, take this into the house and put this in through. We can't stay here and keep on talking about none of us even follow the community.
Can I respond to that? Do you have to be easier?
I disagree with you.
No.
So, you cannot call your senator representing your own constituency. Organizing people to sit in
Olumide, please, let's have a very civil conversation. And I'm sorry if I rubbed anybody off the wrong way. That's not really my style. I really like to have it because this is a learning platform. Uzo, do you think that it's easier for you to identify with your representative in the system as it is now compared to... Let
me tell you, but I'm asking it's not easy. You see what somebody said something here today, KJ, that low roadblock, all right? We put fire on him. He go to the house and raise that matter. If you watch, I think 3 weeks ago, the roadblock on the Southeast, the guy that rose that matter is from my own constituency. We put fire on him. He went there.
I want INEC to start by giving me a free and fair election first.
When the INEC chairman will be appointed by the president, how will you make that change?
Exactly.
Then how will make the change? Are you going to clap for us to make the change?
Okay. Let's leave it. Okay. Let me deal with the issue you raised, Ed, so that we can answer it. So when you talk about state level stuff, the US has produced has got 50 states, isn't it? And there are 11 states that have never produced a president. That is more than 20% of the states of the US that has never produced a president in the US. So on that one, you can say that they are also unequal. And when you also look at,
continue, Land, and I'll respond to that.
So not all of them are represented equally. And if you look at the coastal states, control most of the resources of the country. The central areas, the hinterland don't have as much wealth as the,
when Nigeria develops to half the level of what US is right
now, these are facts. I'm not making them up. But you are saying you are using it as an equivalent now, so I have to respond. He's saying I should go based on state. I'm going based on state. I'm not started talking about other areas even. I'm using it going based on states alone. So the states, the coastal states, are generally richer than the this thing. Bible Belt or the hinterland, this is states, and then if you go into in terms of allocation of national resources, most of it goes to the coastal states too. So you can't, no matter what you do, there is always a level of inequality within nations. Like in the UK now, we have what we call the North and South divide. Recently, the Prime Minister, just about a couple of days ago, decided to cancel HS2, a train line that was meant to go from the south to the north. But when they built it from the south to some part of the country, maybe somewhere in the middle of the country, they canceled the one going to the north. So that is in the UK. In Italy, the northern part of Italy grew in the last this thing from 2011 to date. It grew by 20% more than the southern part of Italy. Today, there are nations, almost all nations have a level of inequality, but somewhere along the line, we expect everything to be equal. When even the land mass is not the same, the resources on those lands, people is not the same, the education level is not the same, and we expect everything to be equal. I don't get that kind of mentality.
Can I respond to you on that?
Go ahead.
I think the coastal states that you're talking about, there are about 22 coastal states in the United States. So all the East Coast and then a little more on the West Coast. What do you think the landmass of New York is? If you're going by,
I don't know the landmass of New York. What is your point?
New York is a pinch. It's a very small state. In short, most of New York is underwater, right? So can I land? New York that you're talking about, they are that developed because they control their own resources. You talk about their coastlines, right? Whatever resources that is incumbent on that, the ports are built by New York. And it's not just built at, let's say, the state level. One of the busiest airports in the country today, in the world, is the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta, Georgia. That airport was not built by the federal government of America.
I thought we were talking about inequality.
No, wait now, because you're
you
using...
keep changing the goalposts all over the place. I don't know.
No.
You said a governor from Arkansas can become president. We are talking about inequality. Now you've just changed it to where they have the resources.
No, you're saying that it's not resources that makes a state rich. You are saying that the coastal states are richer, and I'm telling you why. The reason why is because they control their resources.
But that is still inequality.
So fathers, you are comparing apple and orange.
Is that
most of the states in the US
and your assertion that every state can produce a president is not necessarily true. Not all states have produced a president.
Eddie, let somebody else contribute. Forefather has no points there. It's just,
I don't know. It's a clear point. You are changing the goalposts. I don't know what your point is. So Olumide, they really need to stop interrupting because it's disrupting the conversation.
Before you accuse me of shifting the goalposts, the point you raised was that there's income inequalities across the states, right?
Yes.
And I'm telling you, the reason why that is the case is because the resources in the states. We know that coastal states are bound to always be richer because first, that gives you the advantage of ports, right? As in New York, for example. And through that, through tourism, through ports, and through other resources that are resident in New York, the state of New York, as well as the constituent parts of that state, I've been able to make
Remember, I
that
gave
state
3
more secure.
examples because I knew what you're gonna do.
No. No.
Confront the other 3. Confront the
I'm
other
going
2.
one. Okay, give me the other one. Give me the other one.
Italy,
The other
northern
one.
Italy is not the coastal states.
I'm using the. I started with the United States.
UK,
No.
UK,
Wait.
London
I
is
started with
more southern,
forefathers.
and the northern part is poorer.
Forefathers, you're the one shifting the goalpost. My only experience is in the United States
Let
and
me
our federal
answer
system.
this, John.
John
I don't know,
Abba,
man.
please.
You are way off.
Please.
I
John
understand
Abba.
your argument. I want to answer to John because he's a young person. When you see young people with have respect for young people, what I want them to be alive.
Forefather, please post the live stream, please. I want to come up with my other system, please.
They call I can stop Paul show. They call I can stop Paul don't show.
Ed, please, Forefather, can you please post the live stream? I want to come up with my other system device,
I
please.
posted it. This thing is not. I was supposed to be ending for.
Paul
13
is
minutes.
from Arizona. He's from Arizona, not
See, Arizona, I mean.
You see, to the little younger ones than I want you to go and do your homework and see why Nigeria is where it is today.
Just like Oshubanjo.
You can literally see it here today. It's just all over the place.
So
unbelievable.
The issue with us mainly is lack of trust. And once there is no trust, in the face of lack of trust, everybody will be perpetually shaking from one way or the other. Let's say for our own little setting, between siblings, they don't trust each other. Nothing is not going to go on. Everybody going to stay on the edge.
Very correct, sir.
When we get to Nigerian space, what is happening, I believe, I follow politics all my life. The hijack of Nigerian affair are the elite. And they have put a system in place that you and I can continue to argue perpetually like this and nothing get done. Because the issue is that we're supposed to address our struggles, address our disenfranchised in the system, address our infrastructure or whatever the structure in place, like INEP, for instance, that it didn't work. How do we go around it and have and influence it to make it work? It's because no matter what you're saying right now, that if there is a law in place that will resist, or in one way or the other, that all your wisdom, just like millions of Nigerians are jobless today, not because they didn't go to school or they didn't have what it takes, it's because there is no employment. So once there is no a system in place that is fair enough that anyone can strive in Nigeria, whether you choose to be a businessman, you can be a successful one. Not because when you even apply to become, you write JAM, write a certificate board exam, have it, and you can't get a job because there is no job there. Or somebody say you can't get it because you don't know anybody on the top. That if you can be a first-class citizen, a first-class student from your school, and because you don't know anybody, you're still going to be left behind. If we can come together and look at our problem from the central point, that what do we do? How can we work together? The Hausas or the Fulanis or the Northerners, they are not enjoying any federal cake more than any other people. The way you feel disenfranchised, the way you feel left behind in any of the zone you claim to come from, the same way they are over there, if it is not worse. And what we want to do is to also to educate them to say that don't accept your situation like that. Because sometimes what happens is that people just accept it because they think it's a way of life. Because if you talk to a common Nigerian on the street now, they'll just throw their hand at, what can I do? We let them know that, yes, you have so much to do. We are not trying to incite violence. I've never been a person that I believe that through dialogue and putting a certain structure in place can improve our structure and our ways of life and influence it positively than slaughtering life and for any reason. But notwithstanding, you can say all you want to say. I can say what I want to say. Let us work together. I don't preach unity or non-unity, but when I mean let's work together, is that what is your difference? What is your struggle? I gave an example of this platform. NSAS happened in Lagos and it ended in Lagos. Maybe if he went so far, maybe Abuja, if anything, that structure, and that was the end of it. Because it's not a common factor in the North. Until we find what unites us, and the nation and the people say enough is enough. I don't know, but even if you go and look at it, when NSAS started, Tinubu ran out of the country, if you remember. I don't know about you, but if you remember, he ran out of the country and later came back.
And he's the president of the country.
No.
No.
It was
I mean, the same Tinubu that ran out is the president of the country.
now, during NSAS. Are you understanding me?
Yeah, he ran out.
He
But
does.
he's
He
now
does.
president of the same country. And we expect the same country to work.
No, yeah, we can talk on that one on the other side, but I'm trying to tell you that when people united, I'm talking about the force of unity that can make the move so tangible that even those people who want to hold the nation bound will run. I'm just giving an example. So until the people get to that level, if they go that level in the North, go that level in the South, and rebel against the evil upon them by their own leader, then we are now working towards.
Jonaba, I'm beginning to worry that there may not be anything strong enough to get Nigerians to understand where their bread is buttered. Because today, when I was listening to the news about the Israeli conflict, and one term that I said it earlier on, one term that I heard they used on CNN to describe what was going on. It was a term that I used about what happened to the Asian countries when they fought, was that they said they are setting their differences aside and focusing on the enemy. Our people don't understand that they need to set their differences aside and come together and deal with their challenge. If your challenge is your leadership, you have to set your differences aside tribally, unite and deal with it. If you keep thinking that you're going to do what you have been doing for 60 to 70 years now and it's going to work, it won't work. Nothing else will work.
That is what some of us have done. Some of us that you have accused of having ethnic sentiments. We have put our differences aside and said, you know what? We believe Nigeria can get it right for the first time by having a free and fair election. And they shut the beavers down. And we lost that hope. We are saying the Supreme Court should do the right thing.
Yeah, but that wasn't the point I'm making. Is that if you were together with the Northerners, maybe they will not be able to get away with it.
That is fine. That is the point I'm making. That is fine. We are saying, okay, fine, constitution is not the problem. We are saying that even with the laws that are existing right now, we are saying that why won't they follow their own laws? You understand? And then you expect change to happen when they will shut the beavers down and they want to put what they want to put there in leadership. You know, and for the first time, everybody is speaking as one and saying, you know what? Let the right thing be done. Otherwise, we will never get it right.
I don't think anybody on this platform disagree on that. Did anybody say that it's a good thing that the election went well, or we should? Nobody is.
So, Donaba, I want to see you come out. I want to see you come out and say, Supreme Court, do the right thing. You understand?
What is the right thing? What is the right thing?
Sorry?
What is the right thing? What is the right thing?
I think we all know the right thing. We all know the right thing.
We want them to do the right thing. Let INEC
you see, what you know is not right. You want the right thing. See,
we want the true result. That is the right thing. The true result.
How do you know the true result?
INEC knows. They shut the beavers
Okay,
down.
who is INEC? Who is INEC?
Huh?
Who is INEC?
Mahmoud Yakubu is the head of INEC.
Who is Yakubu? Who is Yakubu?
Are you speaking from Nigeria?
Tunubu is Yakubu. Yakubu is Tunubu.
Also, are you speaking from Nigeria?
Olumide,
No.
please,
That's
can I say
your
something?
change where you desire.
Olumide, let me tell you something. Where I'm coming from is this. From Nigeria, for that change to come, all right?
Don't worry, that's your change where you desire to come.
For that change, no, the change you are talking about, the right result for him to come out. Tunubu is Yakubu. Yakubu is Tunubu.
No go talk to where we are supposed to talk.
Olumide, okay, it's time for other person to talk now. Let's allow Paul to say something.
I mean that what I mean is this: Mahmoud can only do what Tunubu tell him to do.
That's too much power at the center. That's
so
too
that's
much
not
power.
We are doing the same thing.
See, if you ask me, hold on, Olumide. See, listen. In Nigeria, we always assume that there's too much power at the center. I don't know where we got this idea from. Governors are beating the presidents left to right every day, and governors have immunity. Yeah, they do they get their way all the time. I don't understand. You tell me where the federal government has too much power over the governor. Tell me. I've not seen it.
I will say this. I won't talk anymore. The reason why.
Yeah, I would like to know.
The reason why people like us are asking for our country is because this nonsense has been going on far too much in Nigeria. They are not serious. They don't want to move forward. They don't want to develop. Let the Yoruba people go. Simple.
Olumide, please let me quickly say
we want
something.
To go. Let us...
Please, Olumide, please let me quickly say something before Paul speaks. First, I like John Abba's submission. We agree on the diagnosis of the issue, which is that there is a lack of trust in the federating units or in the constituent ethnicities that form Nigeria. It's only the solution that we disagree on. And then when you talk about power being at the center, I mean, in management, there's something called the levels of centralization. So what Nigeria has, it's a very flat kind of organizational hierarchy. That's why you do not know your local government chairman. In 1999, I knew my local government chairman, and I even knew the councillor representing me, right? But today you do not, because the councillors and the local government chairmen are beholden to the governors. And the governors, to an extent, are beholden to the federal government. Because once the federal government gives you a nod, that's how you win the elections. And these are... Wait, Uzo, please, can I land? We know these things. We know that if the federal government gives you a nod, you can win an election. There's something called federal might. And that thing is not a myth. It's true. And these are the things we are saying we should get rid of. We are not saying that, I believe that Nigeria is best as a unity, as a unit, right? But it should practice true federalism. It should practice true federalism, because true federalism breeds competition at the regional level. Because during the First Republic, we saw the West growing using resources from cocoa, and at that time, because they still had the Midwest, from rubber and other timber products. That's why we have a lot of free education schemes.
I think you made your point regarding that you're going to somewhere else now. See, Kwankwa so happened in Nigeria.
Why is it that you always see me going somewhere else?
No, you're going somewhere else because Paul needs to speak now. I just want to short it because I was supposed to be closing. You are beginning to drink cocoa, something that doesn't relate to federal structure. You're going to cocoa and all of them. Before we end up with cocoa and cassava, I was like, but where else are we going to go? So, see, what was so happening in Nigeria? What was so happening in Nigeria? You don't see that happening
I'm
in
going
any
somewhere
other
else,
country.
but you are talking.
No, you are going somewhere else. Come on, you need to stop it. Your behavior is unbecoming, actually. The way you are going on, you are talking about something. You are beginning to bring Awo into this. When you are talking about federal, I don't know where that came from.
Wait, guys.
Let me allow Pun hasn't said anything for a long time.
Is it not a shame that with our oil?
Hold on. Jesus Christ.
Billions of dollars for oil, nothing to show.
They can allow people talk.
Wait, are you taking him away?
Because he's interrupting people now. He won't let me talk.
But it's a highly comedic factor.
He is. That's why even Dr. Tabi has to be backstage. I was supposed to be closing it soon.
No, not be close. Your
I
forefather,
just sent you
the
some. I
Baronic
just sent you
man.
something on private chats. Let Paul go on. I just sent you a private. I'll just listen. I'm enjoying what you guys are saying. I just sent
CM
you.
just for one place and they won't
Paul,
who
go
want
on.
you.
Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon. I don't think I really have much to say because Ed have literally said everything in my mind. So I would just want to buttress with. I just want to buttress with
We're
what
going to
Ed
back
said.
it up
So
with evidence. I see all
I
the
will
stuff we are
back it up
taking,
with evidence.
we are always going to
So
back
I
it
will
up with
back it up
evidence.
with
So good.
evidence.
All right,
So
good,
Fofana,
good.
I know you are very good. Probably where you are sitting down, you have, if not 2 or 3 screens in your front. You do all your research and everything. Go back and tell me anywhere, any state in America or tribe be fighting that we have not become president. It's not in America.
Repeat that again.
State is fighting that we've not got presidency. It's not an American thing.
No, there are 11 states that haven't had become president.
There are 11 states that haven't had presidents, but not that the 39 states that have become president fought and said, Evilocon, it is our turn.
Because that is not in their culture to do.
It's not in their culture. Do you know why? Because they practice the so-called true federalism. State is more powerful. The function of the president of America.
Hold on.
Don't tell me hold on. Just wait. It's my thought. Don't let me lose my train of thought.
No, you have your chain of thought. I'm not taking your chain of thought away from you. You still have
That's
it.
how we
But I'm
lose
just
it.
saying
That's
that
how we lose it.
point you are
That's how
making
we
is
lose
that
it.
hold on,
See, this
because
is what he does.
it's in
That's
only
how we
one
lose my
state.
train of thought.
This is
Okay,
what he
let
does.
him go ahead. Let him go ahead.
Allow Paul to talk. Allow
That's
Paul
how we
to
lose
talk.
my.
Oh my
Allow
That's
Paul
how
God.
to
we.
Don't
talk.
worry now.
For
You are
God's
going to
sake.
be found out to be wrong anyway. It's okay.
This is
It's okay.
what
Go
he
For
ahead.
does.
God's
Go
sake,
ahead.
allow Paul to talk.
Oh my God.
That's
This
how we
shout,
lose my
shout
train of
out.
thought.
Come on, man. Go back. It's go
Fofara,
ahead. Go ahead. It's
Fofara, the
ridiculous.
function of the president of America is purely external and regulate the currency of America. You understand? Business are purely America practice completely capital system of economy. That is what they practice. The state run shows. The state can do whatever they are doing. When you see people fight based on ideology, the evangelical push, and if they felt that Republican represent their ideology, they move to Republican. And if they felt a certain time, certain tribe felt Democrat represent the ideology. As we are talking right now, the LGBTQ, Democrats represent their ideology. That people might be age-long, 4th, 5th generation Republican family, because party system in America, it's about generation family. They will move to the other side because that side represents that thing. But not like state is fighting that, oh, we've not become president. Guess what? Nothing special. The president pay for every elementary school in the whole state in America. It's not like in Nigeria where local government control our elementary school. It is the president that the federal system that takes care of that. And they take care of external, then regulating of the currency. That is what the president does. So nobody fights about all these things. So when you talk about New York and like, New York is very rich because that is where all the old companies, we call it America, we call it corporates, what Nigeria will call headquarters. If not 40 to 60% of big organizations, the Fortune 500, I can tell you that Fortune 500, 80% of Fortune 500 might be in New York. This is how they make their money. California is there. California is literally the richest state in the world. That does not stop Texas, which is a pure red state. Texas is doing well. You know why? Because they handle their oil. And when we say Texas handle their oil, it's not only the state of Texas. Still, individuals also have control of that oil. Cities have control. So when we talk about Phoenix today, JFK Airport, you call this airport, they are not even owned by the state. They are owned by the cities. International airport. You see Kiamut going to our Lagos airport to go put order, decree, and every other thing. City, not state.
To the mayor. Mayor come mayor, not even governor.
Are you hearing my point now? Mayor, city, not state, own these things. This is the system that they practice. So they regulate themselves. State run their shows, and I understand what is good to them. The mayor of New York City is popular than the governor of New York City. If you don't know that. If you become a mayor of New York City, it's just one step for you to be governor. It is easy if you like to be a governor in New York. The mayor is popular, have more tax, more responsibility, take more heat than the governor of New York. Because if anything is going on in New York City, they attack the mayor. They don't attack the governor. Do you know why? Because the mayor run the show, not the governor run the show in New York City. That city, I want to believe, should be one of the richest cities in the world. You understand? But this is how the system runs. So it's completely different. Remember when we were talking about the federal, the regional system of government, when you talk about the so-called Midwest, what end up becomes the South today and the likes, places like Delta, when we talk about Delta and Edo then, it's not about oil we are known for. We're known for rubber before they discover oil. Today, that part, that tribe that have rubber, that's supposed to be the champion, that they have a lot of resources today. They are the poorest people now in Delta State and Edo. Do you know why? The part that have oil, and although the part that have oil today have become the so-called big boy, and they are the one that suffered more. They are the one that is dying of cancer because of all the flaring and everything. But what we are telling you, forefather, if federal allow states to run their show, federal government will be very, very active to collect their taxes. And that will put very good system in place. But federal government is just being wasteful. There is this song, I know somebody like Jago will know the song when we were growing up back in the days. They said, don't steal government property, now economic sabotage. Now, you can't take federal, you can't go take tap rubber. You don't take anything because it belongs to federal government. And federal government just allow it lying fallow. They are not doing anything. Look at federal secretariat in Lagos since IBB left Lagos. That building is just lying fallow, doing nothing. When Tinubu was governor of Lagos, he proposed to buy it. They said no. He proposed to claim it. They didn't allow him. That building is still there. Boys are just there smoking the go. We can't continue like this. You understand? But if state is running their show, they're going to do everything possible. Competition. I'll tell you one story. The former governor of Arizona, Nike is building the biggest warehouse in the whole of North Africa in Arizona. The governor gives them 20 years tax waiver.
By the way, thank you for schooling forefathers there for us.
So the governor gives them 20 years tax waiver. And the governor had an issue with Nike because of Nike support the LGBTQ. The governor threatened that he's going to remove the tax waiver. Guess what? The governor of New Mexico, next neighbor to Arizona, tell Nike is more than welcome to come to New Mexico. Do you know what the governor do? The governor pull out all his pictures that every sneaker he has been wearing from a child is Nike. Because the job that he want to if he allow that job to leave Arizona, my brother, they're going to tear him. They're going to tear him. He had to apologize and everything. We don't have that system. The president of Nigeria is the most powerfulest president in the world. Do you remember Alamesia? They literally bring all the old congressmen, all the old state assembly people to Abuja to impeach Alamesia. That is how powerful the president is. Do you know what Obasanjo did? Ayo Fayose jumped fence and ran away in his own government. And you are telling me that Ayo Fayose have immunity. He ran away when he was in power. He ran away. We cannot continue like this. And the federal government just allow everything just go. They are not making money. The federal government that cannot tell you that they make 1 naira from gold that we have in Zamfara. The federal government that cannot tell you how much we make on cattle, and Fulani S-man is killing people, and the federal government is protecting Fulani S-man, and they are not making any revenue from the cattle. Ask yourself this question. How much are federal government making from farmers in the north? As the north, how much revenue that is coming from federal government from the state of Benue State, who happen to be the food basket of the nation? They just leave everything. Even the oil that they are getting money, we are not meeting. The federal government is telling us that 400,000 barrels of oil is missing in a day, and we are borrowing money. That's a revenue that we're supposed to make a day. My brother, this thing that we're telling you, not be cocaine, what I go put for my blockers carry past border. Now sheep, they carry out. What are you talking about? No, don't blame state. We did not put system in place. Remember when military take over the civilian government, they hijack everything. That is when they practice this so-called unitary system for the federal government to be in power, to ask the street soldiers, the colonel, to go become governor. Anything you do, report to me. That is the system we are practicing. The man who wear agbada, and the man who wear black and white in the judiciary is as good as khaki. That's why our system is not working.
Ed, you want to add? You want to add so that I'll gather everybody together before.
No. I want to.
Before I respond. You want to add to it so that you'll be happy.
Are you a Democrat?
Add on top of it.
Olumide, wait.
So let me ask Paul. What is the summary of your point? What is your argument? So that we understand, because there's so many theory that was said there. What is the core of your message?
He was very clear. He was being very clear.
I want the summary now. If I am not that smart now,
if you don't understand the summary,
I'm
when
not that smart. Let me understand.
Okay,
so let it be easy to tackle. So it will be easy to tackle. Otherwise,
to summarize, when we are practicing regional system of government, at a time, Awolowo literally sent 5,000 students to the UK to go school.
No, he will tell you are bearing away now.
Without the help of federal government.
No, but I'm trying to understand your overall point.
Today. I'm telling you, regional system of government. That's why
regional system of government. Okay, good.
Speak to them, Paul. Okpara did very well for the southeast, and they make a lot of money on coal. That coal is lying.
Paul, you have been here for almost 10-15 minutes.
Go ahead. I just summarized.
Yeah, I understand. So regional government, but you actually mean state in the context of US as state. So I get where you're coming.
That is regional. That is run your show yourself. Okay, because that is what is state then.
Yeah, good to know. You can go ahead, Ed.
Okay, yeah. I don't want to add anything to what Paul has said. He's put it very intelligently, but I want to say something. Forefathers, it's not nice when you're having a conversation with people and you use this kind of appeals, this kind of fallacies to undermine the person's arguments that, the person is veering away. Because you're about to do that with Paul just now. You know, I made my point, and all you could say was that, you are making an off-the-field argument. It was what you were about to do with Paul just now. Please, we're all adults here. Let's try to express some sort of respect for our arguments, please.
That's why I asked him.
Therefore, Father, let me allow everybody to talk. I'll finish with this one. I'll say it. Father, look, University of Texas, Austin is richer than Harvard that have over 5 billion grants. Do you know why? Because they have refineries. What university they get refineries for? They have refineries.
But that is not regional government. I don't know what has got
the University of Texas. I was learned that the gold that University of Texas have should be more than the size of the one they have in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but
they are investing.
That is not. You see, this thing that we do sometimes, but it's all good. It's all good. I'm just trying to
let our federal government take everything that we have.
This thing that we do sometimes. I don't know whether just because you feel so strongly about something bends reality. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. I really wish it could. By now, my will should have killed Nigeria.
Oh no, you do research. That's why I like you to press your computer and just search this thing so that to bring all my life.
Saudi Arabia doesn't practice federalism, but yeah, they are functioning fine. In the case of UK, they don't practice federalism the way we know it. They are doing very well in the UK, just fine. French, the same kind of system. And let's put it this way: federalism, they have different shades. They are always evolving. Like in the context of Nigeria, last year, 3 years ago, they didn't have states being able to generate their own power, but now they can. They didn't have the capacity to, I think, rail track or stuff like that. Now they can. They evolve. Even the US, this is what Obama talks about, trying to forge a more perfect union. The idea that you seem to, people just seem to take the US and freeze it in place and say this is the perfect system. It's not real.
The problem we have is that ours is not evolving. And
I just told you it evolved.
They are doing it backwards.
Please.
It's
We are not
okay.
federal. We
You
are
are
unity.
correct. You
We
are
are not
correct.
here to.
That's
We
going to
are
make it
not
true.
federal. We are
Let me say.
unity.
Let's say something. People
Who
don't
is
just come
next?
and
Who is next? I think CM.
UK is
Okay,
purely UK is
CM,
running
CM,
federal, and I
CM.
will
Calm
tell you
down now.
why.
Calm down. Calm down.
I'm
When they
saying,
call you can go
don't
ahead
talk
and
to
talk.
me like that. I'm not coming. I'm just talking to somebody. What is calm down? Calm down. Just take it easy with me, please. I'm not interested in
Because
all the throttles. Just hold on.
What is wrong
Just
with people today?
don't
Why are
address
you all
me.
in a bad mood?
People are.
Why are you all in a bad
Why
mood
you
today?
always in a bad mood? It is
Fearless.
you that is always evil, removing people when they disagree
I'm
with
My
evil
you.
goodness.
because
Then
you
you
don't like
then
my
I'm
opinions.
going. Listen.
You
I'm
don't like my
going to
you know
get.
what you want to
I'm.
enjoy? Hold on, let me say my piece.
Listen.
You know what they hate?
You don't interrupt. You don't
See,
interrupt.
Janaba, hold on. You see what they hate most when you ask them to unite. That's what they hate most. They turn you to the boogeyman. They would rather come here, abuse Igbo man, abuse the Fulani, and abuse each other. That's what they would rather have. But it's
Nobody has
all good.
abused anybody. Nobody has abused anybody today now.
I think
It's all
bringing
good
it back.
because since we started talking about that, that is when it really got
Why
ugly.
all this?
But Kofara, let him talk. He's the only one
Yeah,
who
let him
hasn't.
No,
talk.
it's not. Why? Of course, I will let him talk. Why would I stop him from talking?
Please.
Oh, nice.
His internet is.
It's not. I didn't do it though. Before he said I didn't do anything though. The way you are behaving there, it's really weird how people behave.
It's you that caused all this. It's Olamide.
You guys hate
It's you that is
the
muting
truth.
me.
It's weird.
Bring me on.
It's you that is muting me. Was it
It's
happening
backstage telling me.
Why are you lying?
He's the backstage shouting at me to bring him on. Go ahead, CM. I think it's
CM, it's yours. It's
delayed.
yours, bro.
I think it's delayed.
I think it's internet.
Hi.
What
did
we
say to
cannot
go and
wait
bring
forever.
CM?
When his internet is bad, if somebody want to say something, you can say something. But
So I just want to add.
Because
Okay.
I see him coming, that's why I stayed back, because I wanted to leave. Maybe because
I think he wanted to say something about the UK listing system. And obviously, he's going to talk about the fact that they have different nations within the UK, Ireland, and all the rest of
The
it.
floor
But
is yours,
within
though. I don't know if you can
England,
hear.
there is it's not a federal system within England.
I think his internet is froze.
Yeah.
But in any case,
Go out and come back again, CM, if you can hear us. I don't know.
I think it's time for us.
What is it with our people, eh?
Yeah.
Why is he taking it personal? They would rather hold on to their information. If you prove me wrong, I will own it up here, and I will say yes. You've told me that. Okay, you've told me off. I'm wrong. What is the big deal?
Listen. Let me tell you.
Go ahead.
Listen. Listen. Because of your attitude, I will tell Rudolph, because I used to have this right before. I relinquished it. I will get it back, so that all of you will be my witness. I'm not hiding it. I will get it back from Rudolph. I had the right before to put people and remove people, but I told Rudolph there's no point, give it to anybody. So I will get it back, unless he refuses to give it to me this time. So that all this nonsense of when somebody says something, how are you putting me on head on collision with the Fulani? Is that not what you said? When I come in, I will say this, I say that. Look, let us even say it. Olumide is here, Yoruba man. Jonaba is here, Idoma. Paul is here, Urobo. Tone is here from Onisha, Igbo man. I believe Don too. I don't know of Ed, but he will be willing to tell me, Forefather, where do you come from as a Nigerian? Where do you come from? What is your local government and state? Listen,
I have to go to CSU to go and find out. CSU.
It doesn't mean
I reserve the right to go to CSU to find out. This is not right.
Listen, let me tell you. Listen. Forget about you. Stop. You fool those you can fool. You know you can't fool.
What is the fool? What is fooling you? I don't understand why you're accusing me of stuff.
Listen, I'm addressing. Just don't interrupt me. I'm addressing.
There is echo
encountered you
somewhere. I'm
severally.
trying to find who is echoing.
Listen, I've encountered you severally. It's only when people want to take interest in Nigeria. Olumide is here making a point. I listened for over 2 hours. I've been listening. Olumide is busy making a point. You are shouting him down because he's saying Yoruba. He's proud. Paul will tell you he's Yoruba. He's proud to say it. It doesn't make Paul any. Paul is not a little. He doesn't belittle his Nigerianness. But he's Yoruba man. He will tell you their culture, the way they do, and relate it to Nigeria. And so other people. Which part of Nigeria do you come from? When you come here, you want to be. You are the real people. You see, the thing is that you are bereft of intellectual debate. That is one thing with you. Everything must be that you put it this way, you put it this. You fabricate a lot of lies. How can you now say I'm coming? I'm going to talk about Fulani. What does that mean?
Did
If
I
you are
say
bigoted,
that?
I'm not bigoted.
I think
That is what you said.
probably.
He said
No,
when
no,
I
no. I
come in now. He
wasn't. I
said when I'm
wasn't.
coming, don't remove me because I'm here to make a point. This is
No,
not
no. I'm
your
not
show.
removing you.
This is
I'm
not
just
your
trying to
platform.
say that if that's what you
This
thought I
is
said, you are
this
mistaken.
platform.
That's not what I meant.
It's not mistaken. People here had you. This platform belongs to Rudolph, not your own. If it is your own,
Of
I
course,
won't
it's
come
not
here.
mine.
I won't, if it
CM,
is,
please.
listen,
CM.
hold on, please. Hold on, let me use
What
my,
is this?
please. If it is your own, I won't come here. I rather die with the devil than come
So,
close to you.
CM, what did I do to
Do you
aggrieve
understand
you?
that?
It's
What
okay,
do you mean? What did you do to aggrieve
CM,
me?
what did I do to
When
aggrieve
you
you? I
peddle,
really need to understand.
when you peddle rumor, when you peddle falsehood against somebody,
Rumor.
what does that mean?
What
All of a
rumor?
sudden you remove the person, you keep him bastard and do
Father,
what?
just listen
You
to him.
don't.
But
You do not have the power of
CM,
life over
please.
death.
I think
You do not have.
misunderstood. Please, CM. It's
No,
okay.
no,
Please.
I did it. I'm an adult. I know what I know.
Yeah.
I know exactly what
Please,
I know
CM.
exactly what I'm saying, and I know exactly where I'm going. Just hold on, John Abba. Even what you said, John Abba, you said these are people that are, because when you started before, people that are ethnocentric. Let me tell you
Yes.
one thing.
I
Olumide
said
said he will be he will be a good Yoruba man before becoming a Nigerian. Awolowo said it. I will be a good Igbo man before becoming a good Nigerian. Nobody know where you come from. Whether you are even a Nigerian, you are too ashamed to tell people where you come from. So why should you now be in a committee where people are debating about Nigeria?
CM, na Tinubu junior brother. Fofana na Tinubu junior brother.
No.
I've told you.
Let's put it to test. Let's put it to test.
TSU has
Hold on.
proof.
Don't
If
listen.
you are angry,
You don't need to
please
tell me. Listen. You don't need to tell me. Let's put it to test. Let
You can
everybody
talk.
say
No.
where he
We
comes
are
from
not
now.
here to do all of this. Please.
I'm coming.
Please.
Let
I
everybody
beg you.
say
Talk so
And
where he
TM
comes
is a
from.
very smart person. You wanted to talk about the UK. Why don't you just go and talk about the
Forget
UK
about
that you wanted to talk about?
please don't
You are letting
patronize
this
me.
distract you. I don't know why you are getting distracted by
Don't
whatever you thought I said.
patronize me. Don't
Nobody
don't
patronize
patronize me.
anybody,
I
but please,
know
this is a
exactly what is
place
in your
not to
mind.
insult one another. Even if
I'm
you
not
are saying
talking to you,
something,
John Abba.
report him to do
John
that.
Abba, I'm not
Yeah,
talking to you.
I'll take you
Just
backstage. If
Please
this
take
keep
it
your
doesn't
back.
end, I'll
thing to
take you
We don't
yourself.
want
backstage.
this. We don't want this. This is all.
Forget about that.
Please take him for now.
About him.
Please.
No, please do not take him away.
And so
No,
what?
No,
Don't
please.
make
John
one
Abba,
place
John Abba,
like that.
John Abba,
So
please
what?
wait.
For what?
CM,
I cannot
CM,
react.
CM.
What
Yeah,
he
then
said
talk to.
here.
We shouldn't be going
CM,
this
Then
far.
move on then.
It's not
CM,
healthy.
wait. John Abba, wait. CM, please, just calm down. I believe there was a reason why you came on this place. You had points you wanted to articulate. Please, just forget whatever has happened and just go straight to the point, please.
Sorry guys. So good evening everybody. So let me jump in here quickly. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday. You see, sometimes some other men need to understand other men. Some other men, read like if you are discussing with another man, try to read them to know the kind of person that they are, so that maybe your actions might not provoke them. You understand? And I will say this, right? Forefather does this a lot. You understand? But you don't know. You just come of you. You don't think it to be anything, but you don't know it. Sometimes gets into people's skin. You understand? Because look, if this is an audio conversation, right? Maybe he might not have played the way he's playing. But sometimes, we are all putting our faces here, right? As in we have, things to be. We are putting our name at stake, our faces at stake. So sometimes when we come here and you see another man like you, with all you think you've achieved, bully you on the internet, at will because they've got power, take you out and bring you wherever. Sometimes it's sort of demeaning, you understand, to that man. So for that, you do this a lot. You are very, very guilty of that. You understand? When you and somebody is arguing, you think because you have the upper hand, because you have admin pass, whatever, you just take a person out. That's very wrong of you. It shows that if you're in America and you're arguing with somebody and you have a gun, you can as well shoot the person just because you think you have the power to shoot the person. You understand? It's wrong.
Wow.
Hold on, listen.
No, easy.
Everybody, we are all equal. Nobody's.
Father, no visa for you to come to America.
Nobody's.
At this rate, I will not be allowed back to Nigeria. At this rate,
nobody's younger than anybody here. You understand? We're all here, come equally, like you say, have your say, but at least nobody should insult anybody. But still, nobody should at least use any tool to provoke or push anybody to start saying things that you understand. Our Christians are here. Nobody wants to be bullied. Nobody wants to feel belittled by anybody because you think you have a part to do. So sometimes I feel what CM is saying, you understand, or maybe is anger. I wanted to say, ask what's called my bro here, Jonaba, to leave him, let him bust out, let him bring out whatever is paining him, let him come outside so that it will feel at peace inside. You understand? Because if you are trying to shut some people, then like for me, if I'm arguing and I have something that's paining me, if you are trying to shut me in there, it boils me inside because I want to bring it out so that at least they will peace everything. So sometimes I just allow him to like outburst, bring everything out, then he will calm down. That's how far I've studied human being to some extent, stuff. So forefathers, please don't be pushing some people's buttons sometimes because you want to make an argument. You understand? Because if they take you out, if they oppress you for your belief, you won't be happy. So taking people out because of what they believe. Because
your brother don't talk.
Can I say something? What I find sometimes is that I'm listening. Hold on. Hold on. Can I say? See, why is it that everybody has the right to talk other than me? But you will not do it to Dr. Damages, but everybody feels so they can bully me.
Because father now.
I remember Dr. Damages somebody out of the stage today.
That
is the arrogance we are talking about.
That is the
arrogance we are talking about.
Dr. Damages is allowed to talk, but they won't allow me to talk.
I will get the right. I will get the right. I will get the right from Dr. Damages.
You don't
own it because I don't like situations like this when people are arguing whatever and nobody's insulting anybody because of superior argument. You want to push your own argument. You just shut somebody down with your power.
I prefer to use facts. They may not like it. See, there's one area. Hold on. Can I be allowed to talk? I will remove everybody from stage and I will talk. You like it or not? Can I be allowed to talk? Can I be allowed to talk?
You are forcing your part on
if you want to exchange, you are the one act like a bully. You don't want to let me talk.
No,
let me.
Where do you come from? Are you a Nigerian? Where do you come from?
Calm down, CM.
Please.
This thing that people do, you just want to talk. You don't want to hear some other person. Who is the bully here? Even
this is
exactly what I mean. Are you just trying to annoy me or what? You are not going to annoy me. It's not going to
Guys, gentlemen.
This is why this nation never works. This is madness.
Gentlemen, if I may, in order to restore some order, please.
Don't do it. Just that.
Forefather. Wait, let me just have a quick breakdown.
This is what I mean. That people will see something good, you find a way to destroy it because you all want to have your own ego. Your ego is more important to you.
Let's not go there.
Nobody cares. No, hold on. So let me have my say, please. Let me have my say. Everybody has had their say. My only reason for being here, just allow me talk. You can go after me. We're not running. My only reason for being here is the idea that we need to have a clear conversation about based on facts and to try to solve problems within the country. I can be having situations whereby people just come and mix stuff up and they just run with it like a venereal disease and spread it all over the place. I've seen it happen. And when I watch Nigerians from overseas, it's like our people are doused with petrol and waiting to be set alight. To start fighting each other like people like headless chickens. And when you try to address that point and you try to share facts, some people just hate you for it.
Go further. Forefather, please, everybody, please calm down a bit. We've got a bit out of hand.
What have
And
I
I
said
will,
that is a lie?
no, Forefather, please calm down. Forefather, what
Ridiculous.
what I want to say in particular to Forefather, backing what Local P has said, and to us all on this platform, there is a way of conducting ourselves within communication.
See, if
We
you
do
guys want to
understand.
conduct yourselves, I
Hold
will
on, please,
happily back away and listen
Forefather,
to people that will listen.
please let me
What
land.
issue is this? This
Please,
guy,
Forefather, no, you can't be doing this.
Olumide spoke, and I said, let Olumide get it off his chest. You laughed about it. And now Oloko came here and accused me of not letting people talk.
No,
ridiculous.
Wait, calm down, please. Please let me just Loco, please let me just have a quick say, please, because we are all quite irate at the moment, and things basically from where they began to where they are now just got worse. And sometimes we don't hear people correctly. You know, human beings can have discussions, they can be orderly, but because we're human beings, we're going to get into it somewhat. We just have to calm down. As far as the level of moderation or moderating coming from Forefather is, I must say, Forefather, my brother, it is quite archaic. And it's archaic because you have a point of view on everything, as everybody on this platform does. However, we can't speak after everybody has spoken. It will make it a Forefather show. And that is the difference between your moderation style and somebody else's. You know, there's a way of moderating that you can allow the communication to flow. But when you come in and you interrupt people in the way you do, it's not to say that there should be no interruption, but in the way you do it, you must have an understanding that everybody on the platform and everybody in the commentary who are involved with this discussion platform are against a lot of the things that you do. You have to accept this. You can't say, oh, it's me and I'm doing it this way. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. You have to calm yourself down. You can't speak after everybody has spoken. However, what I like about what you do is when somebody has spoken and you want to interrogate them further, you do that, I think, very well. You just have to hold your conversation down. Maybe in 1 hour, you will speak one good 10 minutes and we would hear what you have to say as at your opinion and as at directing this conversation. Because a lot of your moderation style, it breaks the communication up. It doesn't allow flow for just the listener. And whilst I may speak quite a lot, I listen much more. And sometimes we enter into childishness. And a lot of the time, bruh, it's down to your level of moderating. Your brother, Loco, has come on and spoken his own and included you within his focus. I don't think you should take it as an insult. You should take it as your brother speaking to you about your conduct. We're all human beings. None of us is perfect. Please, let's continue a decent conversation.
I think you see, if this carries on, I will happily be a panelist. That way I will be able to talk and interject without people questioning whatever and I will question people's this in logic just the same way. It's not going to make much of a difference. So the idea that I have to be here moderating, I don't have to. I can disappear from next week and go somewhere else and have other conversations. I don't have to be here.
I've been
What
watching
is the big deal?
Forefathers. I've been watching since I came, and obviously barrage of insults, because when I've been saying that this platform has been getting out of hand, you guys never listened to me. I was just sounding like a broken record. But anyway, that's by the way. What I'm just going to appeal to you, please. Yeah, you got to calm down. We're all friends here. We have started forging a kind of relationship together for weeks now. Please, yeah, and if you could bring him back, let him say whatever and get it out of his chest, then let him make his point, and then we close. Okay, please, my brother.
Agreed.
We're not going to close today. Or now 15 hours we do here. What are you talking?
CM, please. CM, can you hear me?
Soon.
CM, can CM hear?
Like froze. CM, say your internet
Hello,
is
CM.
Yeah, you did.
While it's frozen and if it's not,
it's not frozen.
I know. I wanted
CM, can you hear me?
Okay, in the KU, not be UK, in the KU.
I wanted to leave before I saw CM coming, and that's why I stayed back, because our earlier discussion Uzo was talking about is 0% of the Yorubas. That in the point he was making was that is during the election that this divisiveness and all of that everybody lives side by side in peace. And that's when I said to him, why his rhetoric is different from CM, why he didn't tell CM like that, while CM come on the platform when he go that level, and then Limide coming. To everyone, to local, to Jog and Paul, Lady, and John and Toon and forefathers. It's a gorgeous time with you guys. We all, I am. Everybody here is very busy. Your time are very precious, and I think when everyone that comes here, they come with the intention of learning and contributing any way they can. And for us to be able to live is a good way to the next generation is to have a thick skin, be able to take from people, and that is what is lacking our leadership. When somebody do not agree with you, it's either your way or highway. I love your moderation of your personality of not allowed to be beat down. I'm talking about forefathers because we are very chaotic people ourselves, and I learned. I'm from Middle Belt. I'm an Idoma guy. I grew up in Brunei State. I learned things about the Northern. I live among them. I speak many languages, Kanuri and all of that, because I went to school with them as a young man. When they want to carry out whatever they want to do, they don't talk much about it. If they want to do it, they will do it. But we, on the other side, whether the Middle Belt or the South or West, we are very aggressive in our approach to issues. We all learn ourselves, and nobody is a child here. And nobody want to be put down on national TV or be disgraced. We can argue on issue on, oh, why do you say this? Why that is your opinion? But nobody want to be talked down on. So please, let's avoid it. If you have any issues that bug you, you can report it directly to Rudolph that I came that day, the way Paul talked to me, I don't want that. Because there are things that can be sought out behind the closed door so that we can make this place more attractive. If people are watching us in their home, they let them make sense out of it than to throw it or turn it off, because we are we become chaotic in our approach. My brother, the CM, will not hear me. I know sometimes I'm a very, I don't know, I mean what I say what I mean, but sometimes for peace to reign, and sometimes you have to create that. So CM, please, whatever is bugging you, calm down. None of us here is perfect. You are not perfect. I'm not perfect. When we come here, let us represent the way we want to be represented, and let us take it easy with ourselves. Nobody have a dog in the fight here. Even when we talk politics, my family are not into politics, so I do not have any national cake coming to me. I know so many people, but I don't get any benefit as it does. So there is no reason for me. Everybody here, ideas and way is the way forward for Nigeria. If Nigerian work for anybody, it's just to call it a home. I don't think that I can just move my stuff, even if it turn to America now. It will not be easy for me to leave my children and my wife to say I'm moving to Nigeria. But I can always call it a home when there is when the security and everything is well, so we all can meet there. And when I'm inviting Rudolph to come here for the show, all of you from UK and everybody, come around. Let's meet in person. Let's meet. Don't go to New York. New York people don't have time. I live in New York for 9 years. Come to Texas. I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Father.
Yeah, thank you for coming in, Janaba. I really appreciate your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it was with Janaba we got a great insight into the dynamics of the country last week, but somewhere along the line, that lesson is being lost. Yeah, who is next? It's CM, isn't it? CM, please go ahead.
Please, 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 John Abba, before you go, just before you go, when I say something that pains me or injustice meted to my people, that is not ethnocentrism. If you say it is, I can wear it like gold. I love it. I once said here, because when they are discussing Nigeria, when you say something, oh yeah, you're always ethnocentric. That's what forefathers said, and that's what John Abba said. At the beginning, what we are discussing tonight is recorded. Tomorrow you can go from the beginning and then listen to it. Next Saturday, Sunday, you will see me, you say, CM, you are wrong. Go and listen to it. Oh, people that are very ethnocentric. Father said, yes, CM. And then John Abba said, yes, CM. Say, because it's not here, but I'm sorry to mention his name. See, what you call ethnocentrism is for me to shout out that my people are being given the raw end of the stick. Let's start. We all adults. At the age of 10, we know what education means. At the age of 10, 11, when kids are playing, they start the same common entrance. You tell me that because this one is Igbo, you must score 139. This one will score 7. Do you want me to be happy? Is that the way to build a country? Tell me where it is done in the world. But that is where my starting point. Forget about that. People may say they tar road, they do the. Forget about all those. These are kids that are innocent at the age of 10. What do 10-year-old kids know? 10, 11. What do they know? At that age, you tell him you shouldn't go in. You score 125. No, you are not going to get in. Why? You didn't get 139. But somebody got 7, and you take the person. When we raise it, that is ethnocentrism. This is just an example. So when people come and they say trash and talk just fabricate things against somebody because he's not around, and you can't ask the person why. A debate starts with, I ask you a question, you answer. Or you ask me a question, I answer. If I ask you, will you answer? That is how to do it. That is what they call debate. If I say anything, you might tell me, what is my reason for saying it? When I give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons, you may not agree, but you start to dismantle each one after the other. That is what they call debate. And not for you to feel that you can railroad people. I listened to what Olumide was saying, and people were just talking. You don't shout people down. You don't do it. The power of moderation is just for you to listen. At most, you time people. And not for you to speak when you like, interject when you like. Whoever wants to say, you put the person back. And you can't control the air somebody breathes. You can't. That has been given free of charge. This is a platform. Because of this thing that happened, I must try and get the power to add myself and remove somebody from Rudolph. This type of nonsense can't happen to me again. Because I don't know why I deserve to be removed for what? Is it not
You're not the only one, oh, my brother. You're not the only one who has suffered that.
I'm coming. I know I'm coming. But some people might take nonsense, but I won't take it. What I deem nonsense, I don't want. Even what I tolerate, I don't expect you to tolerate it, unless you want to, because that is nature. I don't want that. That become on national play. If you don't have facts to do, leave everybody. You see, this is what is causing problem in Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know. I've made case when I'm talking about Nigeria. I said, is it because if Igbo man allowed it over Ogoni man, does it mean we are developing? I've said it in so many platforms. I'm of the opinion that Ogoni should be a country and enjoy their wealth, develop their place.
Why can an island? How's an island going to be a country?
No, I'm coming. So I'm of the opinion. So, but when people come and they tell you ethnic this, ethnic that, it doesn't mean. Ayo Adebanjo went to Oputa panel to 2001. He was answering a question. The person accused him, say, you Yorubas, you're always talking about, look at Yoruba man, is this, is that. Ayo Adebanjo said, I'm here for Afeni Fere. Let those people come and complain. That is why they set up Oputa panel. You can't stop me from that. I'm getting the short end of the stick education-wise. Then somebody will now use it and tell me, oh, when I come, I say, why shouldn't I talk? To score 139, a very difficult exam before you get in. But some people are going in with 7. Why not change it the other way? But when you complain things like this, people will say it doesn't exist. And so why shouldn't I talk? I'm not bothered about the theory of ethnocentrism. What I'm concerned about is for people not to. I don't prevent people from advocating what is good for themselves. I will support anybody. If that is what you want, get it. But don't stop me from advocating what I want. You can come and tell me. The unity of Nigeria, we all know it. It's a ruse. That's what Olubide was saying. Why was the BVAT? Why was the BVAS switched off? That was what caught my attention when Olumide was talking. Why was he switched off? And we all forgotten. And yet we are talking. When somebody mentions it, it's as if the person doesn't know what he's saying. Then people will just go and pluck pure lies, fabrication, to come and tell you. United Kingdom is a federal system. Ask me why. How? Scotland has their own educational system, different from England, different from Wales. Scotland have their own currency, different from the currency they use in England. The currency they use in England bears the emblem of the Queen. Now that the Queen died, it should be charged. Scotland have their own. In Scottish currency, £10 bill has the map of Akwa Ibom. There's a place they call Okanafin in Akwa Ibom. That is where Mary Slessor, who is a Scottish lady, came from. They drew it in that, but in the English one, it's not there. You can check this. This is a part of currency. Scotland has their own national anthem. They have their own flag. If Scotland is playing football anyway, you see them sing their own national anthem. That is federalism. That is their own. Health-wise, if you go to any hospital in England, you park your car in the hospital, you pay parking charge. In Scotland, it's free. In Scotland, if in Scotland they write what they call GCSE, advanced, not like the one they write in England. A first degree in Scotland, say BA economics or BSc economics, is 4 years. In England, it's 3. In Scotland, if you are reading bachelor's degree in physics or chemistry or biology, you come out with a master's after 5 years. In England, you stop at 3 years and then get your you come out with master's degree after 4 years. In England, you come out with 3. So there are a lot of differences. Nobody should bamboozle you people. The same in Wales. So Britain is a federal state. Forget about they have only one prime minister, and they have regional. What they call them, something like the head of government in there. They have their own parliament. Scottish people make their own law that guides them. So that is federalism they are running in UK. Like I've given you so many examples. The flag is different. The national anthem, they have their own national anthem. The way you sing Arise O Compatriots in Nigeria, Scottish people have their own. They call it the flower of Scotland. These things can be checked out, and then somebody will fact check me. So when we come here and then, maybe if you are saying this type of thing, because people because of their stunted knowledge, either they interrupt you or they start to bring something and then divert attention and start to bring one type of share this screen or don't share that screen. Try to bamboozle people. That's not what we are here for. If you can't assimilate knowledge, then you get out. And not to come and deceive people. I don't do that. It's as simple as so. I've proven that. So Scotland, Britain is running a federal system. Let nobody bamboozle you.
So CM, in essence of it, you are saying now the prime minister is just what we call in America the fall guy, because every other place run their show themselves. That's it.
Proper. That is the way they do it. And even then, they are demanding more power. Scotland is still demanding more power. They are doing their own thing. So that tells you, and Wales have their, even to raise tax. Okay, let me put this one. That in England, if you go to a hospital, they prescribe, or to your GP, they prescribe a drug, you pay. I think it's £9 for one. In Scotland, it's free. You don't pay. Because that is their own law. Some of these things, people check it out and let's have a debate on it. So when somebody come and tell, I don't know, you see, some people do not understand what you mean by federalism. And that is the problem. Some people, because they have stunted knowledge, they barely read. All they do is just to come and cook one type of, when they see one sentence in Google or maybe Wikipedia, they bring it up. Go and study it. Federalism means a union of constitution. A union. Everywhere we have their own constitution. There are certain things they call laws in Scotland that may not be law in England. That's what they call union of constitution. That's what they mean by federalism. But some people do not know it. When they come here, just talk anything. When you, if you want to say, oh, it's all about Fulani off. And so what? Let them come and talk their own. That is debate. If you hear that I'm talking, come in and challenge me. What I want is facts so that we learn. And not to use the power of crude hatred, evil machination. Because you can switch something off and switch it on. Oh, I switch off so that your place will be dark. Then my own will be not. Then you talk nonsense. Who the hell is that?
CM, by the way,
I'm going to get the power to add and remove.
CM, by the way, I just put an article here that says the federal that the United Kingdom is actually a federal system. It's right there in the private chat.
Thank you.
You all can read it.
Thank you. You see it. This is what we're saying. Because of this, I'm going to get the power from Rudolph, unless he doesn't want to give me, to come in and then to go out. Nobody can treat you. You see, this is the problem we have in Nigeria. Problem of insincerity. We don't want to face up to our problem. The moment we sit down and say, face each other eyeball to eyeball and say, look, Uroboma, and say what you want, no matter how bad, we reach a compromise. Ogoni, say what you want. Fulani, say what you want. Igbo, say what you want. We reach a compromise. If you want 10, we may say, okay, why not have 5? Give me 3. We will be saying it like this until, because dialogue is what may build a nation. It's not really bridges and roads. It's dialogue. But in here we don't talk it. We just feel that Lord Lugard joined us together, and therefore everything is fait accompli. People that doesn't know history, they will just start. Okay, this is all those things are fab. They're all fabs, pathetic fibs. You don't know history. Nigerians never agreed to come together in 1914. Nigeria was not founded in 1960. If you want to start Nigeria, start from 1914. As bad as it is, that is where you start to interrogate. We can't be together, I agree. But under what terms? Like Bola Ige asked. I'm not original. Under what terms? That's what we are saying. It may be bad, and then that's why we say, let's continue, let's go on, let's go on, let's go on. See, we've been going on. Where are we now? Look at the election we have. Look at what we are having. You see, the thing is that let us, please, when we are going, let us be open. If you don't want to debate Nigeria, you get out. Those that want to debate us, because we are different people. The whole of Scandinavia, Denmark, Finland, Norway, and Sweden, they were one country before, even Iceland. Why did they go their separate ways? But they are cooperating. It doesn't mean anybody can do that. The EU. And so what? So, but when we talk about Nigeria, people will just tell you and then start to bring, this is federalism now. Thank God you saw it. I'm not making up things. I live in UK. I know why they are operating, and I know where they are headed. Scotland has done their first referendum. They missed. But they still insist. You write the exam, you fail. You continue to read until you pass it. They want to go out, and they are still agitating for it. Is there anything bad in that? Is there anything bad? But some people will tell you, oh, Scotland did that, and so what? Some of you live in Canada. Quebec, how many times have they tried? How many times have Quebec tried? Go and read it. But they keep failing, but they haven't given up. But you see people, when they come here, they pretend as if they love Nigeria more than... If you ask them, where do you come from in Nigeria? They won't tell you. Then what are you hiding? That's why I can never believe it. Paul, you are Urobo. You told me, you said it here. You told Urobo.
Confirm.
You even told me a lot of things. You said that. I told you I wanted it. Everybody can say, can you say where you come from? You cannot. Then you feel that you love Nigeria more than us every time it this. Who are you deceiving?
Father is Tinubu's younger brother. Is from Lagos Island.
Forget about
Tinubu brother.
Look. Forget. You know, those ones are immaterial. It doesn't bore. It doesn't let people be honest. To hold an honest debate, you say so that we can relate things. That is how Nigeria will build up. You can't build Nigeria from top. My governor Soludo, when they are asking him go for presidency, he said no. He said he told them in Abuja. He said we've been trying it from the federal, it's not working. If all good people should go to their state, Paul, you go to your state and be building it. And building, everybody's building his own. Before you know it, Nigeria is built. Let's dismantle federal. By the way, when I said that federal government is overloaded, 68 items on the exclusive list is too big. I'm not the only person saying it. 68 items. So many things are controlled by the federal. It shouldn't be. To register a business is federal, isn't it? To register your business, which you may be operating in your local Ugeli play? Why should you go to federal? Register it at your local government level. Why must it be federal? That's what is causing corruption. And when you say people will just say no, and people here will be deceiving people that the federal government is actually not this. If you don't know what to say, please just shut up or you get out. That's why sometimes when people listen, when people come here and listen, they say no. If it's this person hosting, they are not going to come in. Because when you go there, just bamboozle people. Have baked knowledge you are going to share, which you know nothing about. Excuse me.
And can I quickly say that I think there might be a confusion here. What this debate is about federalism. I know that sounds a lot like confederacy or confederation. That's not what we are advocating, because a confederation is actually two different federations coming together, right?
Yeah.
Whereas federalism is a whole that is made up of the sums of the parts, where every part has some level of independence and authority situated in them. That's all we're asking for. And I think that's really the definition of federalism. So I just want
to can I respond to that with actual facts? The UK is generally run as a unitary system, and it's more recently they start devolving power to the various nations. It's actually a nation state. That's why it's called the United Kingdom. There are different nations within the state of the United Kingdom. And England is run as a unitary system. They don't devolve power to different regions of England. I think they are talking about the Anglia or something. They are looking to devolve power. Just like I said that Nigeria is also devolving power. Nations have these peculiarities. I never made any kind of categorical statement that America is not the federal system or stuff like that. Somewhere along the line, the conversation just got drifted into that arena. But that said, I think I owed this is CM an apology for actually using his name when he wasn't here. Even when I used it, I knew that was wrong, because I actually said,
please, keep
this
your apology to yourself.
This is why I have to pull him back.
Why can't he apologize?
I don't need your apology.
Hold on,
Okay.
calm down. See, this is the thing. This is why. This is the kind of situation that I have to be able to put somebody aside, because otherwise they will not let you talk. Whenever I put somebody aside, because they won't let anybody talk, they are the ones preventing me from talking after they've finished speaking. So
for a long time as well, he didn't speak for a minute. No one interrupted him. I don't know our behavior, man. Someone's trying to bring a peace sign towards you. You're saying no, I want war. It's pathetic. I don't understand that.
Father, just go ahead with the apology. Go ahead.
I don't want peace. I want violence.
Even when I used his name, I said it clearly that I knew he's not here to defend himself. I shouldn't have necessarily mentioned his name, and he repeated that himself. So for that, I owe you an apology for doing that, because normally if I want to talk to somebody, I tell them to their face what I'm saying. Sometimes when you are talking to people and they are mentioning names, you just get carried away with it. That said, that is what I think about that.
How proud do you have to be?
But in terms of the point itself, which is what I'm often here
Bad
for,
behavior.
Devolving of power in the UK is happening. That is a fact, what he said. And the UK is transforming from a kind of a unitary system to a more devolved system. But by and large, the central system still holds. By and large, most of the key things are decided in the Whitehall. I think the oil money still goes to the center, even if it's in Scotland, technically, it still goes to the center. So it's a complicated structure, and the same thing in America, the same thing in Nigeria. We didn't used to be able to generate electricity. Now we are able to generate electricity. Systems, they mature over time. The idea that Nigeria is a totally unitary system is not accurate. It's not fair, because the governors have immunity. You saw what El-Rufai did earlier on this year, where he defied the president completely. Even on the national matter, he defied the president and nothing happened to him. So we have to try to understand what we are saying here. Sometimes it's not about winning; it's about shedding light on actually the issue.
So
That's what I care
when you
about.
talk about the president, remember Obasanjo's Lagos State budget for years. You understand?
It was Lagos State's local government funds, not Lagos State.
Yes. Sorry, that's true. Local government, the 20 local
And I
government.
think he
That's
lost
true. Thank
that
you.
battle. I think the central government lost that battle with the governors. The governors,
No,
I think they wanted to be
till
paying
Obasanjo
money
left
directly to
power.
the governors.
Till Obasanjo left, then Yaradua give the money back when Yaradua people.
Because I learned that they were trying to pay money to local governments directly, and under Buhari, and they defeated Buhari on that, and the money still went through the governors till date.
It's a coup. Buhari just did that just to appease the local government, but Buhari don't want to do it.
He doesn't want to do it.
Sorry, can I add?
Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
I just add? Okay, so I would like to thank the platform. I really learned a lot today. What I just want to also add before I leave is it doesn't matter the system we want, like whether it's a parliamentary system, whatever system, right?
Exactly.
It's not
Do the
what we
right
are
thing.
fighting.
Period.
What we are fighting for is let's create a version or a country where the next generation that will inherit that country won't inherit problems, like too much problems they cannot handle. Whatever challenges they are going to face, it's not going to be as crazy as what we are facing now. How many problems can we solve from this bucket list? And our standard as a country, like if something happens, it's a crime. A crime is a crime. Whether the person is from North, is from the South, is a Yoruba man, that should not matter. If he committed a crime, there should be penalties in the Constitution that should checkmate this criminal, right? We should not get to that point and say, oh, he's a Yoruba man. No, this one, no. That's where we are getting it wrong. And we are going to lose our respect as a people and as a nation, right? For us saying, okay, let's go the separate way, right? That's an option. We can also go regional, right? All we are fighting for is for the betterment of the country, because the way we are going does not make any sense. How can you say a 63 years old country, we still can't fix electricity, we still depend, we don't even have factories, we don't even refine our own natural resources? How does that make any sense? And the country produce graduates, the country produce learned folks, and they can't manufacture nothing in the country. So that architecture does not make any sense. So if we keep on procrastinating on this problem, we are going to create a monster from this. And that is what we are fighting for. So whether a dictatorship system would bring peace or would unlock the potential that we have, let's go for it. I don't care. But let's have system that would not just work, but can be checkmated, and it's going to benefit the future generation and benefit us. That's how we fix our problems, not shifting goalposts here and there. So once again, thank you guys.
No, thank you, John.
You sound like
thank
a
you
sharp
very
guy.
much.
You should come back,
John, man.
Because I agree with everything he said.
Everything.
Thank you.
That for me was the most forward-thinking suggestion I've ever heard on this platform. Why can't we try to fix the issues for the future generation? I mean, nobody's ever said that on this platform.
I grew up watching.
For me, that is a direct way for all of us to get involved, no matter where we're from. Because if we don't want better for our children or the next, because we know, I mean, we're all about 40, let me say. And we've lived this Nigerian thing through our parents, through our neighbors, and it's been hell. The only thing that has allowed us to progress is our family and our individual discipline that takes us out of rot into some kind of semblance of life. For what John has said, I'm begging that everybody's taking that on board, because we're here discussing, trying to find a way forward. And most of the time we're saying, boy, there's nothing that's bringing us together. There's nothing that's bringing us together. What about our children? What about that? Everybody wants to be the only one who's suffering the most pain. Rubbish. You know, when I hear all that, I'm suffering the most, it makes me want to laugh. I think you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You don't have any empathy for the next man, but you want somebody to have empathy for you. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, and it's never going to make sense. So, John, before you run, I salute that. I salute you, brother.
Jago, let me put one thing. John, please don't go. So when you said it doesn't really matter, Look, somebody can drink Coke in my village somewhere in Delta State. That money still have a way to find itself all the way to Atlanta in America because there is a system in place. Somebody can deposit money in my village in a small cubicle first bank in my village. He still have to find his way to be in a record in corporate office in Broadway in Lagos. In Lagos, there is system in place. So when we talk all these things that it doesn't matter if there is no system in place. No, we still need to put system. System, the America today, the UK today, those guys in parliament, in Congress, say House of Commons, House of Lords, they want to be as corrupt as my Nigerian people. But system that they put in place makes it a little bit harder for them to do some of these things. We have to put system in place. If we don't put system in place, if we feel these things don't matter, I don't think we can grow as a people. Like I said, the people who have rubber in the old Delta State, Edo State, Ondo State, in those regions used to be the rich people. Somewhere along the line, now, if we talk about Ondo today now, we'll talk about the people who have oil that is still on tap. We are not talking about all the timbers. We are not talking about all the bitumen. We are not talking about all the cocos. You understand? Because they're just lying fallow. Now, in Delta State, the same thing. We have to put system in place so that we can tap every resources we have, so that the federal government too can go all out to go find everything that they can tax for all they care. You understand? Federal government has no business doing business. That's why there's an airline called British Airways. It doesn't own by the British government. You understand? Delta Airline, it doesn't own by the US government. American Airline doesn't own by the US government. You understand? But guess what? Delta Airline will never go down. British Airways will never go down. If British Airways have problem, the government will still find a way to bail British Airways. You know why? They pay taxes and they are highly employers of labor. There is a system in place to checkmate all those things. So we must put system. Let's not just walk away and think if we don't put system in place, it doesn't matter. Which means we are thinking like my Christian people, which means we want to put faith in place without work is dead. That's my take.
Christians just receive straight bullets.
I think something Jago said is very quite interesting. There was something Jago said that I found very interesting, even if it was a little bit short with people about it. When he said, just because you have a problem doesn't mean you lack empathy for your next, your country person that is having similar problems. And I think there is this trend of people saying, yeah, allow me to shout about my problem. If you don't want to shout about my problem, it's your own problem. I think that thing is basically reinforcing the silo mentality where everybody stays on their own. You are not going to get anything done. You have to reach out. If you want your problem to be solved, you have to reach out. I said it earlier on. If you care about your tribe, you have to ensure the nation does well. If the nation does well, it lifts everybody up. It's like a tide that lifts every ship up. The nation is our boat. If the nation doesn't do well, what makes you think your tribe is going to do well? It's just the whole thing is linked. Just like almost all the black people in the diaspora, our faith is linked to the continent. The continent is like our boat, and our nation is our individual boats for our own tribes. There's always a collection of people. No matter, even if you take it to the southeast now, you still have a collection of people in the southeast that disagree with each other. How do you think the white man defeated us? Because everybody was not the same. Even in the southeast, they were not the same, and they were fighting each other. The south was the same thing. You always have a collection of people, and that collection of people, we need to start to understand that if the greater collection does better, everybody does better. That within that connection, in that collection, can you have a human being enjoy themselves where their head is aching all over the place? The leg will be jubilating. The leg will not jubilate when the head is suffering. It's always that if your heart cannot function, your leg cannot function. Everybody is in it together. That's the idea behind it. I don't understand why some people think that if they only sectionalize everything, it's going to work.
Let me just. Sorry, Ed, please go ahead.
Yeah, forefathers, there are two sides to what the point you just made. You're trying to say that a rising tide lifts everybody up or lifts all the ship up.
All boats.
But you have to, you also have to understand that a system that depresses everybody's aspirations and ambitions also puts everybody down. So even if there are some parts that would naturally do better, as we saw in the First Republic, there are some sides like the Southwest was like the star. We didn't have oil at that time. You know, we had issues, we had ethnic issues, we had sectional issues even at that time. But we saw that there were some regions that, you know, people could point to Paolo and say, this guy, what he's doing is great. So that's what we are asking for. We're not saying we want to be different or separate or a different unit from Nigeria. We are saying that if the whole is not helping, maybe the sum of the parts could help. Maybe the parts developing and having that sort of internal competition among themselves could inspire
Well, you see,
growth.
if I may, Ed, understanding what you're saying very well, if I may, you see, the examples that we have in that country of good governance have been there, and they're always going to be there, and they're going to be more of them. But the only thing is, we as a nation of people don't take these good examples on board. The way that the history of Awolowo is hated by certain parts of Nigeria, to me, it's mind-boggling, because it's as though you not see what this person did. Is it because of X that now everything is scrambled? I don't think we are balanced individuals. We're not balanced. When I hear from people and they just try, excuse me, my friend, you're not going to interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me. You're not. You're going to interrupt someone else, and I can laugh at that. I'm not laughing with you when I'm speaking, because I don't interrupt you. Let me just say that all I'm trying to get at is that focusing our minds on what works, what has been shown to work, we somehow find reason to ignore it. We find it's us. We see what it is that we can speak about the government, we can speak about all these things, but it's us. We are like this, not the government. We're always pointing the finger. This is the problem that I have. Where are you pointing the finger to? As you're pointing one finger toward, not you, Ed. Not you, Ed, or not any individual. I don't mean to make it. I'm just saying generally.
Thanks for the night. Yeah. Have a great week.
Nice
guys.
one.
Take care,
Nice
Tom.
one.
Take care, Tom.
So Jagu, when you say that somebody should not bear their pain, it's actually a lack of empathy from you.
It's a lack of empathy. That's
not hear that pain is actually a lack of empathy from you. Because
for me, how? For me, how, sir?
What bothers somebody in this section of the country is not what bothers this person in that section of the country. The fact that they don't have violence bugging them, but maybe what their problem is electricity.
Olumide, my brother. Olumide. Wait, if I may stop you a minute. If I can stop you a minute. Unfortunately, what you're saying doesn't belong to me. It belongs to someone else. I don't know what antenna you're using to hear what people are saying. But that's not everything you said has nothing to do with what I said. Because when you talk about empathy, you can't be talking about me where Nigeria is concerned. Because I'm a Nigerian, full Nigerian. There's not one part of Nigeria I haven't been to.
So why do you say that somebody else shouldn't air what they're going to?
I didn't say that, my friend. This is what I'm saying. Your antenna is just screwed up. I didn't.
They come here.
I didn't say. I didn't say.
You said you can do that and have empathy for your fellow countrymen too.
That's what I said. If you can't listen, get aside. Come out. If you can't listen, because I don't want rubbish interruptions. Because you're good at giving rubbish interruptions. So, meanwhile, let me just continue. All I'm saying, Ed, as you rightly position how we are, I'm saying that we individuals are not taking enough responsibility for our own conduct. Nigeria is built up of several parts, and those several parts are built up of individuals, and these individuals are all of us, and we all need to take responsibility. All this blaming and pointing finger and all rubbish, it just shows our weakness. You say, it's Jaraba's fault. It's Jaraba's. I mean, how weak are you to make such a comment? How weak are you? How desperate do you sound? People don't understand what they sound like. You cannot understand how you sound in the presence of men. You're acting like a flea bag. It's ridiculous.
We cannot just like flip or act like systemic issues do not affect individual outcomes. We cannot just as in make
Hopefully
that
that's not all you got from what I said, because I understand.
No. Foreigners, please don't make this about you. Jargon. I understand your points.
How did I make it about me? I'm just saying something.
Please, can I learn?
Ed, let me say something. I think there's something about you. You come here
don't worry.
specifically to attack me for some reason. I don't know.
Don't worry.
I don't know why. I just said something.
Jargon,
I'm trying to correct your misinterpretation of what Jargon said. And he said,
I was trying to reply, Jargon. Please, let me just.
Guys, let me just say this real quick.
I don't know, man.
Let me say this. We've got to have respect for ourselves on this platform. We've just got to. I understand where you might be coming from, but you've got to resolve that within yourself and come with respect. It's not good to marginalize.
Okay. I apologize.
Thank you.
In the spirit of being amiable. So I get your point, but what I'm trying to say is that we cannot assume that systemic issues do not affect individual outcomes. And that's not pointing fingers to any ethnic group. It's just saying that maybe this issue can also be resolved from the way the system is structured. That's not pointing fingers, right? That's really.
What about this? Let me put this into your argument. What about the empathy that suggests that me, who is in Ogun State in the Southwest, is hearing an issue that is completely divorced of anything legitimate that is happening to the people in Maiduguri? Why can't I have this discussion amongst my people in my locality and raise this issue that's happening in the East? Because it's I still break it down that it's us. I still break it down that it's us as individuals who are seeing wrongdoings and doing nothing about it.
What element of federalism? Can I quickly land this? Can I quickly land this point? What element of federalism preaches isolationism? Because that's the vibe I'm getting. That we are federal does not mean we do not have commonalities. We're going to have a federal House of Representatives where we can address these issues. So me saying, well, it's better for us to deal with issues closer to the people does not mean that we don't have commonalities at the center, right? For example, our independence as a nation, the first time that issue was broached, it was not at the federal level. It was at the Southwest House of Representatives that Enahoro raised that issue. It has to go through, and there was a lot of uproar with that, right? It had to go through several stages until I think it was someone from the north, maybe possibly even Tafawa Balewa when it was a part of the congressman at the federal level. I can't remember this. No, it was this guy, FFK's father, that brought it up again. It was squashed, and then someone from the north finally brought it up again, and then it flew. Right? So that's what I'm saying. That we can, if we were just basing ourselves on that federal level, these conversations would not have started. So sometimes those conversations need to start in smaller units. And what we are saying is that make these smaller units more viable. That's what I'm just saying. I'm not saying that, I'm not concerned about what's going on in Maiduguri. Let me tell you, anything that happens in the northern part of Nigeria affects me as a Nigerian, because when I talk to people from other parts of the country, they look at me as a Nigerian first.
I'll be the one answering that question. The person who should be answering that question is John Abba. You were here when every day we will raise that question here. What is happening in Benue? Are you not talking? If I, as a Yoruba man, will raise that issue about security in that region in southern Kaduna, and you are here telling me that Anjagun is here supporting foreigners and saying yes and saying he's not the one. You are the one. You are
what are you talking about?
What is the accusation?
I have no understanding of what you're saying, my friend.
Christ, this is surreal, man. What is this?
We are talking about the killings in the Benue, killings in southern Kaduna. Is that not empathy for our fellow human beings? How is that federal? How is that one Nigeria? You understand?
Bro.
Providing security for those people.
Excuse me.
I don't know which party you are collaborating for, but I'm not voting for you, my friend.
No. Beyond the floor.
In most of
I can't understand his point. It may be, but I can't
Olumide,
understand it.
Olumide,
What do you don't understand? Of course, you don't
Olumide,
No, I would understand it if you make it palatable somehow.
say yes, somebody else is right. He was talking about
I'm just taking it like a rant. It's just like you're ranting. You're arguing with yourself.
Federalism back.
Olumide,
So here,
Olumide.
saying that
This
don't
way,
talk about your other
Olumide.
person. Don't talk about your tribe. What about other people suffering? Every day we come here, we talk about people dying in Southern Kaduna, people dying in Benue. You understand? So even if they start killing my people on the farm, I shouldn't talk. You understand?
Who's saying that? I don't understand what you're saying. And bringing my name there, because I don't belong to any of that speak.
Olumide, the thing is this. Of course, we can have individually, we can have sympathy for the suffering of others. Let me use myself as an example. Ever since I read the book by Oronto Douglas, I knew what Ogoni people are going through. No clean water. I'm not from Ogoni. Buhari flagged off Ogoni clean up. 8 years. Was he cleaned up? He wasn't. He's still there. So why the type of sympathy I want to have for people? That's why when I point like 68 items on the agenda, if you reduce it to 7, and I know the core 7 ones, which federal is in control, defense, which means Army, Navy, and Air Force. Secondly, intelligence and secret service, just as SSS, should be federal. Thirdly, immigration and passport control. We'll all have one passport. Number 4, foreign service and diplomacy and foreign service. We have embassies all over the world. Number 5, police. What they call border control. That should be federal. Number 6, money and banking. Central banking. The federal government should be able to issue the currency everybody will use. I think apart from this, police. Okay, let's have federal police, but let's have state police. I itemize them 7. That's what federal government should control. Issues about education, agriculture, transport, or it should be by the state. So that if Ogoni can use their oil, they can clean themselves, that is up to them. If they can't do it, Zamfara, when you go, if you can't use it to develop your place, that is up to you. I know that some places may be richer than the other, but that will bring peace so that we develop at different paces. That will bring peace. That's how to run a federalism. Whereby 68 item is at the federal government. Then if I'm the president, I may decide to give it to somebody I like. If I look, now I may say, no, it's not from my area. That's what causes it. Because if it's this 7 you are controlling, you are basically education. I don't have to say sit federal common entrance and you give me a cutoff because I'm from Imo State, and you give another person cutoff what's from Kwara. No, it's no more needed. You run your education the way you run your education. Admit and do it yourself. If you don't want to educate yourself, it's up to you. If you want to industrialize, you industrialize. That is how it's done. Anywhere they have federal. These are the things federal. That's why Nigeria is having this problem. What federal government controls is too much. And because of that, you see where they use it for nepotism. That is the thing. State will build. State will.
And forefathers, our
can I interject a little bit?
Not progressing. It will be progressing.
Yeah, Olumide, calm down. Olumide, calm down.
Government is leaving.
Olumide.
25 years is enough.
Olumide, CM. Olumide, hold on. CM is projecting very good solutions. You see, I listened to Ed earlier. Ed was making very brilliant submission. The truth of the matter is, the way Nigeria is set up, we keep deceiving ourselves.
Yes, bro.
What CM just said, I 100% go with that. The Nigeria, if they want to regionalize it, or they want to give it to the state, let state control their resources, that is the way to go. The reason you see that, the fact that there is oil in River State, when you regionalize the country, does not mean South will be the richest region in Nigeria. Now, what is going
Exactly.
on? People are sleeping because everybody is depending on that oil. Every month they go to Abuja to share
Oil.
money. This is the problem. Like if you check country like even in Canada, Alberta have oil. In Ontario, they don't have oil. Ontario is richer. In California, what is the percentage of their oil in America? So the truth is people are sleeping because what CM just said, it is a very good thing. What the region will do is you give royalty to the federal. The federal
Yes.
can even use it to help the region that are not doing badly to improve themselves, bring them up to speed. Let all the federal unit, whatever you want to call them, be competing. At that level, you will see let each region control their resources, education. The work the president of Nigeria is doing is too much.
It's
Just
too much.
greed. They know the truth. The work is too much. So it's just because they are selfish interest. They get there, they don't want to relinquish the power. They make everybody pay for it. Everybody suffer for it. That is what is actually going on. But if you see somebody that is honest, a president that is honest, is going to fight for this. Let's all have region. I mean, federal government, you will still have a lot of work to do. Now you can focus on national security, international relations, focus on,
Money,
as CM just mentioned them.
banking.
Yeah.
Yes.
We
Intelligence
still have, you
service,
still have CBN
banking.
you are controlling.
Even border.
But do you see that? Do
Even
you see
border
that the
control.
federal government is doing this gradually already? I've said it repeatedly. Repeatedly, we expect everything to just be done overnight. The federal government is transitioning these things to the regions, and I think the reason why they did it is because of our history. We had a situation whereby we had this system of government; it was too loose, and it led to a lot of instability and a civil war. So you can see why the leaders were paranoid
Father,
that
I
if they
disagree
develop
with
power,
you. What
it's
are they
going to lead
giving
to
to the state?
problems.
That's
Pardon?
That's not
No, hold
actually
on. Now.
correct.
Let me address that. You were saying?
Okay.
Well, you disagreed.
What are they
On what
giving to
ground?
the state? What are they giving apart from the electricity? They just really good. What are they giving to the? No, I disagree
No,
with you.
they devolve this in the rail tracks. This is the ability to make your own rail track. Things that used to be on the exclusive list, they brought some of them out. That's how the UK does it.
Forefather,
I
let
don't
me
know.
give you one example of the madness going on in Nigeria. Hold on. Let me give you one example of the madness.
Okay.
A road will pass through a state. They call it federal road. Because of that, the states are not going to touch that road. Why do we have this kind of weird thinking? A state, every road that cut across the state belongs to the state. Why are you doing that?
Let me give you let me give you an example. I'm not from Edo State, but as far as I know, you may correct me or whoever. The only double lane expressway I know that passed Edo State is the one from Benin Shagamu coming to that entered Benin, then maybe going to Asaba, something like
You are
that.
correct.
That is one I
You
know.
are correct.
But when you imagine, because I've checked on the map, when you imagine from Benin to Auchi, supposed to be dual carriage, but it's federal road. To me, I'm not from there, but that road supposed to be dual carriage because that is the gateway to the federal capital. From Auchi Okene, you get to, and if you look at this road, there was a day I saw it near Ekpoma University. They were
See, hold on first. See,
Osunu.
I'm sorry. See, Oga, please hold on first. The one coming from what's it called Lagos, it didn't cross through. It stops in those states. Then the one going elsewhere, the one coming from Lagos, it stops.
Abo.
Yeah, that's something.
Okay, what are
It's
the
not.
one
It's
going
not
to
the
Abo?
same route. Hold on. If you check your map, it's not the same route, right? The other one going, what's it called? Going to what's it called? Asaba and Onitsha, which is
Asaba.
only going to the southeast. That one is another one. The one even going to north Abuja, which is the Benin Auchi road. That one is another one. So those three roads are parallel to each other. They don't connect to each other at all. They only have like a confluence, a junction states, which is that Benin city, where you can divert, but it's not don't go through.
Look, what I'm saying is that from Benin to Auchi, when I saw it, because that gets to Kene to Abuja, that's supposed to be dual carriage.
That one is
Because
either
from there you can,
they call it Benin
you
actually.
can
That is supposed to be Benin Abuja road. That is Benin Abuja road. Sir.
okay, yeah, Benin Abuja. It's supposed to be dual carriage. But when you talk, they say, because I remember in those days, they say it's federal road. It's federal. What is
No,
federal?
it's federal. It's dual. It's dual coming from.
So
If you check from,
so
if you are coming from Edo North, which is Auchi,
Mhm.
from let's say from Okene, Okbila, after you cross Okbila, you're coming down to Edo State. There was a time it was dualized. You understand? Trying to, but you see, the thing is,
But
you see, in fact, we Nigerians,
no, the one I
we
just let me not forget what. Sorry, look, let
okay.
me not forget what I did, because what I saw it is this a Bosunu, one chap, Benin chap that does ITV.
Okay,
I watched
that boy,
his program a lot. Bosunu, they were saying, if you see the trailer there, then I was looking such a road because of the artery. It doesn't mean have to. So what I'm saying is that road shouldn't be federal law. State, any state, you tie it. But for you to do it, you need resources. Therefore, federal government should hands off. Because you can't give somebody a responsibility without giving the person resources to do it. So federal government should leave a lot of things for the state and then allow them to exploit the resources in their area. Can you believe Dave Umahi? I don't know whether it's true, but people should check out. I heard Dave Umahi say, why should they be importing bitumen? Total road in Nigeria, when bitumen is in Edo State, in Ondo State,
he actually
the
said
second largest deposit. Dave
He
Yes,
said
Dave
it.
Umahi said it, the minister for works and housing. I was
Yeah.
shocked. He said, why should they be importing bitumen in this country? What happens to our own? You see, that is the corruption we are talking about. So if federal government should hands off issues like all these, so that every state can now say, even if Ondo doesn't have oil, they can't farm.
Why is he saying
They
it
can
now?
use
When
their
he was governor of Ebonyi State, didn't he know that there's bitumen in the Ondo State? Didn't he know?
No,
Why is he saying it now?
no. He's
But
talking.
he's saying
No,
it as
you
the Minister
misunderstand.
of Works.
He's telling
No, hold on.
he's
You're not
telling
getting
the
my point.
minister.
Like he didn't like he didn't know before.
No,
That
Loco P is trying to
No,
use
he
Youth
knows there is
Caucus road.
bitumen in Endo. He's trying to say, why should Nigeria, because it's not a federal ministry, he's visiting federal roads. He said, why should we be importing bitumen when there is bitumen in Nigeria in Ondo State? So what it means is that federal government should hands off road. I know it's a money gulping venture, but in giving them this responsibility, education, health, everything, allow people to use the resources in their area. Because if you touch, do you know there's something they call Goshenite? I read about it. Goshenite is mined in Yobe State. 5 units of it, 5 pieces, $1,500, and they are mining it illegally today in Yobe. Nguru is the
Even
place.
the gold,
I have the address.
even the gold in Zamfara, they are mining them illegal.
Illegally, and that is being taken away. So you see, that's why when we say devolve power, it should be in the constitution, because the fact that they had a meeting, they said, okay, maybe go and start a town road. It's not, no, everything should be agreed flat. Give everybody, that is, it doesn't, these 7 items is what you should control, so that you now see the federal government will now know that these are their responsibility. If Ogun, you can't clean your place, so it's up to you, because you now get the money, you drill it, you pay something to the center. If Ondo State with your bitumen, you can't make it, it's up to you. If Edo State with your Gelegele seaport or whatever, you can't make it and their crude oil, it's up to you. Zamfara the same thing. Enugu has coal. You mind your coal. What it doesn't mean all of us cannot be rich, but that will make us to develop and compete among ourselves. I mean, why can't people in Bauchi, they went to Tar Road, they buy bitumen from Ondo State? People in Ondo may say, okay, we have timber, our forest, we develop it and start to do lumbering and then export timber to any part of Nigeria that needs. We have so many things, but it's this thing that federal government should hands off so many things.
Yes, there is. I don't believe there is no state that cannot survive. The thing, they are lazy governors. Exactly. In the north, agriculture is a big deal. Every state can survive. Just everybody is depending on oil. It's our problem. Everybody is waiting. Every month you go share the money. They're doing nothing.
It's true.
That's our problem.
Yeah, I think nations are structured differently. I keep going back to the same thing, and I don't understand how we just expect things to just appear the same, perfectly in place. I can't. How can we think like this?
I think that's a bit unfair. I understand where you're coming from. I
because
understand where you're coming from,
they are
forefather.
devolving them, but they are saying they want it exactly this way.
No, the thing is, you see, the thing
When
is,
you say devolve, look, there's how will I put it now? There is there's roadmap, there's blueprints. You understand? And those things are visible. If you are saying they are devolving it, they are this, they are that, they are this, they are that, just like you are saying ESA. You understand? Obviously,
I just say a few words for 10 seconds and they shut me down for another 5 minutes. What is this?
No,
sorry, man. Sorry, it was me that
I
interrupted.
can't say I'm the most interrupted person here. And the moment I try to impose myself,
then
they'll say I'm the one bullying. They say no one
But you
bullying
don't
on here.
make your own Biafra be that too.
This is so really weird. It's like you guys don't like order in any way. I'm getting a little bit tired of it because I can't believe how we are behaving. And I think part of this is because we've had previous discussions where some people feel like if they are corrected, somehow they are humiliated. I don't understand that logic because if I'm corrected, I take correction, maybe even tell the person thank you because I've collected more quality information that will inform better decision making. I don't understand this idea where people feel like just because you learn something, it means that you have been humiliated. I don't see that. And I feel like some of the attitude that I'm getting today is because of that. Some people feel like they have been humiliated. So they come back and just pile on and pile on and pile on. And they forget that there are viewers that are actually listening to the show.
Wait there, if I may. Before we go further, if I may. You see, forefather, I understand you're under a lot of pressure. And just in running this show, and a lot of us don't appreciate your position at all in having to moderate such a rowdy bunch of individuals. However, there is a complexity that you have to take on board with the position you hold. That complexity is of moderator and commentator at the same time. I believe it can be done. Your job can be done, but it takes a degree of skill. So a lot of the comments that have been coming to you that may seem negative, I'm afraid I don't want you to take them as just negative. I want you to take them as real things in people's hearts because everyone means it real. However, having said that, I don't believe it's fair for you to be disrespected on the show from the panelist or even on the comments because I don't know how many people can do what you do just in the hours. I mean, you're spending more time here than you probably are at work. So we appreciate you, Brad. Don't take it like we don't. But we want to say certain things that you're understanding from us, please.
Father, hold on. You see, yesterday I made mention of what we had discussed religion. I said no, Jesus did not form Christianity, did not practice Christianity. Then you interjected, you were attacking. I wanted to have that discussion with you, but I reneged from doing that because I didn't want to go into argument with you. So, this group, we need to understand. Forefather, to be honest, to me, it's not because he's here. Forefather is doing a very good job. We need to, even one of us get there must be criticism. It's not perfect. We are human. Most parties do a good job. Sometimes he just try to make people hold people accountable. You say, oh, give me, prove it. He try to prove you further. But in the case of Rudolph would know the answer. Rudolph would be looking at you and he would just oh, can you repeat what you just said? More like Rudolph tried to make peace and not really come forward like that. Forefather is different. Forefather is gonna come with the fact. Give me the fact. So, and CM, I will also talk to you. I listened when you were ratting, to be honest. CM, you are very brilliant. But here is the thing.
Pardon?
You see, there is a way, no matter what you want to put to people, say to somebody, right? Me, personally, I feel like people can have any kind of opinion as long as you are not insulting, you are not disrespecting people. I don't have issue with it. I use KJ as example. KJ, I thought we're very different. KJ can come now, start tagging Biafra. I said, KJ, I beg, because I know KJ know what he's doing. But KJ will never insult you. He never throw anything at you. Because of that, you can have discussion respectfully. You know, I know sometimes our blog get hot. We are human, but I think we need to a little bit calm down, you know. Even if you want to approach issue differently, put it out there. Let everybody see it. Come with facts. I love facts. I love to learn. If you tell me something that I don't know, I will go and research it, even if I'm not sure. You know, so let's be patient. Forefather, to be honest, is trying. For me, I can't even go there, man, because he spent a lot of hours here. Not that he's paid, you know. I know it's not human.
Regarding that discussion yesterday, I
at
thought
least
you
I've been
just for
interrupted. I've
clarity,
been
that
interrupted
discussion
several
was
times,
concluded
so and I
yesterday.
use the floor. So let me speak now.
Forefather know where we they meet for war, so he knows.
That discussion was concluded yesterday. Jesus Christ founded the faith. It's a fact.
I've been
Don't say
interrupted
you
several
didn't
times,
engage in
so
it.
let me speak now.
Yeah,
So what
go
I
ahead.
wanted to say is this, right? When you were saying that the federal government is doing the, like I said no, but you said I was interrupting you. I wanted to correct you there like this. No, not even correction, like make you know the fact that look, if something you don't need to say like drastic change, but we are looking for, yes, you could say gradual change. But what the federal government is doing is not gradual. It's like is if not stagnant,
Stop start. Stop
if not
start.
stagnant, a little bit, keep walking. You understand? Which is not what Nigeria. And they look, see, the situation that Nigeria is right now, right? It's in a dire situation whereby even if you say we don't want to need drastic change, but at least if you see something, okay, let's build. Like it's like you want to build a house. You can't see because you want to build a house. You take years drawing the plan. You want to build your house, at least before as you're drawing the plan, you are seeing trips of sand, bags of cement, reinforcement, and all that taking place while you're still drawing out the plan. You understand? But if you say you are building, you are doing that to a state, and you are just there, yeah, you are drawing, you are taking your time and drawing, designing, and nobody is seeing the sand and granite and bitumen and reinforcement coming, whatever. Like you're still you are like taking the piece. You understand? So you can't see you are doing something and nobody's seeing it on ground. Like, what are you doing now? You are seeing what you're trying to tell me is like, oh, they're discussing on the pipeline, where we know the situation that we are right now. We can we know that things can be done now. In as much as like you're saying, NNPC, yes, they are doing general maintenance right now in the NNPC. Or no. Oh, they are doing maintenance now in NFDC port or this and that. Something it won't cost millions or whatever to do. You understand? The structure is already there. It's just to go there, take visibility studies, and start working. You understand? It's not just even saying. You say because you are saying it and nobody's seeing anything, they are working. No. The situation we are right now.
Lokopi, I beg no vex. Make I help you
Look,
small
I
there.
want to sleep. I
Like
want
what
to sleep.
Papa said before. He said we are making progress.
Let me talk finish now.
We are making progress. For people they suffer, you say we they make progress. Which kind of progress is that?
Please let me
Who
make
they
an
say progress?
announcement.
Sorry, are you referring to me?
No, he said Nigerians are making progress.
Okay.
Say they are making progress, but then they suffer. Which kind of progress is that?
Okay, so
I want to make an
like,
announcement.
the situation that we are right now, like I said, right, practice is just made practical. If you are doing something, right, so you are carrying out a plan, you are doing research or whatever, no problem, it's good. But by the time I'm saying, yes, while you are doing that, there's contractors on site, they are preparing the site while you are still doing the plan, carrying the plan. You understand? At least before, even while you're carrying the plan, they are doing soil tests, feasibility studies, or whatever. You understand? Yes, something is going on, but you are relinquishing power to the states. And like who said, I think somebody said us now, like even as small as road, you are saying yes, the states should generate their own power, they do their own resources. What about the first thing first, the normal road first, that is not even bringing that much money to federal government? Why not say states take care of the road? No worry, take care of the road first.
Yeah, at least use boundary. Finish.
You understand? Take care of your road first. Not be telling us, okay, we are telling you to be generating power yourself. To generate power for states, is it something you can just do once? No. Be the smaller one. If you have a plan, the smaller one that is easy to implement, start with that one first. They will know, oh, yes, we are really, you're showing us example of how the federal government is giving power to the state. Take care of the road first,
Please,
internal roads. You see, we're talking about Benin Auchi Road. Same thing today. Somebody is spending 5 hours in Benin Warri, just from Benin to go to Warri. Somebody is spending 5 hours on the road, 5 hours today. And you for what? Because of what? Bad
The
road.
road that is supposed to be 1 hour or supposed to be
Which
1 hour.
45 minutes road where they drive past
45, yeah.
for 45 minutes. You understand? 5
and they
hours, somebody
say
is
it's
there.
federal
And
road.
that road has been there
Anyway,
since years, not even now, years. Is it or a Benin or a road where they take the chop federal government money since Obasanjo time? Benin or a road, you know, they ever finish any federal government project, road project, they must call that road Benin or a road. I don't understand whether they use that of the road to get office. You understand? Every year
if
in
let
year
me
out,
make this
government house,
local,
Benin or a road, Benin
please.
or a road. You know?
Local,
So
please.
if federal government is really giving power to the state, there are simple
Excuse me,
things
local.
that the federal government, hold on, let me finish. There are simple things federal government can do. They don't even need to speak. We will know. Oh, yes, it's road that is doing, federal state that is doing this road now. Oh, okay, it's true. It's like they're giving power to the state. There are simple things you will do. Not going to be bamboozle us with giving us ambiguous things, something we know we will not see on ground for the next 5 years. Then you are telling us, oh, they are giving power to the state. Like as if you want to give, if you're asking the state to generate power right now, it's something the state can start generating today, or tomorrow, or even 1 year later. No, it's not possible. Yes, so that's why you wanted to comment. Then for the other side of when people are commenting about forefathers is trying or is not trying or this and that. Look, my own point is this: I'm not arguing forefathers or blasting forefathers for anything at all. The only stand I have for forefathers is everything. Yes, is doing okay. The only thing I don't like for him is because me, I hate oppression. You understand? I believe equality for everybody.
And you are
The number of time you have to speak is the same number of time I have to speak. Yeah, we can be having talk on top each other, this and that, this and that, you understand? But what I don't like is because you now have extra power, and because you know you have it, you will not make use of that power that you have. That is where I am against forefathers, because I call that oppression. Okay,
Oh,
just
you
imagine.
talk more than me.
No, hold on first. Let me finish now. It's not
No,
matter
my
of
local people where they oppress me every day.
you understand? It's just like if you are speaking right now, like if I have the power to bring myself in, you can't. You know you can't take me out, because if you take me out, I'll bring myself in. You understand? But because you know you can take me out, I can't bring myself in. Then you use that, capitalize on that power. I call that oppression, and not all men can take that, because it's like you are belittling them. You are like, who are you? Get out of there! I can take you out, and you are nobody. Something like that, because our faces are here. You understand? Nobody wants to, like Paul will say every day or most of the times, the people see him outside and say, you that this, you that that. You understand? Most people can also see others say, hey, yeah, that guy you talk to you any this and that. You also, we be men here now. We get ego, we get pride now to protect now. You understand? So at least that's the only place I hate for that. If you are doing anything, yes, you can talk. Okay, you can even try to be the bigger person, but can be quiet. Okay, have your say. At least go have your say. Have your say. When you finish, are you done? Okay, then you can start talking. You understand? Instead of then you just get out. Like that is
I want
just
to make
what
a
I'm making of
That
that.
that 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 is very harsh, but
No,
I
I'm
take
telling
your
you,
point.
don't do that. It's not nice. Don't do that.
If you go back and check the time, whenever that happens, is because somebody is not allowing another person to talk. Like
No,
say I
you
want to talk,
guys are lying. You
then
guys are lying.
you keep shutting me
It's not
down
that
from
I'm having
talking.
argument against you.
Guys,
But you are shutting me down from
Please,
not talking.
I want
You
to.
have your say,
CM
but you
wants
won't
to
let me
I
talk
want
talk.
to
something
make
away
an
from
announcement.
this. We've badgered
I want
forefathers
to make
enough today. Come through, CM.
I want to make an announcement. This is a different thing. Please, on behalf of my state, Anambra, we are recruiting teachers. They've recruited 5,000, and now Soludo want it. Soludo want to recruit up to 15,000 in total. So they're doing the next 3,000 batch. They said anybody from anywhere, we want the best. So for those people that may have 2-1 or 2-2, but they don't have job, please try, and because it's not an easy thing. You have to sit about 3 or 4 sets of exam before. When they did the first batch of 5,000, 40,000 people applied. They have to be taking CBT, computer-based tests, until they reduce them to about 10,000. Then they did the last one, 5,000 they recruited. The secretary, the press secretary, the secretary to the governor is from Edo State. He's not even an Anambra man. So he chose him. Anand said, Soludo said they want the best teacher from any part of the world, even including any Nigeria. So if you have anybody, let him go and try. And the pay is high because I think you're paying minimum of, if you are teaching science, physics, chemistry, mathematics, I will get, maybe I will get it later, but it's quite, he's increasing it. He wants to make education what it should be. So he said anybody, it should be open, and because you're going to take a test, it may not even, you don't even need your name. It just when they when they give you when you register, they give you a number. That is the number you'll be quoting until the day if you pass. That is the number they use to recruit you. So there are even some people. The last one they did, about 17 people from Kwara State made it. I don't know of other states. So Anambra is recruiting. He said anybody. So let me announce
That's
it here in
very
case
good.
if you have this thing.
I also saw the other
so
day he went to study the transportation system in Lagos. He want to implement it in Anambra. Do you know about it?
Yes, yeah, because you know now if everybody is paying through the nose now in Anambra, if you park car anyhow, they hijack it. So he said if you can go to Lagos and be careful, why can't you be careful in Anambra? So he brought people from last month in Lagos. They came to coach our boys, then teach them how to do it and everything. So Anambra now is changing. Soludo said he doesn't. That's why some people hate him. He said he want the best. He doesn't hide it.
That's
Sorry.
the other. Hold on.
Let's
That's
allow Tim to talk so we can
Let
round
me
up.
finish. Let me
It's
ask
been
this
late,
question.
it's been long.
That thing I wanted to ask you
Okay.
because I see people speak with a lot of emotion. I'm the Soludo man. I have followed Soludo when he was CBN governor. I know his capacity. I believe Soludo will succeed.
So
Then why are people criticizing him so badly that he's doing nothing?
no, because Nigeria is used to the paddy if you know me. So this teaching, he said Soludo said he doesn't care. They are calling him all sorts of names, but they are using JAMB, using the JAMB people to come and administer the test. So every teacher must sit. You can 5 times until they get 3,000. They continue eliminating them until they get 3,000. Then they will employ those people and they pay them very well. Oh. He said he want to make it the best in Nigeria.
Okay, let me just say for Soludo, nobody wants any right-thinking Nigerian wants any politician who is in what's it called, in executive office to succeed. Whether you're president, governor, it doesn't matter. Succeed. We want you to succeed. But Soludo started in a wrong way. Politics, I know that politics is not always about policies that people will necessarily like, as long as in the long term those policies yield fruits for the people. I agree. You understand that? Even Peter Obi, when he was governor of Anambra State, they initially didn't like him because he was trying to do things that were unconventional and things that were not the norm. Remember that Anambra State was notorious for godfatherism, where the state allocation was going to certain people. Some people will put you as governor, and then when even Abia State,
that was Edo now before Shomole.
So if you see,
Edo was worse. Edo was worse.
Well, I don't know, but if you see Abia State, ask yourself where the governor is getting the money he's using to offset all the backlog of salaries that the previous governor was owing and some state roads that the guy has built. The thing is, these funds go to godfathers. But this man, once you don't have a godfather, you don't owe anybody anything.
Yep.
Ludo came in, he wasn't coming with any godfather. So he was not encumbered. But the problem he started facing was, you see, sometimes when we know too much, and we're not humble with our knowledge,
issues,
we start talking down on people who we feel are not as educated. Once you start doing that, you will become, people will not like you. They will start working to pull you down. They will start praying to pull you down. They want to say, okay, maybe you want to be that you have a PhD. Let us come and see. That is what Soludo is suffering. That's what Soludo is
not entirely
suffering.
Chief.
Hold on,
Chief. Let me tell you this so that don't forget. Do you know where this thing started? When Soludo won the election, there's a period of transition. Maybe in November, he won in November 2021. Then by March 2022, he will be sworn in. Before then, every day, people were coming to his country home in the village. Yeah, our party don't win. And this now my CV of my people. The truth. Soludo came on TV said, look, nobody should bring any CV to my house again. When we start, there will be job. Everybody will compete. That was where the problem started. They say so we do you use sleepless night, rig election. You know, people will say vote you in. Now you don't want to do it the way it is done. You think you know everything. That's why, because he said it. He said it. He said CV every day. Some are bringing cow, some are bringing a ram. He said I don't need all those things. That there will be job, thousands of them, but everybody should compete. There will be written exam. Do you know that in Anambra now, teachers, Soludo has introduced that students will assess teacher. At the end of the term, you will assess your teacher and they write a secret report. The governor will collect it to check whether the students will assess whether you come to class in time.
CM, there's a problem with that. There's a problem with that. Let's be honest. It is not the governor.
You have to change.
Hold on, CM. The governor is not the the governor. The problem we have in our country is that it's an executive democracy. The governor wants to be governor and do the job of a commissioner and do the job of a local government chairman all at the same time. That's not right.
If you don't supervise, then you fail.
No, but you see, you will fail when you don't get the right people into the right offices.
I agreed.
Listen, look, let me be honest with you. I always say this here.
Okay.
All of us here know our classmates. You know that your classmate that used to carry expo. You know that your classmate that does, or your colleague in the office that does kickback. You know. But when these people show up, some of you to say, no, I can't support this person. We keep quiet, we patronize them. It is happening. Soludo cannot tell me he knows the right candidates to give offices. It's like Tinubu now that has gone there and is playing Lagos politics. I will say it from now till eternity. You want to bring this guy, all the people that you have worked with that helped you do Alpha Beta. That's what is happening. Anybody can say whatever they want to say. Is the truth. But this guy knows the people. I'm not an El-Rufai fan, but I believe that with all El-Rufai's shortcomings, El-Rufai would have been a good candidate as a minister. But guess what? They made him feel like he was going to be given a minister, and they went behind and they worked against him and removed him because they didn't want a strong candidate that would be there. That's the truth.
That is the truth.
That will challenge
them. Jim, sorry. Okay, my own investigation, what I found out was right. If they really worked against him, he wouldn't have even bothered to go for screening. You understand? It was the what he saw he was walking into. You understand? That he avoided.
What did he see?
Hold on, that's what I'm saying now. You remember when we were saying it's the screening committee?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? They brought out one terrorist charge, whatever, against him. You understand? And he later discovered that he didn't fear that charge. When he later discovered that it was Rubadu that was behind that stuff. That was why he could be like, God.
That is what I'm saying now. Look, what I'm saying is this.
No, it's all politics.
See, hold on.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. No, if he did nothing, if there was no fact in that one, there's no point to say.
Hold on. Look, before you go that far,
came out,
before you go that, look. See, every candidate for any appointive position, you will screen the person first in terms of security screening. Mm-hmm. Then the screening will tell the president this guy is clean. Mm-hmm. We don't have any issue before you now send his name to the Senate for that other academic screening you do at the Senate. So,
but your DSS
to the Senate.
No, hold on. Did your DSS do the screening? No, did your DSS do the screening?
Out other reports.
Hold on. Did your DSS do the screening?
The way you are saying it now is like the laws are working in Nigeria. See,
you understand? The DSS did not do
the president of Nigeria tell you he won this person, even if DSS have
exactly. Okay,
sir. Throw it away. Look at the case of former EFCC boss now.
DSS will say, okay, sir.
Yes, the report. What's it?
Ibrahim Magu.
Yeah.
And there's
say, no, this guy, the president, you know what he did? You know he was active during his time.
Yes, now,
they didn't confirm him.
He left him
there. Guys, you guys are making my point for me. See, what I'm saying is this. If the president genuinely wanted him to be in his cabinet, he would be there. The guy would be in his cabinet.
No, that's what I'm saying now. Hold on, listen to me. that report that came, if it was DSS,
Bro, forget
it would have been
reports.
easy. It was because it came from he discovered that it was with Ribadu that is spearheading that report. It was Ribadu that
I
showed that
don't know.
Iran.
I don't know the secret.